about natural history, astronomy. If he was pining away, he was discreet about it.
What had upset Christopher so much now, then? Vera demanded. Could it have been Jeannie Long's suicide?
Perhaps, though I don't think he ever knew her. How could he?
Emma hesitated.
I think the publicity around the anniversary of Abigail's death provided him with a convenient excuse. He was miserable. Perhaps some woman had dumped him. Perhaps things hadn't been going well at work. So, he resurrected his adolescent fantasies about Abigail and convinced himself that she was the cause of his depression. The baby's whimper had turned into a high-pitched whine which shredded Vera's nerves. "Look," Emma said, "he'll need changing. I'll have to fetch him. Is there anything else?"
"Not for the present, pet."
Vera was glad of the excuse to leave.
"Do you think the brother was mad?"
They were sitting in the car, cut off from the rest of the village by the horizontal slashes of rain. Ashworth was in the driver's seat, waiting for instructions. The question seemed to come from nowhere. There was no thought behind it. He opened his mouth and it came out.
"I don't know," Vera said. "Depressed, maybe." "You don't suppose—"
He hesitated.
"Go on, pet, spit it out." "He couldn't have killed the girl if he was obsessed with her, despite what the sister says. Obsessed, and keeping it to himself like a guilty secret. Perhaps she teased him, taunted him like, and he snapped. Then went home and pretended that nothing had happened."
When they'd first started working together, Ashworth would have left it at that, but he had more confidence these days.
Pretended so well that he convinced himself too. Hid it away somewhere at the back of his mind. Told himself when Jeannie was found guilty that it was all a bad dream. Until she committed suicide, and the case was reopened. That would explain why he was behaving so oddly. Imagine waking up one morning and remembering you strangled the lass. You'd need a few drinks to come to terms with that. "You've been watching too much daytime telly," Vera said. "Tame psychologists spouting off. I don't believe in that sort of amnesia. Too convenient. Besides, he didn't leave the house the Sunday Abigail died. Everyone said so." Would they remember? After 10 years? Would they know? He could have gone out while they thought he was in his bedroom.
She pictured the layout of Springhead House. There was one door into the kitchen from the yard, which the Winters usually used, but another at the foot of the stairs leading out into a small walled garden. It was an old house, and the walls were thick. They wouldn't have heard his leaving. She saw the boy, slight and skinny, as he'd been in the photo there'd been of him in the hall at Springhead, running against the wind along the path between the fields towards the Mantell house. Had he been hoping to spy on Abigail, see her in her bedroom, through an uncurtained window, trying on new clothes, brushing her hair? But perhaps the girl had been bored, left alone again by her father. Perhaps she'd set out for the Winters in search of an audience, and they'd met on the path. He'd been a strange boy. They'd all said that. Self-contained, obsessed. Vera pictured him blocking the girl's way, insistent.
"I have to talk to you."
"What do you want?"
"I can't stop thinking about you."
"What?"
As if the thought had disgusted her.
Though deep down she'd have been flattered. He wouldn't have realised that. Perhaps she'd tried to push past him, and he'd held on to her shoulder, desperate now that he had her to himself to make her understand. And excited by the touch of her, he hadn't let her go. "Fuck off, you little prick!" But he'd twisted her towards him, stronger than he looked, and put his other hand on her neck almost to caress. She'd shouted at him to let her go, told him what she thought of him in language which would have shocked a well-brought-up lad. He'd pulled her scarf tight around her neck, thinking only to cut off the words she was spitting out at him, but not able to stop, even when he realized what he was doing. The rumble of an east-riding bin lorry, blurred by the rain into an unrecognizable shape, brought her back to the present. She shook her head to clear the nightmare from it. "I can see Christopher killing her," she said, "being driven to it in the way that you said. But forgetting all about it afterwards. Nah, I don't buy that." They drove in silence to Springhead House. Vera had her head full of the winters and what it must have been like for Emma and Christopher growing up there. It was too close to making fiction, she thought, this attempt to recreate the past. But how else could she do it? She couldn't depend on the memories of the family, even if they believed they were giving her the truth. After all this time there'd be gaps, bits that had changed with the telling over the years. When they arrived, they stood for a moment outside the house. The old farmyard was empty. There wasn't even Robert's car to provide shelter from the weather. "A gloomy sort of place," Ashworth said. "You can see why the lad wouldn't want to come home much. What are they like, the parents?" "Decent. Hard-working, on the surface at least. You can never tell with families, can you, lad?" She slid him a sly, teasing look. He was a great one for families. She knocked on the kitchen door and was surprised when Mary answered. The woman was wearing a grey tracksuit and a worn fleece, bubbled by too many washes. She'd aged overnight, shrunk inside her skin. "What is it? Is there any news?" Vera couldn't tell if she was grasping at the possibility or if she was scared that there might be something worse for her to cope with. "Not yet, pet." She paused. "Where's Linda?" Linda was the officer who'd stayed overnight. "I sent her away. She was very kind, but sometimes you need to be on your own." "And Robert?" Vera asked gently. "He's in church." Mary stood aside to let them in. "I told him to go. He couldn't settle. I heard him all night, moving around the house. I thought he might find some peace there, but it's been longer than I expected. That was why I was so jumpy when you knocked at the door." Vera said nothing. She'd been brought up by her father to believe that atheism was the only rational standpoint, at a time when all her friends were sent to Sunday school. She'd watched the others straggle back from the parish hall, clutching their coloured pictures of the disciples fishing, and Jesus walking on the water, and wished she could be allowed to join in. Church had been a forbidden attraction, the only social centre in their small village, besides the pub. She'd crept in once to a harvest festival, and had loved the noise of the organ and the singing, the colour of the stained glass windows and the piles of fruit. But she couldn't see what Robert would get out of being in church at a time like this. Wasn't one gloomy building much like another? Wouldn't he be better off here, comforting his wife? Perhaps Mary sensed her disapproval and felt the need to explain. "He's confused, angry. It's a testing time. For you both. Faith has always been more important to him than it has to me." She hesitated, then went on in a rush. "He does so much good here, in the village, with his work. It'd be a dreadful thing if that was lost. My role has always been to support him in that." Vera would have liked to follow this up, but she didn't know what questions to ask. She was out of her depth. She wanted to say, "You're an intelligent woman, and he's a grown man. Why can't he support the work you do?" But she didn't want to offend her. She looked towards Ashworth. He, too, seemed uncomfortable with the idea of faith. "Was he specially close to Christopher?" she asked at last. "His only son?" The last phrase had a vague resonance, but she didn't pick it up, and wondered why Mary looked at her so oddly. "Robert was proud of Christopher, of course." Her voice was clear and considered. Words mattered to her.
He was a brilliant child, one of those who can pass examinations without really trying. But I don't think you could call them close. No, not like some fathers and sons. She paused to gather her thoughts, and when she continued, her voice was wistful. I work in a library. Most of the staff are women, and they gossip about their relatives. I hear them talk about husbands who take their boys to football matches, fishing, and when they're older to the pub. We aren't that sort of family, not social in that sort of easy way. Do you understand? Perhaps it was a sacrifice we all had to make, for Robert's work. That had to come first. It was hard on the children. But you see James and Emma, your grandchild. Vera felt the need to reassure her. Oh, yes, and that's wonderful. Such a blessing. We always have Sunday lunch together. She paused and then added sadly, but that's more formal, planned. We're not very good about spontaneity. We're all very careful about how we treat each other. Perhaps it was a result of Abigail's death, knowing that tragedy can strike at any time. It seems important not to argue. We'd been arguing that afternoon. She came to a stop, but Vera waited. This was what she needed, a picture of the household Christopher had grown up in. And soon Mary continued. I'm not blaming Robert for the formality, no, I'm not saying that at all. In fact, Robert is somewhat more gregarious than I am. He suggested only last week that we should have a party for my 50th birthday. Invite all the family, friends. That's the sort of thing normal people do, isn't it? We used to have parties when we lived in York. Go out to dinner, have meals with friends. The city's very different, of course. Perhaps I have become antisocial. But the idea of a gathering like that here terrified me. A thought flashed into her mind. I suppose now I've an excuse to cancel it. Immediately after the words were spoken, she looked up, her face tight with shock. That was a dreadful thing to say. How could I? I'd suffer 1,000 parties to have Christopher back alive. I know, Vera said. I know. Absent-mindedly, Mary moved to the range. She lifted the lid and slid a wide-bottomed kettle onto the hot plate. I'll make some tea, shall I? I expect you'd like tea. Can we talk to you about yesterday? Vera asked. Of course. I feel so helpless. It's something I can do, at least. Answer your questions. Did you know that Christopher was planning to visit Elvet? No, but that wouldn't have been unusual. He did turn up occasionally, out of the blue. He hadn't lost the knack of being spontaneous, perhaps. It was always lovely to see him. But I wouldn't have wanted him to feel it was a duty, an obligation. Vera remembered that Michael Long had said something similar. Children owe nothing to their parents. So once Christopher had left home, Mary had been forced to be patient, to say nothing, to wait for her son to drop in on a whim. You must have missed him. It wasn't like Emma, living just up the road. I did, Mary said, very much. Whose idea was it to go to the lifeboat fundraiser? Robert, a last-minute decision. He felt, I think, that we all needed cheering up. This weather is so depressing. It gets you down in the end. And Emma has been tied to the house since Matthew was born. Were you friends with Mr. Mantell? Friends? No. The idea seemed impossible to her. Your daughters were once close friends. I wondered if you'd got to know each other socially at that time. No. He's very busy, isn't he? And rather grand in that smart house with his shiny car. I'm not sure we'd have had very much in common. I mean, we knew him to say hello to. We bumped into him at village events, but there was always an awkwardness. It was ridiculous, I know, but I always felt guilty when we met. Because your daughter was alive, and his wasn't. She looked up gratefully. Yes, exactly that. There was a moment of silence. Then she added, Now, I suppose we have both suffered the loss of a child, and perhaps I'll feel differently. You sound, said Vera, as if you don't like Mr. Mantell very much. Do I? Mary frowned. I don't mean to. How did you feel about Emma and Abigail becoming friends? We were relieved that Emma had found a friend at all. We'd underestimated, I think, how much the move from York would upset her. She paused for a moment. It affected both the children in different ways. Emma had become rather withdrawn before she met Abigail. But was Abigail the sort of girl you would have chosen as a suitable companion? Why not? She was different in temperament from our daughter, more confident, more flamboyant, perhaps, but we knew nothing against her. I was more worried, I think, that she would suddenly become bored by Emma and drop her for someone else. I don't think Emma could have coped with that. Vera let that line of questioning go and returned to the evening before. So, you greeted Keith and his girlfriend. What happened then? We helped ourselves to drinks and tried to join in. There were lots of old friends, people from the church. Robert's quite a public figure because he's a warden. He's well known in the village. I stayed indoors for a while. Most of the older people were sitting in there. Outside it was cold and rather rowdy. Noisy music. I chatted to a couple of women from the Mothers' Union. Then I went to find Robert. Are you sure Christopher wasn't there? I can't be. There was quite a crowd by the time I went out, and it was dark, of course. The people in the field by the fire were just shadows. Did you notice Caroline Fletcher? I'm sorry, that name doesn't mean anything to me. She was the police inspector who investigated Abigail Mantell's murder. Of course. I'd forgotten the name. I should have remembered. She was supportive at the time of the trial. Was she there? I'm not sure I'd have recognised her, not after all this time. Does that mean she'd kept in touch with Mr. Mantell? How thoughtful. Aye, Vera muttered. That's one way of putting it. Why did you go out into the lane, Mrs. Winter? Ashworth spoke for the first time, and Mary seemed thrown. She looked towards Vera as if she needed permission to answer. Vera smiled encouragingly. I wasn't really enjoying myself, Mary said. I never do, these days, in crowded places. It's strange how things change, isn't it? When we were younger, I'd have loved it. I asked Robert if we could leave. I was sure someone else would give Emma and James a lift back to the village. I said I was cold, which was true, but an excuse too, I'm afraid. Robert took me at my word. He said there was a thicker jacket in the car. He offered to fetch it, but I took the keys and went myself. I was glad of a few moments alone. What made you look in the ditch? Ashworth asked. I'm sorry. It was dark in the lane, no streetlights to speak of. Only one just outside the house. Moonlight, apparently, but you'd have to look where you were putting your feet. It was icy. So, I'm trying to understand how you came to see your son's body, if you were concentrating on not slipping. I'm sorry to make you go through it again, but it's the details which can help sometimes. Was there something in the hedge which caught your eye? No, she said, nothing like that. The car was parked right on the verge so other vehicles could pass. The grass is rough and the car wasn't level. It was Robert's. He uses it for work, and I never drive it. I knew there was a lever on the dashboard which opened the boot, but I couldn't find it immediately. While I was fumbling, I turned on the headlights by mistake. The beam shone down into the ditch. That was when I saw Christopher."
She stared blankly out at them.
"Could he have been there when you arrived?"
Ashworth asked.
"Or would you have seen him when you parked?"
"I was sitting in the back with Emma, chatting, trying to pretend that I didn't mind Christopher going back to the university without making the effort of visiting us. But James and Robert would have seen if he'd been there." "No. Christopher must have died while we were at the Mantell house. It was so close, but we could do nothing at all to help him."
"What did you make of her?"
Vera asked.
"Was she telling the truth?" "She didn't seem the sort to me who'd lie."
They'd taken time out for tea and buns. Vera's decision. She wanted to talk to Robert Winter, but he was still in the church. At least, his car was parked in the square. And she thought she couldn't face him with low blood sugar. She'd need to be on top of her game for that conversation. Besides, she was embarrassed about breaking in on him. Suppose he was praying? She couldn't imagine herself sitting on a pew next to him while he was on his knees. Just along the street from the Bennet's house there was a bakery. She'd smelled the yeast and the sugar from the forge once, and Dan had taken her in. Next to it there was a small, dark room with a couple of tables where they served weak instant coffee and bacon sandwiches, and sticky cakes from the shop. From the narrow window they could see the church and Winter's car in the street. There was no one to overhear. The other table was empty, and the waitress was in the shop gassing to the woman behind the counter.
"Maybe not," Vera said. "But there's a difference between lying and telling the whole truth. She was very careful in the words she chose, wasn't she?" "Yeah, I can't see it. I thought she was a decent woman."
"Not a lot of fun in her life, is there? Work and the church. Do you think that's all there is?"
"Maybe that's all she wants."
Ashworth shrugged.
"Someone of her age."
"Listen, lad, she's about the same age as me, and I can still manage a few laughs. But it strikes me there's not much to laugh about in Springhead House." She spooned sugar into her tea. The way she was feeling, she needed the energy. "Do you think the husband slaps her around?"
"No."
Ashworth was shocked, but then he was easily shocked. Some days that was the only entertainment Vera had, provoking a response from him. "You didn't think she was frightened of him, then?"
"No,"
Ashworth said slowly.
"Frightened for him, perhaps. Worried that he was taking so long in the church. More protective, I'd say. Like she was the mother and he was a kid."
"A spoiled kid," Vera said. "As I heard it, he joined the God Squad, decided to give up his business in York and move out here, and she just went along with it, dragging the family along with her." She broke off. Her attention was caught by Dan Greenwood, who emerged from the pottery and blinked as the cold air hit his face. Without bothering to lock the door behind him, he ran across the street into the bakery. Vera watched him, wondered what it was about him that stopped her looking away. He disappeared from view, but they could hear him in the shop next door, ordering a roast ham and mustard barm cake and a vanilla slice to take away. He returned to the old forge without seeing them.
"What is the story with Dan Greenwood?"
Ashworth asked. "He worked on the Mantell case first time round," she said. "Fletcher was his boss."
"Like you and me, then?"
Ashworth said. He looked about 6, Vera thought, a gob of red jam from a doughnut on his chin, not fit really to be let out alone. "Oh, I look a lot like Caroline Fletcher."
"Was there something going on there, like? Did he fancy her?"
"No, they never got on." Though that wouldn't have stopped Dan fancying her, then despising himself for it, Vera thought.
"Oh?"
"You could see what Fletcher's like. Hard as nails, on the surface at least. And Dan was too sensitive for his own good. One of those people who don't like the sort of games you have to play to get on. He's simple,
Not dumb, I don't mean that, but straightforward. No pretence, no small talk. Intense, she thought. That's why you can't take your eyes off him. Too much emotional energy. Then wondered if she was being daft. Is that why he left? Personality clash? You'd think he'd manage a transfer. He had a breakdown, she said, stress-related. It always struck me as a bit nervy. One of those people who can never sit still. He left on medical grounds, soon after Jeannie Long was put away. Later he moved to Elvet and set up the pottery over the square. Was it the Mantell case which made him ill? I'd not have thought there'd be that much pressure. The press would be pushing all the way, of course, but they cleared it up canny quickly, didn't they? She could tell he was thinking of some of the cases he'd worked on. Cases which had gone on for months, days without sleep, without seeing his family, and then no result at the end of it. He never believed Jeannie was guilty, Vera said, but he didn't have the guts to make a fuss at the time. So now he blames himself for her suicide? Maybe. How do you know him? We'd met a couple of times, courses, training days. Then a lad from Wooler jumped bail and ended up down here. I came down for a few days. I liked Dan. He was one of those people you take to straight away. Like I said, no side to him, no agenda. He phoned me before he left the service. They'd offered him this deal, and he asked my advice. What did you tell him? That we needed people who cared about the job, but that if it was making him ill, he should take the money and run. Why did he think Jeannie Long was innocent? He was in on the interviews. He believed her. And that was it. There was no forensic evidence, and Dan said it all happened really quickly, easily, as if it had been set up, as if someone was pulling the strings. You think that was Mantell? You get a grieving father pointing the finger, saying he knows who killed his daughter. That's hard to ignore, especially when he says it in public, and when he's a big figure locally, with friends who are magistrates and on the police committee. In everyone's interests to clear it up quickly then. Everyone's except Jeannie Long's. Whose strings exactly was Mantell pulling? Vera pushed half a curd tart into her mouth. We'll have to ask him, won't we? But that'll have to wait. There's Robert Winter coming out of the church. Winter was still standing in the church porch when they met up with him. He was poised, as if to set off down the path towards the gate, restrained, it seemed, by an invisible barrier. The path was slippery with wet leaves, and at one point Ashworth almost tripped, but Winter gave no sign that he had seen them approach. He stared out at the bare trees which lined the churchyard. "Your wife will be worried about you," Vera said. Only then did Roberts acknowledge them with a courteous nod. He didn't respond, though, to the words. "We've only just come from your house. Mary wasn't expecting you to be so long. Here, give her a ring." Vera groped for a mobile phone in her bag. "Tell her we want a quick word with you first, but she'll not be long." "Yes," Robert said. "Of course. I've been very thoughtless." He took the phone and at last made the effort to leave the porch, walking a few paces away from them, turning his back so they couldn't hear what was said. "Is there somewhere we can talk?" Vera asked when he'd finished. "Here? In the church?" "As if," she'd say to Ashworth later, she'd suggested an interview in a brothel or a gents' lav. "If we wouldn't be intruding. I'd prefer not to." So they ended up in the little room by the bakery again, with more tea. On the way they passed the newsagents, and the headlines in the local papers screamed Christopher's name. But Vera couldn't feel sorry for Robert Winter, and all the time they were talking she wished she'd been more forceful, stood her ground. What was it about the man that he always seemed to get his own way? She began with a question he wouldn't be expecting, hoping to throw him. "Why, the probation service? A bit different from architecture." More challenging. He smiled politely. She thought he'd played these word games before. What do you get out of it? Not money, certainly, he said. Architecture was more lucrative. Most professions would be. Beside her, she could sense Ashworth willing her to change tack. She knew what he was thinking. Robert Winter was a bereaved relative who should be handled with a bit more sensitivity. So, what then? She demanded. Occasionally we can make a difference, Robert said. Change lives. When that happens, there's no more rewarding job in the world. Did you make a difference to Jeannie Long? Obviously not. Still, he kept calm, didn't even show a trace of irritation. I accepted the judgment of the court that she was a murderer. I failed her because I didn't believe her story. You must feel bad about that. Of course I do. But I can't let it affect my work with other prisoners. I don't think I can blame myself. Many of the people I work with are manipulative and plausible. Many of them claim to be innocent. Sometimes we get it wrong. You see, Vera interrupted, I think it must be a bit like joining the police. The same motivation, I mean. It gives a license to meddle. It's a way into all that muck and corruption we respectable folk wouldn't normally come across. There's a glamour about crime, isn't there? An excitement. Everyone's curious about it. But we're paid to stick our noses in. And so are you. That's one interpretation, Inspector, but not one I'd subscribe to. Did Christopher have any girlfriends while he was living at home? Vera asked. Not that I knew of. Would you have known? Is that the sort of thing you'd have talked about? Possibly not. Christopher was a very private young man. Ironic, isn't it? She smiled to show that she intended no offence at all. You probably knew more about the lives of the offenders in your care than you did about your own son. She moved on quickly before Robert could respond. Why were you so keen to take your family to the bonfire last night? It had been a difficult time for us all. Jeannie's suicide, the Mantell case all over the newspapers again. It had brought back the unpleasant memories. I thought it would be good for us to get out for the evening, stop brooding. Didn't you think that meeting Keith Mantell might have the opposite effect? On Emma, at least? No, he said. And Vera saw that it was possible he was telling the truth. He hadn't realized Emma might find it hard to return to the house where her best friend had lived at the time she was murdered. And Ashworth thought she was insensitive. No, it happened a long time ago. Emma has moved on, we all have. I thought it would be a pleasant evening for everyone. You hadn't expected to meet Christopher there? Not at all. I was sure he'd gone straight back to Aberdeen. It was inconsiderate. He knows his mother looks forward to his visit. But quite in character. Quite suddenly he seemed to lose patience with the questions. Is there anything urgent, Inspector? Anything which won't keep? Only my wife's been alone for a long time, as you said. Really, I think I should go back to her. Without waiting for a reply, he stood up and walked out. Through the window they watched him stride along the pavement. An elderly woman, obviously distressed, scurried up to him to offer her condolence. He stopped, bent towards her, and took her hand in both of his. Then he continued towards his car. I wonder, Vera said slowly, why I dislike him so much. The religion, Ashworth suggested. It was never your thing. Maybe. But I want you to get a list of the people who were at Mantell's last night and talk to them all. Did any of them notice Robert Winter leave the bonfire? Did anyone see him out in the lane? And what will you be up to? Me? She answered. I'm going to the prison, where Jeannie Long spent the last 10 years. There's another victim in all this, and I don't feel I know anything about her. Vera parked where it said visitors. The place was nearly empty. The staff car park was nearer, but there was a barrier operated from the gatehouse. Some days
She'd have enjoyed pushing the buzzer and demanding to be let in, but today she wasn't in the mood for a fight. She'd phoned ahead, and they were ready for her. She'd asked to speak to anyone who'd known Jeannie well, and was surprised when she was shown straight to the governor's office. She thought she could work out what that was about. Suicide in custody was a sensitive business. There were probably league tables. He'd want to make it clear that his institution wasn't responsible, that they'd follow the guidelines to the letter. But as soon as she saw him, she realized she'd misjudged him. He was standing at the window, looking down at a square of concrete which was already dark because of the high walls surrounding it. A group of women was being escorted across it. They stood waiting, stamping their feet and shouting, while an officer locked the door of one building and walked round them to unlock the door of another. "That's the education block," the governor said. "Jeannie spent a lot of time in there. I thought it might help, that she'd see it as a constructive way to pass the time. Obviously I was wrong." "You didn't consider her a suicide risk, then?" He turned back into the room. "No, but I wasn't surprised when it happened. I feel responsible. I should have seen it coming." "You have a lot of women in your charge." She said it as a fact, not an excuse. But he dismissed the idea, shaking his head. "None of them had been here as long as Jeannie. It was a terrible waste. She was never a security risk. If she'd said the right thing, she could have moved to an open prison years ago. But she refused to play the game. I think she was incapable of lying," he said. "I've worked for the prison service for 20 years, and I'd never met anyone like her." "You believed her defense at the trial, then?" "Jeannie Long didn't kill anyone," he said firmly. "I was quite sure of that as soon as I met her." Vera thought that he'd been a little bit in love with her, and that he was too easily moved to be in charge of a women's prison. How did she fit in here? She didn't. Not with the other women. Lifers often achieve the status of celebrities. It's not that everyone here is a ghoul. It has more to do with the publicity surrounding the case than the nature of the crime. For the lifers themselves, it's easy to be flattered by the attention, and it can make life inside easier. Jeannie refused to play the role. She only talked about the offence to protest her innocence. Was she close to anyone? As I said, to none of the women. We appointed a new chaplain a year ago, and Jeannie seemed to respect her. What about the officers? The teachers? No. Prison works on the principle of consent. Offenders recognise their guilt and the right of the authorities to order their lives. Jeannie never did. She questioned, challenged. It made her unpopular. The standard of teaching in prison, especially a prison like this, which doesn't hold many long-term inmates, has to be pretty basic. Jeannie could be dismissive, almost rude. She'd had a better education than most of the teachers, and didn't hide it. How did she get on with her probation officer? There wasn't much contact. Probation officers are supposed to maintain a link with offenders in custody, but there are often more pressing demands on their time. I looked at the welfare report after Jeannie died, and Robert Winters seemed to have been very fair. He tried to encourage her to say and do all the right things. He visited her father in the hope of finding her a supportive home after her release. I'm afraid Mr. Long wasn't very helpful. Long thought she'd killed the girl and deserved to be here. The governor seemed unable to speak. Vera wanted to slap some life into him. Did you know that Mr. Winter was indirectly involved in the Mantell case? His daughter found the girl's body. No. The governor seemed shocked. But then I never met him. I'd no reason to. I have regular contact with the welfare officers who are based here, of course, but not with those who come in from outside. When did he last visit Jeannie? The governor reached over and pulled a file from a tidy pile on the table under the window, but Vera had the impression he knew the answer already. 3 days before she died. The chaplain had a small office behind the chapel. Usually she would have left by now, the governor said, but she'd hung on especially to see Vera. He called an officer to take her, a friendly young woman who shouted to the women on the wing by name. It was tea time, and they'd formed a disorderly queue along the corridor to collect food from a hatch. A very thin girl with unkempt hair and slashes on her wrists was singing to herself, something loud and aggressive. No one took any notice. Jeannie would have stood here too, Vera thought, aloof and friendless.
"Did you know Jeannie long?"
she asked the officer.
"Yes." "What did you make of her?"
The woman shrugged.
"Not much, to tell the truth. She thought she was better than the rest of them, and she'd managed to twist the #1 governor round her little finger. Not that it's hard to do that. He's taken in by all their sob-stories."
She realised that she'd been indiscreet, and they walked on through the jostling, curious women in silence. The chaplain was small. She wore a white nylon roll-neck sweater under a brightly coloured cardigan to represent the dog collar and red cord trousers. She made Vera tea. "That's all some of them come for," she said. "Tea in a china cup and biscuits. I don't mind. It doesn't seem a lot to ask occasionally, does it?"
"What did Jeannie Long come for?"
She said it was for some intelligent conversation and a break from the noise on the wing.
"That sounds reasonable."
"Perhaps, and rather arrogant. I didn't find her an easy person to like, Inspector. She believed she was different from the other women. She wasn't prepared to give them a chance."
"She was innocent,"
Vera said, trying to contain her anger. That made her different. "How often did you see her?" "Once a week, on Friday mornings. The governor asked me to talk to her when I first arrived here. He said she was having a hard time. She wasn't getting on with her named officer. We fell into the habit of weekly meetings. I'm not sure what she really got out of them."
"What did you talk about?"
"Not religion," the chaplain said quickly. "She made it clear from the beginning that that was a no-go area. My mother believed in all that crap, and look what it did for her. She was always on her guard against anything which might seduce her away from the fight, as if she had to stay angry to keep faith with herself. It would be so easy to give in, she said once, to let it go. The only times I ever did see her let it go was when she talked about music. She became a different person then, gentler and more relaxed."
"Did you discuss the Mantell case?"
"She did, certainly, at every opportunity. I was uncomfortable. I didn't know how to react. I didn't want to encourage false hopes. The case went to appeal once, soon after she was sentenced, but it was thrown out. There was no new evidence. I couldn't see that it would ever be reopened. And of course all my training and belief and the ethos of the prison is about acceptance of wrongdoing. That has to come before the possibility of rehabilitation."
"You believed she killed the girl, then?"
Vera thought this was a load of sanctimonious nonsense. "I'm naive. I didn't think the court could get it that wrong. I thought perhaps she'd convinced herself that she was innocent because she couldn't face the horror of what she'd done. And I couldn't dismiss the possibility that she was very manipulative, that I was being conned."
"Did you take any practical steps to clear her name?"
"I think she did in the beginning. She wrote letters to the newspapers and anyone else she could think of protesting her innocence. Though soon she wasn't used any more and the press lost interest, until the Guardian picked up on the 10-year anniversary of the trial. Soon after her conviction, her mother took out an advert in one of the London papers with a photo, asking anyone who'd seen Jeannie on the day the girl was killed to come forward. Then her mother died, and I suppose she gave up hope. All she could do was to go over and over the facts."
"And that's what she did at your meetings?"
"For much of the time. I didn't think it was healthy repeating the same stories week after week. She said she had to remember. Everyone else would forget what had happened. Some day, she said, she might have to stand up in court and give her version of events again. She'd need to know what to say."
"Can you remember what she told you?"
"Oh, I think so," the chaplain said. "I heard it often enough." She turned slightly in her chair so she wasn't looking directly at Vera. Outside there was a brief commotion, raised voices, the shout of an officer, but she took no notice. Jeannie was passionate about music, ambitious. She wanted to make a career of it. Not teaching, she said. She'd never have managed that. She knew it would be tough to get into the profession, So at university she stayed focused, concentrated on her work. She went out with a couple of lads, but there was nothing serious. They'd have got in the way. Then she met Keith Mantell, and she was in love, the way most kids are when they're 15 and fall for some pop star. But Keith Mantell was real and available, and he seemed to reciprocate her feelings.
What did she feel about Mantell when she was inside?
She said she had no regrets. That summer was the most wonderful time of her life. Remembering it was all that kept her going. I think she still had the fantasy that when her name was cleared, they'd get back together.
Did she talk about Abigail?
Yes. And it was almost as if she blamed the girl for her own murder. I hated the way she spoke about her. She said the power Abigail had over her father was unnatural, strange. If I was religious, I'd have said she was evil. I tried to understand her, but it's hard to understand someone who's that screwed up and self-obsessed. Of course, I could see how it had happened. Her mother dying when she was young, her father spoiling her, but she turned into a monster and there's no excuse for that. She blamed Abigail, of course, for Keith's decision to throw her out. I could tell that still hurt. She was still making excuses for it, trying to find an explanation which didn't have her playing the role of the spurned lover.
Did she describe the day of the murder?
Yes, and it was much as she told it in court. She phoned the old chapel early in the morning. There was only the answer machine. That didn't mean Keith wasn't in. She said he wouldn't talk to her, that he knew if they spoke together, he'd have to let her back. She was tempted to go to see him, but it was a weekend and she knew he wouldn't be himself if Abigail was there. On a whim, she decided to go away for the day. She drove to Hull and took the first train to London. She got a train back in the late afternoon. No one saw her or spoke to her. When she arrived back at her parents' house, she learned that Abigail was dead. She tried to phone Keith to offer her sympathy, but again there was no reply. Her parents persuaded her not to go to the house. Later she was told that he'd moved in with a friend so he could grieve in peace. Only a few days later, she was arrested.
Did she have any theories about who had killed Abigail?
Usually she spoke vaguely about Abigail asking for trouble, the way she dressed and led men on, posing and giggling and flirting. Some sad, sick old man, Jeannie said. I did wonder.
Yes.
I did wonder if Jeannie might have been talking about her father, if that was why she hated him so much. Not because he'd killed Abigail. She'd have forgiven him for that, but for letting her take the blame, for leaving her to rot in here. I didn't believe that, though. Not for more than a moment. I thought she was guilty. When Vera arrived back at her hotel, it was almost dinner time, and she was spoiling for a fight. From the prison she'd gone into Krill, into the police station, where the incident room had been set up. She'd expected to be treated as she was at home, not quite as a female deity, but as someone whose word counted for something. It hadn't been like that. Paul Holness had been there, lording it over the incident room, shouting his orders, handing out scraps of praise to his adoring team. He'd treated her requests first with a patronising amusement, then with downright hostility. She'd misjudged him. Holness might not be bright, but he didn't want her playing an active role in the Christopher Winter murder inquiry. In the hotel, she went straight to the bar. It was furnished like a gentleman's club, with dim lighting, and music so low it was impossible to make out what it was. It seemed more like a vibration in the background than music, the irritating hum of an insect. She could have done with a shower, but she needed a drink more, and she didn't feel like drinking on her own. She phoned Ashworth's mobile. "Where are you?"
"Just got in."
He sensed her mood and added, "Ma'am." An insurance policy. It didn't do any harm, and sometimes it mollified her.
"Not tonight. Get down here. I'm buying."
She sat, taking up most of a leather Chesterfield with her bags and her coat, fuming, until he arrived.
"How was the visit to the prison?" he asked mildly. Interesting, but we'll talk about that later. And your meeting with the local plods? She didn't answer directly. What did you make of them, anyway? Did they give up the list of witnesses who were at Mantell's without a fight? No bother. But it saved them a bit of work, didn't it? An extra body to check through the statements and do the follow-up visits. They weren't going to turn that down. I found them bloody obstructive. He said nothing. Thought, you didn't get your own way then? They want to treat the two cases as separate investigations. There's no evidence to link the two inquiries at this point, so they say. So Holness says. It's madness. And even if there were, it's not my role to find out who killed Abigail, only to reach a decision about how the original team got it wrong. It'll be political, he said. They'd not want an outsider taking over a live murder case. It'd make them all look incompetent. You never thought you'd get away with that. I can't imagine you agreeing to it on Warpatch. Maybe not, she said. Old Ness could have asked you to put the Mantell inquiry on hold while the current investigation is underway. I'd like to see him try. She hated Ashworth when he was being reasonable. Besides, the press would see it as a cover-up. Are any of the officers who worked on the Mantell case part of the team looking into Christopher Winter's murder? He asked. No. I can't see that you can object then. It's a fresh team. Not likely the same mistakes will be made this time. And they'll keep you informed of developments. They say they will, especially if they turn up anything which relates to the Mantell investigation. Well, then. She drank her scotch and suddenly grinned at him. Don't mind me, pet. I just want to be home, you know. He nodded. How did you get on? She asked. I don't think we'll get much from the witness statements. It seems the Winter family were among the last people to arrive at the party. Caroline Fletcher arrived later, but she told the locals last night that she didn't meet anyone in the lane on her way in. So, if anyone at the bonfire killed Christopher, she was the most likely. Nah, he said. Any one of them could have slipped out to meet the lad without the rest of the crowd noticing. No one saw Robert Winter leave, but then they didn't miss Mrs. Winter either, when she went out to fetch her coat. Have they found the murder weapon yet? No. They're going to continue the search at first light. They're not much further forward, then, she said, unable to keep the satisfaction from her voice. What's the plan for tomorrow? We need to talk to Mantell. They can't object to that. He was our victim's father. It's only right. When they approached the old chapel the next morning, it was only just light. The rain had stopped, though there was still the wind, which blew a paper fertilizer sack into the road in front of them, and dead twigs from the bent trees, and eddies of sand and straw. It was the wind, which Mantell mentioned first when he opened the door. Blowing into a storm, he said, looking up into the grey, racing clouds, as if he'd lived in the country all his life, as if he knew about boats and tides and the weather. Vera introduced herself. You're leading the new inquiry into my daughter's death. That's right. This is my sergeant. I thought you might have been here to see me earlier. It would have been courteous. I only heard they were reopening the case from the press. Vera muttered something about only having made preliminary inquiries, but she knew he was right. And anyway, he hadn't made the point aggressively. Whatever his past record, whatever Michael Long had thought, seeing him now, she felt sorry for him. You're lucky to catch me in. I decided to work at home today. Cancelled all my meetings. I couldn't face it. That business with the lad the other night, it brought it all back. They were still standing at the arched wooden door and could see the crime scene. A bit of blue and white tape had come loose and was blowing crazily, like the tail of a big, flash kite, the sort controlled by 2 strings. A line of officers in overalls and navy anoraks walked slowly, eyes to the ground, across a neighbouring field. 2 young people dead, Mantell said. What a terrible waste.
33, said Ashworth. Mantell didn't respond, but Ashworth had spoken quietly, and perhaps he hadn't heard. They followed him through to the room where the old ladies had sat 2 nights before. No evidence remained of the gathering. The extra chairs had been removed, the carpet hoovered. In the conservatory beyond, a plastic crate stood by the outside door. It contained empty wine bottles, some jammed, neck down, into the layer below. Through the glass they saw the remains of the bonfire, and dead fireworks strewn on the grass. Mantell nodded at them to sit down. "Do you think they were killed by the same person?" he demanded. Then, when there wasn't an immediate response, "I mean Abigail and the winter boy. There's no evidence either way yet. I was convinced Jeannie was guilty. It was all that kept me going. The anger, the court case, seeing her sent down. I went to court every day, sat in the gallery after I'd given evidence, waited the 4 days it took them to come up with a verdict. I'd have hanged myself then, if it had been possible." He stopped abruptly. "You are sure she was innocent? It's not just the press after a story. Her lawyers playing the system?" "Quite sure." He sat very still. "I didn't believe it until last night," he said. "I thought it was the do-gooders and liberals out to clear her name. Then when there was another body, even I could tell it was too much of a coincidence." He looked up sharply. "What do you think? Some madman on the loose?" "It's too early to come to any conclusions. They are treating it as 2 separate cases, until there's more evidence either way." He seemed about to argue, but thought better of it. "What do you want from me?" "Tell me about the months leading up to Abigail's death." "What good will that do after all this time? You must have access to the statements." "It's not the same as hearing it from you." He shut his eyes, scrunched them up tight like a child trying to fight off tears. But when he opened them again and started speaking, his voice was calm. "Her mother died when Abigail was 6. Breast cancer. She was only 33. Still lovely. If you've been doing your job properly, you'll know I played a bit dirty when I was younger, but by the time she became ill, I'd settled down. I didn't think I deserved it. Losing her, I mean. I pushed the rules to the limits, perhaps, but I stayed within them. Then, at least. I was successful. Lucky. Tragedies like that didn't happen to me. When Liz died, I wanted to run away. Pretend it had never happened. But I couldn't because of Abigail. I suppose I spoiled her, but that's what fathers do, isn't it? They spoil their little girls. And then I spent so much time at work. When I was around, I wanted to make it special for her." He paused. "There'd been other women before Jeannie. I'd brought some of them home, but they all knew that Abigail came first." "Jeannie must have been special, then?" "Not particularly, no. She was young, pretty enough, a talented musician. But there have been others, prettier, sexier." "Yet she was the first one you moved in." "I didn't move her in. She turned up uninvited with all her bags after a row with her father. When I came in from work, she'd unpacked. A fait accompli." "Why did you let her stay?" "Apathy. Devilment. Her father had never liked me, and it was amusing to wind him up. And there was something about her. Something innocent, I suppose. She reminded me a bit of Liz when she was a girl. She made me feel young again. That first night she was so grateful to be here, so eager to please. She'd have done anything for me. It was flattering. I took the easy way out. It wasn't as if I was home much. I told myself it would be good for Abigail to have the company of someone nearer her own age. But Abigail didn't like her. Couldn't stand her, he said simply. Too used to getting her own way, I suppose, always being the centre of attention. So you told Jeannie she'd have to leave, eventually, in the autumn. I could tell by then it wasn't going to work.
I was too old, after all. She was so intense, and it became clear that she wanted more from the relationship than I did.
Marriage?
Maybe. She never mentioned it, but I wouldn't have been surprised.
He hesitated.
Besides, there was someone else. I was looking for an excuse to get rid of Jeannie. The situation was messy. A distraction.
What happened when you asked Jeannie to leave?
It was horrible. I knew she could be moody, unpredictable, but that day she lost it completely. She blamed it all on Abigail. I'd always thought of her as rather prim, but she let fly with a stream of filth.
What did you say about Abigail? Vera asked. Precisely.
She called her a dirty little slut, amongst other things.
You didn't mention that in your statement. Vera waited, but Mantell didn't respond. And she continued slowly. I can understand why you were so angry. What do you think made Jeannie so abusive?
Because she knew it would hurt me. She was jealous.
Why slut, though? Why that particularly?
If you want to know about Abigail's sexual history, you could ask,
Mantell said. And that made Vera feel like a worm again, as she had when they first arrived. Yes, she said, I'm sorry. You do see why it could be important.
They asked about boyfriends first time round. Sexual partners, they said. It hadn't occurred to me that she might have been sleeping with someone.
You were shocked?
I had no right to be shocked. I slept with women, many of them not much older than Abigail. I was surprised. I had thought she'd talk to me about something like that. I'd known it would happen, of course. I'd prepared myself for it. Imagined her bringing some boy home. I knew I wouldn't take to him, however decent and respectable he might be, but thought I could pretend, welcome him in. Then I wouldn't lose her. I hadn't thought she'd keep it a secret.
She was underage?
The boy would have been committing an offence. Perhaps that was it.
You had no idea at all who she was seeing?
None at all. She had a party for her 15th birthday. There were boys here for that. I could probably remember the names of some of them, but I was around for most of the evening, and there didn't seem to be anyone special.
Nick Lynham. Does that ring a bell?
The teacher's lad. Yes, he was one of them.
And Christopher Winter?
Emma was here, of course. She and Abigail were best friends, but I don't remember seeing the boy. Abigail had laughed about him, talked about a crush, but I don't think he'd have been invited. Wasn't he quite a lot younger?
Only a year, Vera said.
That was all.
He was staring out into the garden, distracted for a moment by the cloud of rooks which scattered from an old sycamore, and he seemed not to hear. Let me take you back to the night of the bonfire. In her mind she saw him standing there, welcoming his guests with his trophy girlfriend by his side. Middle-aged, of course, but fit and charming. This person seemed older. She liked him better. Did you see Christopher Winter during the evening?
I don't think I'd have recognised him. 10 years makes a lot of difference to someone that age, and I only saw him a few times while Abigail was alive. Sitting in the back of his mother's car when she came to collect Emma. Once on the Point, I think. His parents were here last night. They'd have seen him, surely, if he'd been one of the guests.
Probably. Were there many strangers here?
People I didn't know, certainly. The tickets were on sale in the pub and the post office. The lifeboat crew brought their friends.
You recognised Caroline Fletcher?
Yes. She was the officer in charge of the original inquiry.
Did you invite her?
No.
Why was she here? She could see him framing a non-committal reply in his head, then give up on it. Too exhausted, perhaps, to make the effort to lie.
To check up on me. To remind me that we could both face problems if I spoke to the authorities.
Then, flippant,
because she can't keep away. I'm not sure I follow you." Though she was beginning to. Understanding was seeping into her brain like water into an estuary. "Look, I said that I'd met someone else before Jeannie moved in here, and it made things messy, complicated."
Take this moment to unwind. Let the tension melt away. We'll be back shortly. And thank you. Your presence makes all the difference.
Pause. "Go on." She was sitting very still, staring into his face. He returned her gaze. Again, she thought he would refuse to answer. "The woman was Caroline." "You were going out with Caroline Fletcher while she was investigating your daughter's murder." Vera was apoplectic, scarlet, marble-eyed, only just holding it together. "We were close, yes." And it never occurred to her to declare an interest. She could have wrecked the whole case. "We'd been discreet. We didn't think anyone would find out." Dan Greenwood had guessed, Vera thought, but had been too daft and too loyal to say anything. No wonder Fletcher had taken against Jeannie from the beginning. "What did you promise her to get a conviction?" Vera demanded. "Nothing. There was no need. She wanted it as much as I did." She was besotted, Vera thought. What is wrong with all these women? She was a strong, clever woman, and she threw her career away for a brat like you. That was why she left the service, so she'd be free to marry you when you asked her. Is that what you promised? But you never did. She was even more of a mug than Jeannie Long. Mantell walked with them to their car and stood shivering while Ashworth patted his pockets for the keys. "One thing," he said. "Yes?" "Emma's husband. The one who calls himself Bennett. The pilot on the river." "What about him?" "I recognized him last night. He didn't realize. You should check him out. That wasn't his name when I first met him." "What was his name?" He shrugged, and Vera couldn't tell whether he didn't remember or he thought he told them enough. Before they could ask him more, he turned and walked quickly back to the house. Vera was stranded in the deep armchair. It was too low for her to climb out with any sort of dignity. She ate the last chip, licked her finger and collected the last scraps of batter, then screwed the greasy paper into a ball and hurled it overarm towards the waste bin in the corner. Dan Greenwood retrieved it from the floor. They were in the old forge in the room next to his office. Just her and Greenwood. She'd sent Ashworth to the F.E. college where Emma had worked to talk to Nicholas Lynham, who, when he was a lad, might once have had sex with Abigail Mantell. So many connections, she thought. People waltzing in and out of each other's lives. She felt her eyes glaze as she pictured the patterns, the lines of connection. Her lids began to droop. At her age, she deserved a nap in the afternoon. "Did you make that coffee?" she said. Some temptations you couldn't give in to. He nodded to the tray on the upturned crate beside him. "Well, it's no good to me there." He lifted the mug to within her reach. "How did you know Mantell was screwing Fletcher?" "I didn't." Defensive, touchy. "You're not surprised, though." "She was never happy without a man in her life. She doesn't come across as the needy sort, but it was like she couldn't believe in herself without a man to admire her. Oh, God." She leaned back in her chair, legs stretched ahead of her, heels on the floor, and stared at the ceiling. "Not another one." "What?" I've had Ashworth spouting psycho-babble ever since he arrived. She pulled herself more upright so she could look Greenwood in the face. Did she ever have a go at you? What do you mean? He took out a tin of tobacco and began to roll a cigarette. His hands were shaking. Don't go all coy on me, Danny. You know what I'm getting at. His neck, underneath the beard, was flushed. No, he said. I wasn't important enough. She never took me that seriously. Did you ever see them together? Fletcher and Mantell? He shook his head slowly. I heard a phone call. She didn't know I was there. I mean, it could have been to anyone. By that time, my judgment was shot, and my paranoia was sky-high, but I thought it was to him. What did she say? It was just after we'd taken Jeannie into custody. She was telling him that she'd be charged by the end of the day, that was all. But it was the way she was saying it, like she was a little girl, a good little girl who'd done as she was told. Christ, Vera said. You'd want to puke. I felt sorry for her, really. Greenwood nipped the end of the cigarette. Like I said, my judgment was shot. I should have stood up to her. I knew we were cutting corners. Vera drank her coffee as if she couldn't trust herself to say anything. He rolled the cigarette in his fingers, but still he didn't light up. I met her last week. You met Fletcher? She phoned me, asked if we could go out for a drink. I told her I was too busy. Just a quick one before closing time, she said. She picked me up from here. He looked at Vera, but she refused to help him out. By then the pubs were closed, so we went back to my place. He blushed. Nothing happened, nothing like that, just a drink and a chat. What did she want, then? To know if I'd heard anything, if you'd been in touch. She couldn't understand why she'd not been contacted. And you told her, of course. I felt sorry for her. I explained. She's not as tough as she makes out. You do realise she's a suspect in a murder inquiry. Probably the prime suspect, as things have turned out. No! A rejection of the whole notion. She certainly had a motive for killing Abigail Mantell and arresting Jeannie Long. We've only her word for it, that she didn't speak to Christopher Winter at the time of the original inquiry. It's possible that he saw her with Abigail that afternoon, and she persuaded him it was of no importance. You can see she could be persuasive, especially with a young lad. Perhaps that was why he turned up in Elvet now. Wanted to set things straight? No, Greenwood said again. She thought he would like to put his hands over his ears and shut out her words. She was there the night he died. Vera went on relentlessly. She had possible motive, opportunity, and she disappeared just before the body was found. There's a stronger case against her than against anyone else involved. He'd been looking at the cracked and dusty tiles on the floor. Now he looked straight at her. You don't really believe she's a double murderer? Probably not, she said, but she's bad news. If she gets in touch with you again, let me know. They sat for a long time, staring at each other in silence. What do you know about James Bennett? Vera said at last. He's a pilot on the Humber. I know that man. It's all anyone says about him. You can't have him down as a suspect. He wasn't living round here when Abigail Mantell was killed. How do you know? He only moved into the village when he married Emma, and they bought the house over the square. When was that? Not long. 2 years at the most. You're mates, aren't you? I suppose so. The concept seemed to embarrass him. We both play cricket for the village team, have a few pints together after a game. So, he'll have talked about his background, his family. You know where he grew up? Not really, Greenwood said. Mostly his talk about the mid-order collapse or where we can find a decent bowler. You're winding me up. He likes talking about his work, pilotage. Safe ground, she said. He won't be caught out on that. What do you mean? According to Mantell, He's not who he says he is. How would he know? He recognized him, apparently. And you believe Mantell?
Yes, Vera said.
I think I do.
She stood up. She'd arranged to meet Ashworth in the tea shop over the road. It would do as an office for the time being. Better than the station in the town, which had turned out to be enemy territory. Eventually, she supposed, she'd have to put in another appearance there, show her face round the door of the incident room, smile to show they were all on the same side, working together. But at the moment it suited her to keep her position ambiguous and detached. Better all round if no one knew where she was and what she was up to. Caroline Fletcher, it seemed, still had a way of inspiring loyalty among her former colleagues. She looked down at Greenwood. He was hunched forwards, his shoulders tense. "Will you be all right?" Trying not to fuss. He looked up and forced a smile. "Sure. It's about time I did some work here. There's a trade fair at the end of the week. I should be preparing for that." "You should find yourself a good woman." He paused before speaking, and she waited, expecting some confidence. But obviously he thought better of it. "Yeah, well, easier said than done. I've never had much luck in that line." He looked straight up at her. Those dark eyes that made you think like something out of a soppy magazine. "I'd be your woman, good or bad. Only no man has ever wanted me." The words came suddenly into her head, and she was shocked by their bitterness. She turned away. Outside the light had almost gone, and the street was quiet. There was a smell of wood smoke. Not from a bonfire. There'd be wood-burning stoves in the big houses on the other side of the square. It was a wealthy village, this, she thought. It wasn't showy, like the estate where Fletcher lived, but there was plenty of money around. As she waited across the road, Ashworth pulled up. While he was parking, she watched a group of girls in school uniform come out of the post office, with cans of Coke and bars of chocolate. She wondered what they'd do in a place like this for a good night out. All kids like to take risks. But until the murders, you'd have put this down as one of the safest places on earth. So what would they do? Hang around each other's houses, looking for porn sites on the internet? Drink too much? Have sex with unsuitable lads? A girl like Abigail Mantell must have been bored silly here. What games had she been playing to bring a bit of excitement to her life? "We'll be closing in 5 minutes," the woman in the bakery said as soon as they opened the door. "Lass, what about this wonderful Yorkshire hospitality we hear so much about? A pot of tea and a couple of currant tea cakes, and we'll be no trouble. You can leave us to ourselves and finish up in here." The woman shrugged, but she nodded them through to the back room before changing the sign on the door to closed. She'd know who they were by now. It should be something to talk to her friends about. Vera thought again, Elvet was that sort of place. You had to find your excitement where you could. The chairs had all been put upside down on the tables. She chose a place furthest away from the shop and made herself comfortable. "Well?" Ashworth sat opposite her. "Lynham's a really nice bloke." Vera sighed theatrically. Ashworth thought well of everyone. He made most of the social workers she'd come across seem flint-hearted. "He is. He was wondering if he should come to speak to us. Then he thought it might not be relevant, and that we'd see him as some sort of ghoul, wanting to get mixed up in a murder investigation." Ashworth stopped speaking as the woman from the shop came in with a heavy tea tray, and continued once she'd left. "He was older than her, in his last year of the 6th form when she died. Did he sleep with her? Only once, he says. One afternoon, soon after her 15th birthday party. They both bunked off school, drank a couple of bottles of wine that had been left over from the party, and ended up in bed together." "Where?" "Her house."
I thought there was some sort of housekeeper who was there to keep an eye on her. There'd been a succession, apparently. None of them stayed long. According to Lynham, it was the woman's day off. So, it was planned in advance. By Abigail, at least. It was all her idea. According to him. He sounded genuine to me, Ashworth said. His dad was a teacher at the school, and it was hard for him to get away with much. The way he tells it, it was a sort of a dare. She taunted him into skipping a class and going back with her. Afterwards, he threw up. More nerves than the drink, he said.
Was she experienced?
More experienced than him, but that's not saying much.
Vera tried to picture the scene, get it clear in her head. She wished she'd been there at the interview. She'd like to have known what the weather was like, where they'd sat to drink the wine, what music they'd listened to.
How did they get from the school to her house? The lunchtime bus to the village, and then they walked.
Was it a regular thing for her, slagging off school?
He said he had the impression that it had happened before, but she could have been showing off. How could Emma Bennett not have known about this?
Vera was speaking almost to herself.
She must have realised Abigail was playing truant, unless Abigail lied to her, came up with a plausible explanation for the absences. Or perhaps Emma has been lying to us.
She shared the last of the tea from the pot between them.
What do you think?
But Ashworth hadn't been listening.
There's more,
he said. Something in his voice made her look up sharply.
Spit it out, man. Afterwards, Lynham got cold feet. Maybe
He struggled for an appropriate word.
Encounter didn't live up to expectations. Maybe he was so scared of his father that he wasn't prepared to risk another dirty afternoon with the girl, however good it was. Anyway, he told her that was it. He didn't want it to happen again. Not until she was 16 at least, and he'd finished his A-levels. Oh, she wouldn't like that, Vera said. Not a spoilt little girl like Abigail. But Lynham said she did like it, in a strange kind of way. She saw it as a challenge, a game. So, Vera thought, that was how she got her kicks.
Ashworth was continuing.
If I'd gone along with her, she'd probably have lost interest, but it gave her the excuse to play nasty.
In what way?
She said he had no right to treat her like that. If he didn't agree to spend more time with her, she'd go to his dad and tell him what had happened. But she'd say it had all been Lynham's fault, that he'd got her drunk and seduced her. Innocent little darling, Vera said. Wasn't that what one of the headlines called her at the time? You can't really blame the lass, Ashworth said. Only 15, and no mum to keep her straight. The lad didn't have to jump into bed with her.
Vera said nothing. Perhaps Ashworth was right, and perhaps Caroline was misunderstood too, and as vulnerable as Greenwood had made out. But she thought the men's brains had turned to jelly. They couldn't see straight. Faced with a pretty woman, they all seemed to lose their reason. Then she brought herself up with a start. What was she thinking? That the girl had deserved to die horribly at the edge of a windswept field one cold November afternoon? That she'd asked for it? That made her as bad as Jeanie, brooding in her cell, calling the girl evil.
What happened? She asked. Did Lynham call her bluff? He didn't need to. The following week she was killed.
Oh, God, Vera said.
Another bloody suspect. No, he was in Sunderland all weekend with his family, his grandma's funeral. I'll check, of course, but I'm sure he's telling the truth.
Abigail used blackmail to bring a bit of excitement into her life, Vera said. She saw the woman from the shop standing in the doorway with a mop and bucket, and stood up to show they were ready to go.
What else turned her on? do you suppose?
Vera was having problems seeing Jeannie and Mantell as a couple. Michael Long had described how they'd met, but he'd put his own spin on it. He'd disapproved from the beginning and hadn't bothered trying to understand. The prison governor thought Jeannie had been a saint, and the chaplain hadn't got on with her. Vera wanted to understand what had brought the two of them together. She thought she owed Jeannie that. Ashworth went off to check Nick Lynam's alibi for the day that Abigail was strangled, but Vera stood in the street, pondering the matter, not ready yet to go back to the hotel. The pub had just opened for the evening and was still empty. Vera pushed her way in. She was an expert on pubs and thought she wouldn't mind this as her local. There was a jukebox, but no background music and none of those machines that beeped and flashed lights. The ashtrays were clean, and the tables were polished. She'd guessed the beer would be well kept. Not that she was a snob about such things. She sat at the bar for a moment before a woman came from the back to serve her, apologising for keeping her waiting. She was in her 50s, smart, and if she'd seen her in the street, Vera would have put her down as one of those efficient businesswomen who can hold a company together. Vera ordered beer. Too early for whiskey, she decided. And whatever you're having. The landlady pulled the beer, then took a small bottle of orange juice, opened it expertly, checked the glass was spotless, and poured it. "You must be Veronica," Vera said. "Michael told me about you. You know who I am. A place like this, word gets about." "You're the inspector. Come to find out why an innocent woman spent 10 years in jail, then killed herself because she could see no way out." Vera was surprised by the anger. It was the first unambiguous support she'd heard for Jeannie in Elvet. She liked the woman. She lifted the glass to her lips. She'd been right about the beer. "Aye," she said. "It was a tragedy. It was a crime." "Did you tell them first time round you thought they'd got it wrong?" "I tried," Veronica said. "I made an appointment to see that other woman, Fletcher." "What did you say?" "That if I didn't have any evidence, or couldn't provide Jeannie with an alibi, I was wasting my time. But as I saw it, they didn't have the evidence to convict her. I worked as secretary to a solicitor before Barry and I took this place on. I've never seen a case handled like this one. As I saw it, there was no one really to fight on Jeannie's behalf. Michael had never understood her, and Peg was ill by the time it came to court." "You knew them all? Mantell and Jeannie and the girl?" "Mantell and Jeannie, certainly. My son went to school with Abigail, but he was a bit younger, so I didn't really know her. She came in here once with a couple of lads, dressed up so I hardly recognised her, hoping to get served. Stupid to think she'd get away with it, but they all try it on one time or another." Vera had a thought. "Did you know Christopher Winter? He must have been the same age as your son." "Not then. Not at the time of the murder. He'd only just moved to the village, and though he was in the same year as my boy, he was a different type of lad. Academic. Later I got to know him a bit better." "How?" "He came in here a few times when he was home from university. Looked like he could use someone to talk to. If it was quiet, I'd chat." "Was it always on his own?" "Aye, always." "And what did you talk about?" "Nothing important. Anything that took his fancy. World news, village gossip. I had the impression he just wanted an excuse to be out the house for a bit. Glad to escape his father, maybe. I don't think they got on." Vera sat for a moment, thinking about a boy whose only entertainment on his break from university was to sit in a quiet pub, making small talk with a middle-aged woman. "Did he drink too much?" "Sometimes. No more than other lads his age. But he never got fighting drunk. Never made a nuisance of himself. I saw him come over a bit sentimental a couple of times, and that's when he talked about his father.
Sometimes I don't think I'm his son at all. I can't believe there's anything to do with me."
An elderly man came in. Veronica had his pint pulled before he reached the bar. He put a couple of coins on the counter and carried the drink to a corner without speaking. Vera waited until he was out of earshot, then continued.
"You must have known Jeannie well, though. She worked for you."
"Aye, in the restaurant first, then when she was 18, in the bar too. I liked her very much, though Barry said she was too quiet to be a barmaid, not outgoing enough. I didn't care about that. She was interesting. I looked forward to the days she was working. We talked about music and books. You don't get much of that conversation in here." "Or with Barry?" was the implication.
"Not everyone seemed to have liked her," Vera said. "I've talked to a few people. Arrogant, they called her. Cocky."
Veronica thought about that.
Maybe she could seem that way if you didn't know her well. She was different from the other girls in the village. She couldn't talk to them. But it was more shyness than anything else. And later, after she'd been through the court case, I suppose she had to be hard to survive. Did you ever go to visit her in prison? I told Peg that I'd go if she wanted me to. I asked her to get Jeannie to send me a visiting order. But she never did. Perhaps she couldn't bear anyone else to see her in that place."
There was another pause.
She was proud, even when she was a youngster.
Sometimes you get comments in here.
Lads, when they've had too much to drink, sneering, acting all macho. She'd never show that they'd got to her. Did her father get to her?
Oh, aye.
I don't know what it was with Michael. He could never let her be, always criticising and passing comment about her clothes or her hair or how she spent her time. But she'd not let on that he bothered her either, like I said, proud. Tell me about how she met Keith Mantell. Was that while she was working here?
Veronica stared towards the door, as if she hoped someone would come in, so she could avoid answering.
I worry about that sometimes, the way things happen. If I hadn't taken her on here, perhaps she'd still be alive. You can't think like that, Pet. It'd drive you crazy.
I know. But maybe I should have done more to warn her off Mantell. She might have listened to me. But he charmed her.
Keith can be irresistible when he turns on the charm. I've seen him in action in here.
What was the attraction for him? I mean, why Jeannie? I can't see her as his type.
She was beautiful, Veronica said simply, in the way some models are. The ones that make all the money. Not pretty. Abigail was pretty. Jeannie was stunning.
And it happened very quickly.
One day it seemed she was this gawky teenager given to spots. Then this interesting young woman. Not everyone saw it. They remembered the old Jeannie, even when the new one was standing right in front of them. Even Michael didn't realise. Mantell saw it, though. I could see him watching her. Jeannie didn't realise herself how she'd changed, until he pointed it out. That's why she fell for him, then, Vera said. Ah, he was older. A bit of a crook, but he made her feel attractive for the first time. Veronica paused. It helped, of course, that her father couldn't stand him. What was all that about? Why did Michael take against him? Michael had pretty well run the village before then. His family's lived here for generations. His father was cox of the lifeboat. He kept a fishing boat down on the shore. And Michael had worked for the pilot since he was a young man. Then Keith Mantell turned up, throwing money around, and folks started taking notice of him instead. Stupid, really. Like little boys in a playground. It made you want to bang their heads together. Did Jeannie carry on working here after she moved in with Mantell? No, he wouldn't have liked that. He likes his women dependent on him. And I know what he said in court about Jeannie turning up on his doorstep and him not being able to turn her away. As if he didn't really care about her one way or the other. But I'm not sure that was true. Not at the beginning. At the beginning she really got under his skin. Vera considered this for a moment. Perhaps she'd been wrong about Mantell. Perhaps he'd been capable of love after all. Perhaps if the couple had been left alone, if Abigail and Michael and everyone else in Elvert had left them alone, they could have been happy. No, she thought then, this was never going to be a fairy-tale romance. It's still been seeing Caroline Fletcher all the time. It would never have worked out. She emptied her glass and set it on the bar. "Another?" Veronica asked. Vera thought about that seriously. "Best not." She slid from her stool. "I saw Jeannie," Veronica said suddenly, and Vera hoisted herself back onto the seat. "The week before Abigail was killed. I never said at the time. If the police had asked me about it, they'd have got the wrong impression." "In what way?" "She turned up here just before opening time and I made her a coffee. She just wanted to let off steam. About the girl, Abigail. About what a little madam she was. I don't know what to do. If I tell Keith what she's getting up to, he won't believe me. But I just can't let her get away with it." "Away with what?" Vera asked. Veronica shook her head. "I don't know. If I'd pushed her, maybe she'd have told me. But it was nearly opening time and one of the reps came in. She said she could see I was really busy and she'd come back. 10 days later, the police had her in custody for murder." The next day, Vera drove to the point. There was a car park in the dunes. She left her car facing the river and walked down the track towards the jetty. It was 9 o'clock, and there was a bright morning light. Sharp shadows and a glittering reflection from the water. She was pleased to be away from the village, from the suspicious glares of the locals and the persistent probing of the journos who seemed to lurk on every corner. They'd seen her in the bakery, and some of them had taken up permanent residence there. She'd sent Ashworth to check Bennett was who he said he was. Birth register, national insurance number, passport details. It would take time, but he'd do it well. He'd already found out that Nick Lynham had been sobbing his heart out in a crematorium in Sunderland when Abigail had died. She'd suggested that he work from police headquarters. She wanted to know what was happening with the Winter investigation, and Holness wasn't going to volunteer information to her, not after the way she'd spoken to him when they last met. People liked Ashworth. Wherever he went, they trusted him, talked to him. She knew she rubbed people up the wrong way. She hoped Ashworth would come back with a feel for how the Winter inquiry was progressing. If she asked for specific details, the local team would probably tell her. But she wanted more than that. She needed the wild theories, the gossip in the pub at the end of the day. Besides, she had too much pride to ask. She was glad to be outside, to clear her head. Each night she promised herself she'd have a night off the drink, but she never quite managed it. She never got drunk, not stupid, student drunk, but some evenings she knew it was the only way she'd sleep. She had to reach just that point when her thoughts got mellow and blurry, and the details of the investigation didn't matter quite so much. Then, in the morning, she'd wake up with a distant, heady feeling. And that was how she'd felt this morning. She'd carried on drinking when she'd got back to the hotel. The smell of frying bacon came out of one of the lifeboat houses, and she walked past quickly because, the way she was feeling, she'd rather have salt and seaweed in her nostrils. Beyond the modern lifeboat houses, there were 2 square white cottages, which had once housed the coastguards, but where the coxswains now lived. In one of these, Jeannie Long had grown up, and Michael had nursed his wife until she died. A woman came out of the cottage nearest to the sea. She was dressed in the coxswain's uniform, but her shirt was unbuttoned at the neck, and she didn't make her way to the jetty where the launch was moored.
She was carrying a white enamel bowl. She walked round the house to a whitewashed shed in the back garden and returned with the bowl half full of sandy potatoes.
"A bit early for your dinner,"
Vera said. The woman stopped. It seemed she didn't mind chatting.
"I'll be working most of the day. Might as well get 'em peeled now."
With a bit of a wink.
"I've got a friend coming for supper." Then, "My dad's got an allotment. He keeps me in veg. Nothing like homegrown. So he's always telling me."
Vera took out her warrant card.
"I'm looking into the Abigail Mantell murder. Have you got time for a word? You can do the spuds while we're talking." "Nah," she said. "I'll be glad of an excuse for a coffee. Come in. I'll stick the kettle on."
Her name was Wendy Jowell, the first female coxswain on the Humber, she said. It wasn't like being a proper pilot. All she did was take the launch out to collect the pilot from the ship once he'd got it out of the river. Or take him out. "The pilots?" Vera asked. "They're all men, are they?"
"Of course, that's where the money is, isn't it?"
They laughed.
"One time," Vera said, "you never got female detectives. Not above the rank of sergeant. Things change."
"I'm not sure I'd want it anyway. Too much responsibility, too much pressure. I'm all right where I am."
"Do you know Michael Long?"
"He took me out a few times when I was training. Not that he liked doing it, miserable sod. He couldn't understand how they could appoint a woman. Then I took over from him when he retired. I've not seen him lately. He hid himself away after Peg died."
"Were you living round here at the time of Abigail's murder?"
"In Elvit, in one of the council houses. I was still married then. It was just before I saw sense."
"Did you know Jeanie?"
"A place this size you know most people. To say hello to, at least. She worked in the Anchor sometimes. We might even have been at school together, though I don't remember that. She'd have been younger than me."
"What did you make of her?"
"I liked her. Some people said she was a bit arsey just because she got all her exams and went off to university. I think she was shy, that's all. You'd see her in the pub. Blokes making smutty jokes. Pervy Barry eyeing her up, and she hated it. She put on a good front. I admired her for that. But she wasn't used to it. She'd been away to college, yet you'd think she was just a kid. And it can't have been much fun having Michael Long as your dad."
"Why not?"
"Not exactly sensitive, our Michael. Typical bluff Yorkshireman and proud of it. Bit of a bully on the quiet, too."
"Violent?"
"Not that I've heard, but aggressive. Especially when he's had a few drinks. The way he talks now, you'd think him and Peg had never had a cross word, but it wasn't always like that. Before she got ill, he didn't mind having a go at her. In public sometimes. Once in the Anchor, when she was trying to persuade him to go home, he started yelling at her, calling her all sorts. I wouldn't have put up with it myself."
"It's humiliating," Vera said, "when it happens in public."
"Too right." There was a moment of silence, when they both seemed lost in memory.
"What about Emma Bennett?" Vera asked. "Emma Winter, she would have been then. Did you know her around the time of the murder?"
"She'd be the exception that proved the rule. I wouldn't even have known her if I'd bumped into her in the street. She was a lot younger than me, and they'd only just moved into Springhead then. After it had happened, people pointed her out. You know how people gossip. See that lass, that's the one who found the Mantell girl's body. But until then, I had no idea."
"And now she's married to one of the pilots."
"Aye, to James." She lingered just long enough over the words to give a sense of appreciation. Vera said nothing, hoped she'd continue.
"Now, James Bennett," Wendy said at last, "there's a man who's too good to be true."
"What do you mean?" Vera kept her voice even, barely interested. "Well, he's something else, isn't he? Good-looking, considerate, and a bloody good pilot."
"So everyone tells me."
"Some of the pilots hardly acknowledge you. I mean, it's like they've called a minicab on a Friday night to get them home from town. You get a grunt if you're lucky. James is different. Even when you can tell he's knackered, he's polite."
"Does Emma know how lucky she is?" James is besotted, I know that. And Emma?
You can't tell, can you? She's a bit like Jeannie Long, all restrained and tongue-tied, repressed. Another one with an overbearing father.
How do you know Robert Winter? Vera was surprised. She wouldn't have thought they moved in the same circles. But maybe, as Wendy had said, in a place the size of Elvet, everyone knew everyone else, or thought they did. Wendy paused, and for a moment Vera thought she would avoid answering.
I married a loser, Wendy said in the end. It was a flash bastard, full of schemes and dreams and promises that we'd be rich. But it was all make-believe. All that happened was that he ended up in court, charged with fraud and nicking credit cards.
"I got probation," Vera said.
Aye, and he always had something better to do than keep his appointments in the office, so we'd have Robert Winter sniffing about the place looking for him.
You didn't like Mr. Winter?
He was so patronising, like he was perfect to something and the rest of us were too dumb to organise our own lives. Jed, my bloke, was no angel. He was into all sorts of stuff that I didn't know about, didn't want to know about. And he could get nasty when he'd had a few drinks. Like Michael Long. I could recognise the type. But I didn't need Robert Winter to tell me that. And I'd have left him a hell of a lot sooner if Winter hadn't kept telling me to.
She smiled.
I always was a stubborn cow. Never liked being told what to do.
No, Vera said. Nor do I. That's why I got myself up the ladder a bit, so I could do the telling. I wouldn't have thought that'd have been Mr. Winter's style, though. I'd have thought he'd have been into the sanctity of marriage. He's religious, isn't he?
He's a creep. But Wendy seemed to have lost interest. Anyway, I didn't have to see him much after that. Jed got nicked again and was sent away. By the time he got out of prison, I'd got a job on the ferries. That gave me the bug, and I ended up here.
How did James end up here? Vera asked, as if it was the most natural question in the world, as if really she couldn't care less. I mean, what's his background?
I don't know, Wendy said. That's one of the great things about him. He doesn't talk much about himself. With most blokes, it's all me, 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 isn't it? Not James. He just seems interested in other people.
Outside, in the glaring sunlight, Vera thought that did sound a bit too good to be true. She sat on one of the wooden benches outside the cafe and drank milky coffee, not really sure what she was waiting for. A couple of bird watchers in ridiculous hats munched their way through sausage sandwiches. They spoke with their mouths full about birds they'd seen and missed. Vera, whose father had been a bird watcher of a kind, felt a strange nostalgia. Grease from the sandwich dribbled down one of the men's chin, but he wiped it away before it hit the lens of the binoculars which were strung round his neck. Wendy Jowl came out of her cottage and walked along the jetty to the launch. Vera watched it slide from the shelter of the river into open water, then bounce against the incoming waves until it disappeared round the point. The bird-watchers wandered away, and she was starting to feel cold, but still she couldn't bring herself to move off. Her phone rang just as the launch came back into view. It was Ashworth. "I thought you'd like to know what we've got so far."
We?
So, had already started to work his magic, making allies, building bridges. The local team would feel sorry for him, being managed by a fat cow like her.
Go on.
I've checked with the DVLC in the passport office. According to them, everything seems okay. James Richard Bennett. Date of birth, the 16th of June, 1966. Place of birth was Krill, East Yorkshire.
Local, then.
And Mantell must have got it wrong when he said Bennett wasn't his real name. Or be making mischief. According to Michael Long, they grew up in the same town. Maybe it was a case of settling old scores.
She was disappointed. She'd felt in her water that James Bennett wasn't real. He wasn't a man she could believe in. Like Wendy had said, too good to be true.
Not necessarily.
Or?
His birth wasn't registered in that name. No national insurance number, no record of his existence until 1987.
When he'd have been 21. So if Mantell knew him as someone different,
He'd have been very young. But they could have met. They both lived in Krill. I wouldn't have put it past Mantell to involve young people in his dodgy businesses. They come cheap after all. I checked with the Public Record Office. He changed his name by deed poll in 1987, did everything right. Got an old teacher to support the application. It has to be someone who's known you for at least 10 years. Advertised in the London Gazette, like you're supposed to. Signed the deed poll in his old and new name. What was his old name? Shaw. James Richard Shaw. Not a name that you could take exception to, Vera said. I mean, some names you can see why someone would want to change them, but not Shaw. So why go through all that effort? Who did he want to hide from? Mantell, Ashworth suggested. Maybe. Bennett went away to sea. That suggests running away to me. Then perhaps he came back when he thought he was safe. To a village where Mantell was living, that doesn't make much sense. Perhaps the situation changed. Perhaps he was prepared to risk it for Emma to live close to her parents. People can look a lot different after 15 years. Do you think the wife knows about the name change? She wouldn't have to. If you're already married, you have to notify your spouse of a name change. But banns of marriage can be called in the new name. All the same, Vera said, it's a big secret to keep. You'd need a good reason not to tell your new wife that you grew up with another name. And wouldn't she find out when she met all the relatives? Perhaps she hasn't. I don't suppose James Richard Shaw has a criminal record. That he was in a young offender institute until 1987, and he changed his name to put that behind him. I did check, Ashworth said. First thing I thought of. Smart ass, she thought. Well? Nothing. Hasn't been in trouble in either name. Not even a speeding ticket. She didn't speak again immediately. The launch was pulling back into the jetty. She saw two dark silhouettes on the deck, sharp against the sparkling water. They began to climb the ladder from the boat. What would you like me to do now? Ashworth asked. The figures reached the top of the jetty, and she could see them more clearly. One was James Bennett. Nothing, she said with regret. A bit more digging. If there's something odd about Bennett, we don't want to let him know we're onto him. Not until we've a bit more of an idea what it's about. She was still sitting outside the cafe when the pilot drove past. She didn't think he noticed her. When Michael Long opened his door to her, she was surprised by the response, a mixture of irritation and relief. I've been trying to get hold of you, he said, as if she'd been deliberately trying to avoid him. Well, you've got me now, so you'd best let me in. He stood aside, and she went ahead of him into the small front room where they'd sat and talked the week before. Every time I phoned, there'd be someone different to talk to, sometimes no one at all, just a recorded message, and none of them would put me on to you. They're busy, Vera snapped. A case like this, do you know how many calls they get to the incident room? He looked at her as if she'd bitten him, but he stopped complaining. She thought there'd been no need to be so sharp with him. Was she less sympathetic because of what Wendy Jowl had said about him being a bully? She was trying to think of something to say to make him believe she was still on his side, but he spoke first. I'll put the kettle on, shall I? Dessay you're ready for a brew. God, she thought, any more tea and I'll float away up the Humber, like one of those bloated container ships. Aye, she said, why not? When he came back, carrying the tray, Michael Long was so eager to please, to pour the tea strong as she liked it, that it was easy to appear understanding. Why did you want the pleasure of my company, anyway? Vera said. What was it that wouldn't wait? I saw the lad, Christopher Wincy, the day he died. I didn't know it was him when I saw him, but they had his picture in the paper, asking if anyone had seen him. I recognised him from that. You should have told the officers in the incident room, she said carefully, not telling him off exactly, just making the point. It could be important. But even as she was speaking,
She couldn't help feeling a childish satisfaction because she'd got hold of the information before the local team.
Yeah, well, I might have done if they'd been less rude.
She let that go. Where did you see him?
In the cemetery at the edge of the village. I'd gone to visit Peg's grave. It had been a while since I'd been there, and I wanted to pay my respects. Show her I was on my feet again, like.
He looked up.
Daft, I know.
Not daft at all, she said. What time was this?
Early in the morning, around 8 o'clock.
What was Christopher Winter doing?
Same as me, I think. Mourning. He was standing next to the grave of the lass our Jeannie was supposed to have killed.
Did you speak? Michael Long shook his head.
He was too upset to notice me. I mean, there still wasn't much light, but even if there had been, I don't think he'd have seen. Besides, I wasn't in the mood for a conversation myself.
What was he wearing?
One of those long waterproofs with a jumper underneath. Jeans, I think.
She nodded. Those were the clothes he'd been wearing when Mary had found the body. Did you see where he went after? Or was he still there when you left?
He went before me,
Michael said.
But he seemed to vanish into thin air. I walked back to the village soon after he'd left, but I didn't see him ahead of me.
Maybe he just walked faster than you?
Yeah, maybe. But I don't move badly for me age. It wasn't the weather to hang about. And if he'd gone back to Elvit, someone would have seen him. He'd have had to pass the bus stop, and there were a load of kids waiting there.
He seemed to lose his concentration for a moment. Vera waited for him to continue.
At the time, I wondered if he'd gone in the opposite direction towards the river, but I can't think what had have taken him there at that time of day.
Is there anything else?
I'm not sure, he said. I might have got it wrong, and I know how important it is not jumping to conclusions.
You know how important it is, people speaking up. If that lad who saw Jeannie at King's Cross had said so at the time...
I heard him talking, Michael said. At the time, I thought he was just raving. I mean, that's what it looked like, some madman. You could believe he was talking to himself. Later, I wondered if he had a mobile phone. The way he was standing, he could have been using a mobile. I saw a couple of lasses at the bus stop later, gabbing into one, and that made me think.
Did you hear what he said?
He sounded angry, frustrated, but I couldn't hear the words.
Thanks, she said. That could make all the difference. She sat quite still for a moment before she remembered what she'd come for. You must have worked with James Bennett.
Aye. He started a year or so before I retired.
What did you make of him?
All right. A competent pilot.
Did you realise he'd married the lass who found Abigail Mantell's body?
Someone must have told me. A place like this, you get to know things without realising how.
When you were playing detective, digging up the dirt on Keith Mantell, did you ever come across mention of Bennett? Michael looked at her as if she was crazy.
Of course not. Why?
Don't know, she said. A stupid idea, probably. Did Bennett ever talk about his past to you, his family, what he did when he was a kid?
We weren't on those sort of terms.
No, she thought. James Bennett wasn't on those sort of terms with anyone. She ferreted in her bag for her phone. I need to make a call, she said. Do you mind?
I'll make myself scarce. Wash these pots.
He was on his way to the kitchen when she called him back. Would you show me after where you saw the lad? The cemetery first, and then we could take a walk to the river. Show me the path you think he might have taken. If it's no bother.
No.
He smiled, glad to be in her good books again.
It's no bother at all.
Ashworth must have been in the canteen, because she heard a background clatter of crockery and chat. Are you okay to talk? She meant, was he on his own?
Go ahead.
Did Winter have a mobile phone on him?
No one said. Do you want me to find out?
I've got a witness who saw him early that morning. He thinks Winter was talking into a mobile. Could have been, at least. If the lad did have a mobile on him, they'd probably already have checked the calls, but this makes it a priority, doesn't it? And before you give me a lecture,
I'll bring my witness in to make a statement this afternoon. You hang on for me there."
She switched off the phone before he could ask for more details, and called to Michael, who was making a show of waiting tactfully in the kitchen.
"Ready when you are, pet. Let's take a constitutional. I could do with some air."
Vera could tell people were taking notice of them walking down the street together. There was nothing obvious, no staring or twitching of curtains, but it was there, in the studied way the old ladies in front of the post office continued their conversation, only breaking off later to follow them with their eyes. And the vicar, who seemed about to cross the road to talk to Michael, stopped when he saw Vera and contented himself with a wave. Only a lone reporter approached them, but she flapped her hand at him, and without his colleagues he seemed to lack the courage to pursue them. Vera wondered if the locals were all just curious, or if they believed she had a professional interest in Michael. Could they think she was arresting him? Was that the cause of their awkwardness? She knew about small places, villages where people had grown up together and knew each other's secrets, but Elvert depressed her. It was something to do with the flat countryside, everything the colour of mud, the unrelenting wind. No wonder Christopher Winter had been reluctant to return once he had escaped. What had dragged him back? He hadn't been summoned for a special family occasion. He could have kept away. There was a pile of dog muck on the pavement, and Michael took her arm briefly to steer her round it. She thought people who didn't know them could take them as a married couple, shambling and dysfunctional, dependent on each other for survival. She moved away from him, and they walked down the lane several feet apart, not speaking. There were no ancient graves in the cemetery. It must have been established once the churchyard was full. The sun had gone, and the breeze was cooler than ever, tearing at the remaining dead leaves on the sycamore, shredding them so only the stalks and the veins were left.
"Was Christopher here before you?"
Vera asked.
"Can't have been. I'd have had to walk right past him to get to my peg."
"Did you see which way he came from?" Michael only shook his head. The place seemed to have knocked all the spirit out of him. Vera stood looking about her for a moment. Beyond the dry stone wall, there was open country on 3 sides, tussocky grass grazed by sheep. In a field there was something dead. It was too small for a sheep, probably a rabbit. It had been picked over by crows, and only bones and a scrap of fur remained. The wall was too high to be scrambled over without a fuss. Christopher Winter must have come through the gate.
"Show me where this road goes, then," she said, opening it to let him out. "Can you drive all the way down?" "Aye. Some people keep boats there in the summer, and there's a bit of a car park for folks who want to stroll along the riverbank. Do you want to go back for your car?"
"Is it far?"
"Half a mile at most."
"We'll walk it then, shall we?" She was thinking she should warn Joe Ashworth that they'd be a while getting into the station, but when she looked at her mobile there was no signal. The lane was straight, with a sparse hawthorn hedge on one side and a full ditch fringed with blackened reeds on the other. The hawthorn bushes had knotted trunks, smeared with green lichen and a scattering of berries. A small flock of redwing chased along the hedge, flipping occasionally into the field beyond. In the distance was a farmhouse surrounded by a graveyard of rotting machinery.
"Who lives there?"
she asked.
"No one now. Cyril Moore died a month or so ago. Someone said it's been sold. They're going to turn it into a riding school. No money in farming these days."
The tide was out when they arrived at the river. There were acres of ridged sand and mud, which seemed to stretch almost all the way to the Lincolnshire coast. A cloud of small wading birds, gathered like insects into a swarm, rose in a cyclone above them, then settled back onto the mud. The hull of a clinker-built boat rotted, upturned on the shore. There was a rough car park, containing a red telephone box, a notice board which might once have given details of how to contact the Coast Guard, but which had faded into illegibility, and a white wooden post with a lifebelt attached.
"Is this it?"
Vera demanded.
She was hungry and cold and thought she'd come on a wild goose chase. I did say I couldn't think what could have brought me. So you did? She tried her phone again. Still it refused to work. They were back at the edge of the village when she realised how stupid she'd been. She'd recreated that morning in the cemetery in her head, trying to bring it to life. Christopher Winter had been at Emma's. He'd sat up all night getting maudlin drunk, decided before it was even light that he needed to visit Abigail's grave. Then what? He'd found someone. To accuse them of her murder. To demand an explanation, support, help. If he'd tried his mobile, it would probably be a number he'd kept in his head, or that he'd already saved on his phone. So, it would be someone he knew well, or a number he'd checked in advance. But what if the phone hadn't worked? Perhaps this was one of those black holes which swallowed mobile signals. It was possible that the angry words Michael had heard were the lad venting his frustration on the limitations of technology. What would he have done then? Surely he'd have found a phone box, used that. The nearest public phone was at the river car park. He'd have known it was there. He'd played all round the shore when he was a boy. Vera stopped abruptly, and Michael considered her anxiously. "Are you all right?" "Go back to your house and ring this number. It's my sergeant, Joe Ashworth. Direct him to the car park on the bank and tell him to meet me there immediately. Say it's urgent." "What are you going to do?" "None of your business," she said, giving him a wink to soften the blow. What would she say, even if she trusted him absolutely? "I'm going to freeze my butt off, standing guard over a stinking phone box, in case a member of the public thinks to cover any fingerprints of Winters which might still be there." "Was that lad wearing gloves when you saw him in the cemetery?" "No," Michael said. "I thought at the time he'd be feeling the cold." When Ashworth arrived, Vera took his car and left him to wait for the crime scene examiner. She was sitting in the cafe next to the bakery, full of sausage sandwich and chocolate eclair when he arrived. The resident reporters must be following some other lead because she had the place to herself. It was warm in there, and she could feel herself nodding off. She knew she'd be more use taking Michael into the station and getting his statement, but she was curious. "Well?" Ashworth waited until he'd sat opposite her, leaned forward so the staff couldn't hear. "He got a couple of decent prints, one from the handset and one off the interior door handle. They'll test for a match." "Could be anyone's though, couldn't they? I mean, I can't imagine people queuing to use the phone, but it could have been used once in the last couple of days. It'll be worth seeing if there was a call from it the morning Winter died, though." "Not really," he said. "What do you mean?" "It's bust. Has been for at least a fortnight, according to BT. But because it's so little used this time of year, the repair wasn't a priority." "Bugger," she said, not angry, resigned. It had been that sort of day. "We'll know from the prince if he tried to make a call. It didn't have a mobile on him, by the way." She looked up at that. "Did he own one?" "They're trying to find out." "You'd better tell Mr. Holness," she said, "that trying's not good enough." She caught up with Caroline Fletcher at an ugly house in Krill, the seaside town further up the coast, where Keith Mantell had first made his money. The estate agency had given a list of addresses of the properties on her books, and Vera had chased from one to another, always just missing her. To reach the town she had to drive past Spinney Fen, the prison. A ragged line of people were hurrying out of the gate, the end of afternoon visits. After the death of her mother, Jeanie had received no visitors. She'd had to listen to the other inmates relive their conversations with loved ones, knowing that if she admitted her guilt, she'd be moved to a less secure prison with more humane conditions, where there would be more contact with the outside world. Vera briefly stopped the car outside and thought about that, wondered if she'd be so principled or so stubborn. Maybe she would.
She was known for her stubbornness, after all. But she'd have promised anything to avoid the ministrations of Robert Winter, the preaching and the pity. The house Caroline was trying to sell was a mock Tudor monstrosity in a road which ran along the edge of the cliff just outside the town. Another 20 years of erosion, Vera reckoned, and the garden would be crumbling into the sea. The prospective buyers didn't seem impressed either. It was dark by then. They must have come straight from work, and she could tell all they wanted was a strong drink and something mindless on the telly. Vera sat in her car and watched them make their escape, in too much of a hurry even to shake hands with the agent on the doorstep. Caroline was still locking the door when Vera caught up with her. Vera could move quietly when she wanted. It was one of the skills she'd learned from her father. But Caroline didn't seem startled by her approach. Maybe she thought it was the purchasers returning. Maybe she had a clear conscience. "Inspector," she said, "I hope you know what you're doing." "Probably not. But what do you mean?" "I'd hate you to jeopardize your position in the service. There are too few successful women as it is. Not exactly orthodox, is it? Bothering me at home, and now at work, especially when you're on your own. Or is your little friend waiting in the car?" "Nah," Vera said easily. "Joe's Mum wouldn't let him out to play today. It's you I'm thinking of, pet. We can go back to the station if you like. But I thought it might be embarrassing for you, having one of your old mates sitting in on the interview, I mean. Or did they all know about you and Keith?" Caroline's hand was still for a moment, poised with the key not yet in the lock. But there was no other reaction. "He told you, I suppose?" she said. "Did you really think he'd keep it quiet?" "I thought, as things are, he had as much to lose as me." "Shall we go back in and talk about it? Like I said, more discreet than the station." Behind her back, Vera crossed her fingers. She no more wanted to make this official than Fletcher did. Caroline shrugged, as if to say she didn't care either way. But she opened the door and led Vera inside. The house had been cleared of furniture, but the owners must have left the heating on because there wasn't that chill you get in an unused house. There were no light shades, and the naked bulbs showed the patch of damp on the ceiling and the peeling wallpaper in the hall. Caroline threw open the door to the living room and allowed Vera to go ahead of her, as she must have done with the prospective buyers earlier. It was a big room, with a bay window looking out to sea. For the first time, Vera thought it might not be a bad place to live. In the distance, there was a constellation of tiny lights, ships presumably waiting for the tide at the mouth of the river, and somewhere down the coast, the mesmerizing flash of a lighthouse. In the bay window stood a card table and 3 folding chairs. On the table, a pile of estate agent brochures, a floor plan of the house, mortgage information. There was no other furniture. Here, Caroline must sit her customers, positioning them so they looked out at the view and had their backs to the scuffed skirting boards and snot-green paint. Vera took a seat and nodded for Caroline to join her. She stretched out her legs and the chair creaked. Opposite, the estate agent regarded her with distaste. "What has Keith Mantell got to lose, then?" Vera asked. "It looks like corruption, doesn't it? He wanted a result and he got it. He's a pillar of society now. Sits on committees, talks to ministers about neighbourhood renewal. Being a bit wild when he was a kid is one thing. Colourful. They can forgive him that. But pulling strings in a murder case which only happened 10 years ago and won't go away, that's something quite different." "So why did he tell me?" Caroline seemed hypnotized by the irregular beat of the lighthouse. "Who knows? Perhaps he's been living the good citizen for so long that he actually believes it. Perhaps he's got so many powerful friends he thinks nobody can touch him. Perhaps he hates me so much he doesn't care." Vera was surprised by the bitterness and hurt in the woman's voice. "When did it start between you and him?"
Before Jeannie Long moved in. Ages before that. How did he explain that one away? Caroline turned away from the window and shrugged again. He didn't need to. I could tell Jeannie wouldn't survive. She was only a distraction, not really his type. You weren't bothered about sharing him. I was more bothered about losing him altogether. She sat very upright in her chair, constrained by her suit, by the short, neat skirt and black tights, waiting for another question. But none came. There hasn't been a day since we met when I've not thought about him. I keep telling myself I'm behaving like a crazy teenager, and that it'll pass, but it doesn't. I moved in with Alex because I thought that would make a difference. But it hasn't. She looked up at Vera. You must think I'm mental. Vera didn't reply directly. How did you meet? At a party. He was a friend of a friend. I presume Keith had been told I worked for the police. Thought it'd be useful. I'd just started as a DC. Maybe he even got me invited. All I knew at the time was that he was a businessman, a widower with a little girl. I don't know what he did that night or what he said that was different from all the other men who've chatted me up at parties. But something happened. He got inside my head and under my skin. An addiction. It's still there. That night Christopher Winter died, I didn't go to the old chapel to find out if you'd talked to Keith. I told myself that was why I was there, but it wasn't true. I wanted him to touch me. I wanted a fix. No self-respect, you see. That's what addiction does to you. What happened? Nothing. He told me to get out, to leave him alone. She paused for a moment. I'd met him a couple of days earlier at the Point. I said we should get our story straight before you interviewed us. He'd told me then to stay away from him. Only I couldn't do it. Vera didn't know what to say. Mantell had lost patience. That was why he'd told her about his relationship with Caroline. She'd become a nuisance, and he'd wanted the police to do his dirty work. Vera couldn't bring herself to rub the woman's nose in it. She picked a question at random. Did you ever meet Abigail? A couple of times. What did you make of her? Honestly? I suppose I resented her. Keith was besotted. I tried to make friends with her because I knew that was what he wanted. But she never took to me. She could probably tell what I was after. She was a bright little thing. A shame because I thought we had a lot in common. Both obsessive personalities, perhaps. And you could tell she was lonely. If I'd had her on my side, things might have been different. I mean, really different. Marriage? Happy families? A white meringue dress and a kid of your own? Yeah, she said defensively. Why not? Other people have it. Aye, Vera said. But we are not other people, are we, pet? They looked at each other across the wobbly table. Who do you think killed her? Vera demanded, suddenly businesslike. We know it can't have been Jeannie Long, so who was it? I really thought it was her. Maybe I took a few shortcuts, missed things. But it wasn't because it was convenient to have her out of the way. She looked up at Vera and repeated more forcefully. I really thought it was her. Vera couldn't let that go. And so did Keith. No doubt he was pleased when it all got cleared up so quickly. Grateful, was he? I bet he was. Not grateful enough to marry you, though. Is that what he'd promised? Something like that. Where were you the afternoon she died? You'll have thought about it. You'd know I'd be asking. On my own, she said. In my flat in town. A day off? She paused, crying my eyes out because Keith had said he'd take me out, and he'd phoned up at the last minute to cancel. Abigail had said she'd cook him supper, so he had to stay at home. I was so pissed off I went into work. That's why I was there when the call first came through. Was Keith at home when she was found? Turning the knife. Not proud of it. No. They finally tracked him down in his office. Something urgent which turned up at the last moment, so he claimed. Like I said, Abigail and I had a lot in common. He let her down too. You haven't said who you think killed her now. You know it's not Jeannie. You'll think I'm really crazy. Go on. The girl that found her. Emma Winter. Emma Bennett now. There was something about her, that first day I turned up to do the interview. Something weird. I thought it was a shock, stumbling across her best friend like that. I mean, you'd be expecting her to be acting strangely. But it was as if none of it was real. Like she was telling a story she'd already made up, that she'd rehearsed somehow, over and over again. Though how could she? It didn't take us long to get there, that afternoon. Vera sat for a moment taking that in. Could she have done it? Would the timing have worked out? The pathologist said Abigail couldn't have been dead long when Emma found her. You know they can't be precise about these things. I'd say it was possible that they met up on the path, had a row, and Emma killed her then. I'm not saying that's what did happen, but you were pushing me for an opinion. Aye, maybe I was. Was there anything else which pointed in that direction, besides Emma's behaviour when you interviewed her? The way I'd heard Abigail talk about her. She was really patronising, as if Emma was the most stupid person she'd ever met. She once said to her father while I was there, Emma doesn't know anything. If I'd been Emma, I'd have felt like killing her. Was Abigail bullying her? Probably not. Just pretending to be her best friend and undermining her every chance she got. And Emma was the sort who'd let that get to her. A natural victim. They can be dangerous when they let go. Emma was hardly likely to do away with her brother, though. Vera seemed to be talking to herself, and I might not have realised that his bedroom had a view of the field if she'd not pointed it out. But she's a strange woman. You're right about that. Full of fancies. And where does the husband fit in? What do you know about James Bennett? Nothing. He wasn't living there when Abigail was murdered. Keith never mentioned him. Why would he? I had the impression they were friends once, in the old days. Oh, Keith had a lot of friends in the old days. He never introduced many of them to me. Did he ever ask you to do anything else for him? What do you mean? Vera banged her fist on the table. The noise echoed round the empty room. Don't play games with me, lady. You know exactly what I mean. Did he ask for information? Tell you to turn a blind eye? Influence any other investigation in any way? Only once. The words seemed like a whisper after Vera's dramatics. And it was information which he'd probably have been able to get hold of anyway. Well? He wanted to see a copy of the sex offenders register. Why would he want to do that? There was a pause. Keith's work is all about influence. He needs people on his side, counsellors, planners. Maybe he felt he could exert a tad more influence if he knew something about the people he was working with. Was he interested in anyone specific? Maybe. He never said. Blackmail. Vera thought that's what he was after. So it ran in the family. She kept her voice even. When was this? Not long before Abigail was killed. Vera had decided it was time to speak to James Bennett. She could have gone back to Keith Mantell, but no way was he going to give up more information than he wanted. Joe Ashworth had been digging, but he wasn't local. He didn't have the contacts, and she didn't want to wait any longer. She found out that James was working, and took Ashworth with her to collect him from the point.
She thought they'd take him to the station. That way there'd be no distractions. She told herself there could be all sorts of explanations for his name change. But her imagination was working overtime. He'd been involved in some of Mantell's illegal operations, she thought. Why else would he want to hide behind an alias? That didn't make him a murderer, but it made him worth talking to. They didn't make a show of waiting, just sat in their car next to the pilot's vehicle until James showed up. When she saw him walking towards them, she had second thoughts. James had been up since the early hours and had that drawn, grey look which is the result of nights of disturbed sleep. She wanted him focused. The way he looked now, she could see him dozing off in the interview room, his head on his arm. No good to anyone. He'd already seen them, so they couldn't drive off. "We can postpone it until later," she said. "It's not urgent." But James insisted. "Do you want to let your wife know, then?" "I'm in earlier than I thought. She'll not be expecting me for a couple of hours yet." They were in a room with no natural light. A strip light which flickered. The smell of stale cigarettes. Vera and James sat opposite each other across a table, and Joe Ashworth watched them, his chair pulled away. So he seemed an impartial observer, a referee perhaps at a chess match. Vera was wearing one of her shapeless old lady dresses, and a cardigan which she'd buttoned up wrongly at the front. James, still in his uniform, was immaculate. "This is an informal chat," Vera said. "Things come up in an inquiry. They're probably not relevant, but they need clearing up. You'll understand?" James nodded. "Keith Mantell said he'd met you before. Only then you were calling yourself something different. We had to check." "Of course." Very polite, almost as if he was sorry he'd put them to the trouble of snooping round in his past. "So I was hoping you'd clear it up for us, explain what it was all about, and at the same time maybe fill in the background details on Keith Mantell." Vera hadn't been sure what to expect. Probably something bland. To be told that it was perfectly legal to change a name by deed poll and that no explanation was required, that it was none of their business. Certainly not this. For James fidgeted briefly with the cap which was sitting upturned in front of him on the table, closed his eyes in a moment of decision, and then began to speak, taking them right back to the beginning, telling them, in effect, the history of his life. "When he was a young man, my dad worked on the trawlers. I grew up with all the stories, the storms and the larger-than-life skippers, and the big chance catches. But by the time I was at school, he'd come ashore. Maybe the danger and the discomfort outweighed the adventure. Already at that time they were having to go further for fish. It wasn't easy money. More likely, I think, my mother persuaded him to give it up. It can't have been much fun for her when he was away." Vera nodded, said nothing, waited for him to continue. "At that time, he and my mother ran a newsagents and sweet shop in the area, where they'd both grown up. I was an only child, but there were cousins to play with in the street, my gran to cook my tea when Mum and Dad were busy. It seemed friendly and safe. There was a lot of bitching, of course. You get hurtful gossip in small communities, I suppose. But it didn't touch me. I remember it as a good time. When he was at sea, my father was active in the Union, and he still took an interest in politics after he'd left. You'd have thought he'd be a natural conservative, a small businessman making his own way in the world, but it wasn't like that. He wasn't a communist, not quite, but certainly a socialist of the old school. I can't imagine him having any truck with a new Labour government. He'd always been a party member, and he had time then to become more active. I remember him canvassing during elections, coming home full of the arguments he'd had on the doorsteps.
I don't know what my mother made of it. She probably realised he needed something to stop him getting bored. At first, I think she saw it as a harmless hobby, like fishing or train spotting. I was halfway through high school when he was persuaded to stand for the council. Not that he took much persuading. By then, the marriage was going through a rough patch. They kept things polite for me, managed a show of affection while they were in together, but, as I've said, it was a small community, and people were only too eager to pass on the gossip. I learned it had a number of women. Finally, it seemed, he'd settled on another party member, a teacher. As I heard it, they were inseparable. I was furious at the time, humiliated. How could he carry on like that and come back at night to my mother? She must have come to the same conclusion because one night, while my father was at a council meeting, she packed up all her stuff and left. She didn't ask me to go with her, and even if she had done, I'd probably not have gone. Despite his faults, I always believed I had more in common with my father, and anyway he was the more vulnerable. Of the two of them, I felt he needed most looking after, and that I had a responsibility towards him. My mother could take care of herself. It turned out I was probably right, because soon after, she set up home with an insurance salesman. She'd have her regular income at least. She invited me to visit her in their new house somewhere in the suburbs, but I couldn't do it. It was irrational, but I was angry on my father's behalf. When I left school, I joined him in the business. He paused for breath, and again Vera could see how tired he was. "Can I get you anything, Captain Bennet? Coffee? A glass of water?" He seemed surprised by her kindness and shook his head. "I'm sorry to be so long-winded. I suppose none of this is relevant." Vera leaned towards him across the table, seemed almost about to touch his hand. "You tell it in your own way, pet. I'm listening." It must have been around that time that Dad got friendly with Keith Mantell. Keith was a small-time developer then. He'd buy a few properties in run-down areas of the town, do them up and sell them on. The ones on the seafront he tried to let as holiday homes. You could tell he had grand ideas. But Dad probably thought they were in the same league. Independent businessmen trying to claw a living in competition with the big boys. Did they meet socially? That's all it was at first. Social. Were you involved? Not often. Sometimes Keith would come round to our house to escape one of his women, he'd say. They'd stay up all night drinking. Dad would start on his stories of life at sea, and Keith would provide a willing audience. I tried to keep out of it. Someone had to be up early to sort the papers, and anyway, I didn't trust the man. Dad was on the council's planning committee. It seemed obvious to me that Mantell wasn't just there to talk about the good old days. He'd be after something. Then he took Dad away on holiday. The teacher was off the scene by then, and Keith set up a trip to a villa on the Algarve with a couple of young women in tow. It didn't cost Dad a bean. He was so naive. "Can't you see what you're setting yourself up for?" I said. "What do you think he's going to want in return?" But he wouldn't have it. They were just mates. That's what mates did. They shared around their good fortune. "What did Mantell want in return?" Vera asked. "I'm not sure the first time. I never heard the details. I know that soon after, a development of Mantell's passed through the committee on the nod. It was all people's flats, I think. Sheltered housing. There was a grand opening, and Dad dragged me along to it. I don't know how he squared it with his conscience. Perhaps they'd have approved the plans anyway. But after that it was always going to be difficult to stand up to Mantell. The crisis came with the proposed building of a new leisure centre. Mantell put in the lowest tender, but his plans weren't as good as those of the competitor company. After the planning meeting, my father phoned him up to tell him he'd been unsuccessful. I was in the room when he made the call. Never mind, hey lad, you win some, you lose some. Better luck next time. He really thought Mantell would have a few beers and put it down to experience. But he didn't. He came round to the house that night, a bottle of whiskey in one hand, a big brown envelope in the other. I tried to stick around, but Mantell sent me away. I went out for a couple of hours, and when I came back he was leaving. My father was sitting on the floor. I'd never seen that before. Men of his generation didn't sit on the floor. All around him on the carpet were photos from the Portuguese trip. Dad in a deck chair with an almost naked blonde sprawled all over him. Dad sitting next to Mantell in a restaurant, laughing at one of his jokes. He was sitting on the floor and he was crying. Mantell had threatened to go public. He said he'd leak the story to the papers, that he'd bribed Dad to approve the sheltered housing scheme. He'd bounce back, he said, but Dad wouldn't. Imagine the headlines. Holiday romp for socialist councillor. Sex and sangria on the rates. In one sense it was true, of course. My father had allowed himself to be influenced. He'd been a fool. He wasn't only bothered about what his friends in the party would think. It was the people he drank with in the club and the family. All the aunts and cousins who'd supported him through the divorce because they believed he was something special. James paused. The strip light flickered again and faded. Ashworth stood on his chair and thumped the plastic casing. The light returned. James continued as if there'd been no interruption. His trouble was that he'd been taken in by his own propaganda. Marty Shaw, champion of the people. He'd believed in that. He didn't like the real man. I told him he could resign, keep a low profile for a bit. People would forget. People might, he said. I won't. Nor will you? I couldn't answer. He'd had a lot to drink and I helped him to bed. When I woke up, he'd gone, and so had his car. I thought he'd just taken off for a few days. It would have been in character, running away. I imagined him, holed up with an old friend from his fishing days, feeling sorry for himself and drowning his sorrows. I carried on as usual, running the shop, making his excuses to the customers. But he hadn't run away. Not like that. 3 days later, his car was reported abandoned. Where? In Elvit. In that car park by the river. Where Vera had been with Michael Long the day before. Close to the phone box where Christopher Winter had tried to make his call. But he wasn't in it. He'd left a note. At least he'd bothered to do that. Sending me his love. Asking me to remember him kindly. James took a deep breath. He must have waited until the tide was high. He just walked out into the river. He'd never learned to swim. He walked until the current took him, sucked his legs from under him, pulled him down. The shore is uneven there, mud and shingle and outcrops of rock. Perhaps he stumbled. I wonder sometimes if he fought it at the last moment, if he tried to hold the air in his lungs when he went under. It was nearly a month before his body was washed up. Hardly a body by then. They identified him through his dental records. In the docks when I'm working late, I think I see him sometimes. That was when you changed your name? Vera asked. At the time of the suicide? Yes. An extreme reaction? You don't understand. It wasn't just the name. I didn't want to be Marty Shaw's son, associated with backhanders and bribes. I didn't want to run the family business, putting up with the pity, listening to the poisonous gossip of the customers in the family. I wanted to start again. All the same, look, I was young. You do overreact at that stage. There was a terrible embarrassment. The pictures, Mantell, it all seemed so squalid, in such bad taste. I sold stories like that every Sunday to fools who slavered over them, then turned self-righteous. If my father had been involved in a major fraud, insider dealing, something like that, I'd probably have found it easier. Emma calls me a snob sometimes. Perhaps she's right. So you ran away too, if you like. But it was more than that. I felt like somebody different, that I could start from scratch, be the person I was meant to be. You chose to go to sea. That must have been your father's influence. All those stories he told me when I was a child. Perhaps. Why did you move to Elvet? Emma came from here. Did you know that Keith Mantell lived in the village? There was all that publicity when his daughter died. Her murder made it easier for me to contemplate living in the village. I don't think I could have risked running into him otherwise. I mean, I knew then that he'd lost someone close to him too. It was harder to hate him. Revenge? I wasn't sorry she was dead, he said sharply, but I wouldn't have killed her. No? Besides, he went on, ignoring her. By then I had a new life. I could believe I was James Bennett, not Jimmy Shaw. I couldn't let him get to me, and I didn't think our paths had crossed much. You moved to Elvet because of your father, then? To remember him kindly? No, he said crossly. I moved there because I found a house that I liked, and to be close to my wife's family. It had no more significance than that. Vera left it. He was a good storyteller. Plausible. It might even have been true. She organised a car to take him home. She showed him out of the building and stood waiting with him for the car to arrive. Why didn't you tell Emma? Didn't you think she had a right to know? It was James Bennett she fell in love with and married. Why would she need to know about a stranger? You should tell her, Vera said. You don't want to put yourself in a position where Keith Mantell could make mischief. James seemed to listen to her words and consider them seriously. But he didn't respond. Vera and Joe were back in the gloomy hotel. The bar was empty, apart from a couple of businesswomen who were discussing in bright staccato voices a training program for software advisors. After a couple of beats, Vera stopped listening. The language was unintelligible. How could this place make any sort of profit, she thought. Then it came to her that there was an Agatha Christie book about a respectable hotel which didn't pay. That had turned out to be a front for international crime. She struggled to remember the title, but failed. On the table in front of her there was a large scotch. She stared into the liquid and thought it was probably the loveliest colour in the world. She knew she'd had enough to drink already, that she couldn't allow herself another after this. So, this one would have to be taken slowly, every mouthful savoured. She lifted the glass to her mouth, sipped. "What did you make of Bennett?" Joe Ashworth asked, or whatever his name is. "Bennett," she said. "Legally it's Bennett now." "Living a lie for all these years." "Was it a lie?" "He's told his wife. Both his parents are dead. His mother's shacked up with an insurance salesman and lives just down the road. The poor woman has a grandchild she knows nothing about." "It's not a crime," Vera said quietly, "and we all tell lies." But righteous indignation had taken over, and he wasn't listening. With part of her brain she heard him ranting about how he'd feel if his wife had treated him in the same way. Her mind was following a path of its own. If someone asked me how much I'd had to drink tonight, I'd knock off a couple of units. It'd be automatic. I'd not think about it, to put myself in a better light. Don't we all do that? Find excuses, justifications. Even St. Joe Ashworth. He loves his job. He doesn't even mind being separated from his wife and kid, not really. At least he gets a good night's sleep, and a break from the mucky nappies. But what does he tell himself? That it's a sacrifice? But he's prepared to do it to serve the community, like he's some sort of martyr. She realised
that Joe had stopped talking and was looking at her strangely.
"Well?" he demanded.
"Sorry I was miles away."
"Do you think Bennett killed Mantell's daughter in revenge for his father's suicide?"
"No," she said. If she was pushed, she could come up with a rational argument for thinking that way. But that would be a sort of lie, too. Her reply was about trusting her own judgment. Faith, not reason.
"It could have killed the brother, though," she went on. "If Christopher had found out about his past. To protect his new identity, the happy family, all that. Yeah, I can see Bennett being prepared to kill to keep that." "You think there could be two different murderers, then?"
Joe was sceptical, but still polite. He always was.
"Do I?" "We can't dismiss any possibilities. And I know that's a cop-out, because just at this moment I haven't got the concentration to think it through." "You'd have had the opportunity," Joe said. "I've talked to the witnesses. I could have slipped away from the bonfire. People were coming and going all the time. You were there. Is that how you remember it?"
"Aye," she said.
"There was some light from the fire, but it only lit up the people closest to it. The rest were silhouettes."
She sipped the whiskey, held it in her mouth, swallowed it slowly.
"Bennett would have had to know Christopher would be there. He'd have had to arrange to meet him. Maybe it was Bennett who Christopher was trying to phone."
"Aye," she said. "Maybe." But she'd had too much to drink to focus any longer on the detail. Her imagination was soaring, like one of the goshawks which flew out from Kielder Forest, close to her home in the hills. She felt she should be able to look down on this flat and empty landscape and see the bigger picture.
"What did Abigail Mantell and Christopher Winter have in common?" she asked suddenly, realizing as she spoke that her voice was too loud.
Joe Ashworth looked at her.
"Not much. She was a spoilt brat, and he was a screwed-up student."
"Both screwed up, wouldn't you say?" She shot out the question.
"I suppose. By their parents."
Vera could have quoted Larkin, but Joe would have been shocked.
"Well, the lass didn't have a mother she could remember. But if what Bennett told us is right, her dad wasn't much of a role model."
"And the Winters? What do you make of them?"
"They're odd," he said at last.
He paused.
"I'm not sure I'd want to grow up in that family."
"I wonder what Caroline Fletcher's parents are like. And Michael Long's, and Dan Greenwood's, and the grandparents. How far could you go back?" The moment of clarity, of seeing the case as a whole, was over. The goshawk had crash-landed. She was left with a headache behind her eye, the knowledge that tomorrow there'd be another hangover, and that the glimpse of an answer had probably been an alcoholic illusion.
"I'm off to my room," Joe said. "I need to phone home."
"Of course.
If there's nothing else, that is."
"No," she said. "You get off. I'll be up myself in a minute." But she sat on, looking into the empty glass, unable to face the square, overheated room with the television fixed to the wall. The businesswomen paused in their conversation for a moment and looked at her with pity. That made her move. She got up, walked past reception and out into the darkness. The hotel was on the main road out of the village, and there were streetlights but no pavements. When a lorry came towards her, she had to climb onto the verge and stand with her back to the hedge. She headed towards Elvet with no real sense of why she was there, but enjoying being outside and alone. Her headache started to clear. In the centre of the village the streets were quiet. The Anchor was still open, and through the small window she had a snapshot of two men standing at the bar, their mouths open in laughter, standing beside the giant whiskey bottle where they collected change for the lifeboat. Beyond them, a barmaid with a diamond stud in her nose. But she continued walking, and the picture disappeared almost immediately. In the captain's house, the curtains were drawn. Were James and Emma Bennet having a cosy chat by the fire? Was he telling her the real story of his life? There was a light at the old forge. She banged on the arched door. Nothing happened.
"Come on, man, let me in. I'm desperate for a piss."
Eventually she heard footsteps, and Dan Greenwood shot back a bolt and opened the door. He seemed dazed, as if he'd been woken from a deep sleep or interrupted from work, which took great concentration.
"You working late, Danny boy?" "Just as well, if you're as desperate as you claim. The toilet's in the yard out the back."
She walked through the pottery, but paused by the back door, and looked at him before she went through it. He was piling together some papers from the top of his desk, and shoving them into a drawer. When she returned, the top of the desk was clear.
"Do you always work so late?"
she asked.
"A habit it's hard to get out of when you've been a cop. Besides, there's not much to take me home."
"No woman in your life, then?" She'd remembered the last comment he'd made about that. Thought that at this time of night he might be more prepared to talk about it. He shrugged noncommittally, gave a brief smile.
"Maybe, I'm not sure."
"That's a bit cryptic for this time of night. What's not to be sure about?"
"I like her well enough. I'm not sure what she thinks of me. Not sure where the whole thing's going."
"Maybe you should ask her." "I always favour the direct approach myself." But look where that had got her, Vera thought. There was no man in her life. Hadn't been for years. He smiled again, and she guessed he was thinking the same thing, but was too much of a gentleman to say so.
"What you doing, wandering round on your own after dark?" he asked. "Don't you read the crime prevention notices?"
"Just restless," she said. "You know what it's like."
"How is it going?"
"I'm losing it," she said. "Losing the big picture. There's too much going on here. You know what it's like with an investigation this size. All the information, all the detail, too much to take in. You just get swamped."
"Aye," he said. "I remember."
Was it like that with the Mantell case first time round?
First time round it seemed there was just the one suspect, right from the beginning.
But you never thought it was Jeannie Long, did you?
It could have been her. It just didn't seem likely.
Why not?
"Sounds daft," he said. "Tried, but she just didn't seem the type."
"Who was, then? You must have had an idea. Someone you fancied for it." He leaned back in his chair and stretched.
"No," he said, "not really. I just didn't think it was Jeannie."
"Could it have been Caroline Fletcher?"
No way. She broke a few rules, cut some corners, and she was besotted with Mantell, but she was no murderer."
"Fletcher thought Emma Bennet could have been involved."
"Did she?"
He seemed surprised. Shocked, even.
"She never said so at the time. I never interviewed Emma, but it doesn't seem likely. Even now she seems timid, shy. Then she was only a girl. Caroline must be mistaken."
"You always think the best of everyone, don't you, Dan?" He stood up briskly and moved away, anxious, it seemed, to put some distance between them.
"I suppose you want some coffee?"
"Well, Danny, that'd be very civil. And if you could dig out the chocolate biscuits. That place we're staying, the size of the portions, you'd think they were feeding bairns." She watched him go into the small, scruffy room with the tray and the kettle. The door swung to behind him. She opened the drawer where he'd stuffed the pile of papers when she'd turned up, demanding to be let in. Underneath a stack of invoices, there was a photo album, hard-covered, ring-bound. She lifted it onto the desk, turned the pages. It was a record of the Mantell investigation. Grainy newspaper articles, snipped out and pasted in. The names of the papers and the date of publication had been written in black biro at the top of each piece. They came from nationals and locals, and some had been bought on the same day. If they were too big, they were just stuck at the top and carefully folded. They'd often been looked at. In some places, the folds were close to ripping. Then there was a faded copy of the forensic report and the pathologist report, a photo of Abigail lying at the crime scene, and another of her on the stainless steel table at the mortuary. On the last page there was a photograph of the girl when she was still alive. A studio portrait, head and shoulders, the body side on to the camera, the face turned towards it. Abigail was smiling seductively. In the background there was a loosely pleated curtain. The lighting could have been filtered. Certainly the image seemed soft-focused. She was wearing makeup, which looked as if it had been professionally applied, and her hair was piled onto her head. Her neck and shoulders were bare, apart from a pearl necklace. She looked much older than 15, and it couldn't have been taken much before her death. Perhaps it had been a birthday present from her father, Vera thought. His style, the sort of thing he'd do. But how, then, had Dan Greenwood got hold of it? In the small room she heard the kettle click off and the rattle of teaspoon against mug. She folded back the newspaper clippings and shut the book. When Dan came in carrying the tray, the desktop was clear. She was leaning back in the chair, as if she'd been dozing. There is still a wind, but it has turned southerly and is soft and heavy with unspilled rain. Emma sits at her window in the captain's house and looks out over the street. It is late afternoon. A light is switched on in the forge. She hasn't seen Dan Greenwood for days, and is hungry for a glimpse of him. But as she is willing him to make an appearance, her attention is caught by 4 elderly women who bustle out of the church. They all wear hats shaped like upturned button mushrooms made of felt or fake fur, and short woolen coats, and they seem to peck at each other as they talk. There has been a service. Midweek evensong or a meeting of the Mothers' Union. Emma wonders if Mary has been there too, if she's dragged herself out to face the world. She hopes so. She hates to think of her parents stranded in Springhead House, enveloped by the damp and the silence, brooding on the loss of their son. Emma considered this story for a few moments. Did it need polishing, redrafting? Did the women coming out of the church really seem to peck at each other? Was that the right phrase? And was she still hungry to see Dan Greenwood, though she knew now he was an ex-detective whose response to her had been embarrassment, not lust? Certainly, she thought. If anything, greedy came closer to describing her feelings. But why? All her certainties were cracking and shifting. The old life, the life of happy families, had been founded on secrets and half-truths. Now her image of her parents and James had blurred like the outline of a melting candle. Since Christopher's death, the fantasy of Dan Greenwood seemed more real than anything else in her life. It was a comfort. She held on to it greedily. She wanted him more than ever. She dragged herself away from the window and went downstairs. James was sitting in the living room with a book on his knee. He hadn't drawn the curtains. As soon as she came in, he started reading again, but she could tell he was fumbling to find his place. It was a show for her benefit. Before that, he'd been staring into the fire, miles away. She wondered for the first time if he had a fantasy lover too, or even a real one. It had never occurred to her before. Now nothing would have surprised her. Usually, reading absorbed him. His taste was for the improving and informative, even in fiction. This was a travel book he'd seen reviewed in one of the Sundays, and had ordered over the net. He said he'd wasted his first chance at education and wanted to catch up. When he discussed his reading, despite her degree, she felt ignorant in comparison. But recently, since Christopher's death, it seemed nothing held his attention. She wondered if it could be guilt, which was eating away at him. He'd never particularly liked Christopher, might even, on that last night when her brother had been such a pain, have wished him dead. Perhaps now he was regretting that he'd been so hostile. She sat on the floor in front of James, her back against his legs, her arms around her knees. She was so close to the fire that she could feel her face turning red. She needed the physical contact. James's bony legs against her back, the heat on her forehead. It anchored her in the present. Without it, she'd get lost in her stories. Muddled. It would be like when Abigail was killed. That same sensation of disbelief. She turned to him. "Is there anything you want to talk about?"
"Like what?"
he asked calmly. He gave up the pretense of reading and set the book aside. There was a picture of a compass on the cover, a big ship's compass in a brass case. "Like everything that's been going on here. Christopher, Abigail. I can't believe it's happened again." The words were inadequate. She couldn't explain that she'd lost trust in the everyday, in her own memory.
"Of course we'll talk if you think it'd help."
It was clear from his tone that he didn't see how it could be useful. Usually she would have agreed with him. She'd felt that much of the analysis of relationships which had engaged her friends when she was a student was bizarre, an unnatural entertainment, no more than prying and gossip. She'd found James's restraint attractive. After Abigail's death, too many people had wanted to discuss her feelings. "No," she said quickly. "It won't bring Christopher back, will it?" They'd put Matthew to bed, and had just finished eating when there was a knock on the door. She was reminded of the night when Christopher had turned up, and looked across the table to James, wondering if he'd picked up on the memory. But he was already on his feet, preparing to answer. Emma heard a muttered conversation in the hall. Then James came in, followed by Vera Stanhope and her sergeant.
"Inspector Stanhope would like to ask you some questions," he said. "Do you mind?"
She thought James was annoyed by the interruption, but as always with James it was hard to tell. "No, of course not. Sit down."
"It's about Christopher," Vera said. "Not really my job to be asking questions. There's a local team investigating his death now, but you already know us. Better, I thought, that I come along than a couple of strangers."
"Thank you." Though Emma thought strangers might be less disturbing than this woman who seemed to dominate the small dining room, who had already made herself at home there. She'd flopped onto one of the empty chairs and was pulling off her cardigan as if the heat was unbearable to her. Emma felt she should apologize for the temperature, stopped herself just in time. This was their home.
"Did Christopher have a mobile phone with him when you saw him?"
"I don't remember him using one," Emma said.
"It was seen in the parish council cemetery early on the day he was killed, near Abigail's grave. The witness thinks he might have been using a mobile, though we didn't find one on his body." "Surely you can trace if he owned a phone," James said. "You'd think so, wouldn't you? But it's not that easy, apparently, especially the pay-as-you-go sort. People swap them, sell them. There are no bills. It's hard to get hold of records."
Vera changed tack suddenly, stared at Emma.
"Have you ever visited Abigail's grave?"
"No." If Emma had thought more about it, she might have been tempted to lie. The bald denial sounded heartless.
"You knew where she was buried, though? Did you go to her funeral?"
"No," Emma said again, adding, "My parents thought it'd be upsetting, and although Keith had wanted a quiet burial, apparently the press were all there. I'm glad I stayed away."
"What about Christopher?"
"He wouldn't have been there."
"No? Are you sure? Did you talk about it?"
"There was no need. It would never have happened."
"He could have slipped out of school, gone by himself."
"I suppose so, but someone would have seen him and mentioned it to my parents."
"Of course."
Vera nodded vigorously.
"A place as small as Elvet, you'd think it'd be impossible to get away with anything."
She paused. There was no need to say,
"But 2 murders. Someone got away with that." "Christopher would have heard where Abigail would be buried, though. It'd have been public knowledge."
"Yes."
"He must have visited the cemetery before," Vera said. "Our witness said he went straight to her grave that morning. It was still nearly dark, but he knew whereabouts in the cemetery she was buried."
"I don't know." Emma felt her head spinning. The questions were coming too fast. She had the dizzy feeling of being only half awake, slipping again into a dream. She had to concentrate hard. "Christopher was always very private, even when he was a boy. He'd disappear for hours and no one knew where he was."
"Do you ever walk down the lane to the river?"
Vera had suddenly changed pace. It was as if she was making polite conversation over tea.
"It'd be a nice walk in the right weather. Flat for pushing the pram. Good for a family trip out."
Although the question was directed at Emma, she flashed a sly look at James. "I've walked there," Emma said, confused by that look, wondering what it could mean. "Occasionally."
"I'm surprised you never looked at the grave. Just out of curiosity, she was your best friend."
"I've spent my life trying to put Abigail's murder behind me." Vera gave her a quick, appraising stare, but let it go.
"I think Christopher might have used a mobile while he was here,"
James said.
"Might have? What does that mean?" "After the meal, he went upstairs to the bathroom. I checked on the baby and heard him talking. Did you hear what he said? I don't make a practice of eavesdropping."
"Don't you?"
Vera sounded genuinely astonished. "I do it all the time." "I assumed," James said after a moment of disapproving silence, "that he was talking to someone back in Aberdeen. A girlfriend, perhaps, to let her know that he'd arrived safely. Our landline's in the kitchen. We'd have overheard him if he'd used that. I assumed he wanted some privacy."
"Did it sound like a call to a girlfriend?" Vera asked.
"As I said, I didn't listen."
"But his voice? Was it tender? Intimate?"
"No," James said. "It was more businesslike than that."
Vera pulled a notebook from her bag and jotted down a few scribbled notes. "We don't understand where he went for the rest of the day," she said. "He seems to have disappeared. He was at the cemetery at about 8. Then we know he took the lane to the river."
"How do you know that?"
James asked. To Emma, the question seemed too loud, too urgent. What could it matter to him?
"We found fingerprints in the public phone box there. You know the one,"
Vera said. Again, Emma thought this didn't sound right. It was as if the words had another meaning, as if the two of them were talking in a code she couldn't understand, hadn't been let in on.
"We've tested them, and we know they're Christopher's," Vera continued. "So, what I want to know is where he went after that. We've tracked people who walked their dogs along the shore that morning. No one saw him. There were people about in the village that day. You'd think he'd want something to eat, wouldn't you? A cup of tea, at least. But he didn't go into any of the shops or the bakery. He cut quite a striking figure, apparently. Even if the staff didn't know him by name, you'd think he'd have been noticed. Can you think of anyone who might have put him up, where he'd have hidden, or who he might have wanted to hide from?"
"No," she said. "I feel that I knew as little about him as I did about Abigail Mantell. And I won't have the chance now to know him better."
"I'm sorry."
Vera stood up suddenly, pulled on the cardigan as she walked towards the door.
"This isn't fair. You've enough to cope with. If you think of anything which would help, you can give us a ring."
The sergeant, Ashworth, followed. He hadn't said a word since he'd come in. But at the door he stopped, gave Emma a look of such sympathy and pity that she was brought close to tears.
"Take care,"
he said. It was as if James was no longer in the room. Suddenly she was a child again. She was in the house in York, sitting on the stairs. She'd been in bed, but something had woken her, and she'd stumbled down half asleep. It had been summer, and was still light. The garden behind the open door, full of sunshine and birdsong. And her parents' words. They'd been discussing her. She'd heard her name, and that had woken her properly, and she'd run down to join them. They were sitting on a wooden bench. She'd run out to them. There was a patio made of old flagstones, which were rough against her bare feet, but still warm. Her mother had gathered her into her arms. Emma had expected to be included in the conversation, an explanation, for she, after all, had been at the centre of the discussion. "What were you talking about?" she'd demanded.
Nothing, darling, nothing important. And Emma had realised that it wasn't worth asking again. She'd been irrevocably shut out. Now, in the captain's house, she felt just the same. The next day, Emma visited Abigail's grave. She left the baby with James and went alone, only saying that she seemed to have been stuck in the house for days and she needed some exercise. Usually on his days off, James went everywhere with her. He liked the three of them to be together as much as possible. Liked the idea of it, at least. Today he let her go without comment, without seeming even to listen to her explanation. And she wondered again what was preoccupying him. Christopher wouldn't be buried next to Abigail, although they didn't know yet when the body would be released. Mary and Robert had already decided that he would be cremated. Mary had said she couldn't bear the idea of strangers coming to stare at his grave. These days, even civilized people seemed to turn into voyeurs whenever a violent crime was reported in the media. Emma hadn't been consulted over the matter, and she thought that was only right. Of course, she was sad that Christopher was dead, but she wasn't devastated. She wasn't overwhelmed with grief, as you should be when a brother has been killed. She wondered what was wrong with her. Emma felt guilty too because she'd had so little contact with her parents since Christopher's death. She could do something about that, and she promised herself she'd go soon to Springhead to see how they were getting on. She realised she had viewed their retreat into isolation with something like relief. It meant her father wasn't turning up on the doorstep every 5 minutes to offer moral support and guidance. She didn't have to play at dutiful daughter. When she reached the cemetery, she wasn't sure why she'd bothered coming. After so long, her presence was probably a meaningless gesture. At the last minute, she wished she'd brought flowers. It would have given the visit some point. She tried to fix a picture of Abigail in her mind, but whenever she remembered an occasion they'd spent together, the image of the girl slipped away from her, and she was left with the background to the scene. So there was that time when Abigail had told her triumphantly that she'd finally persuaded Keith to ask Jeanie Long to leave. Friday night. Youth club in the church hall, which Abigail usually turned her nose up at, but which Emma was forced to attend. A couple of pool tables and a ghetto blaster in the corner, playing music she'd never heard before. The smell of steamed fish left over from the old people's lunch club. A stall selling crisps and cash-and-carry cola and cheap sweets. Chews, lollipops, and twisted bits of brightly coloured candy she'd never seen in proper shops. Emma knew Abigail had looked stunning in a sparkly green top. She could remember the pang of envy which had shot through her when Abigail had sauntered into the hall. But she couldn't see her. She could picture the faces of all the lads in the room looking wistful, because they'd known she was way out of their league, including Christopher's, because he'd been there too. He'd been playing pool, and had straightened up from the table and stared intently for a moment. But not Abigail's. Emma couldn't remember at all what Abigail's response had been to all that attention. Standing at the grave, her focus shifted. Instead of being part of the background, Christopher took centre stage. This was where he'd last been seen. And if the inspector was right, it was a place he'd visited many times before. She could picture him quite clearly. The long, flapping anorak, his lank, untidy hair, the face drawn through lack of sleep and a hangover. But she had no idea what had been going on inside his head. She felt the desperation of missed opportunity. If only she'd been more sympathetic or more assertive. If only she had persuaded him to tell her what he knew. Her attention was caught then by a flurry of activity around the farm buildings across the field. A minibus had arrived in the yard, and a gaggle of police officers got out. There were a couple of dogs. She heard shouted instructions. The officers waited. Then a car pulled up and 2 figures, sexless, in white paper overalls and white caps, emerged. Someone must have had a key to the house because they went inside. The rest of them stood by the bus, looking at the junk, the piles of rusting machinery, as if they didn't know where to start. Emma thought Vera Stanhope might turn up and didn't want to be caught by her at Abigail's grave. The detective might think it was her comments of the night before which had prompted Emma to come. Emma didn't want her to have that satisfaction. As she turned to leave, Emma saw Dan Greenwood leaning against the railings. He must have been watching her. He smiled and raised one hand in greeting. She felt her face flush, a sick excitement in the pit of her stomach. There was still a thrill of connection. That was what made James different, she thought. She never really felt connected to him. He was just a character in one of her stories. "What do you think they're doing?" She nodded towards the figures in navy, who had started to organise themselves into groups. One of the parties filed through a gap in the hedge into the field nearest the river. "They want to find out where Christopher spent the day he was killed. The cemetery was the last place he was seen, and the farm's empty. He could have been in there. They'll be checking if he left any trace of himself behind." He didn't speak as if he was guessing. She supposed he must still have friends in the service who kept him informed. She walked out through the gate to join him. He smelled of the tobacco he rolled into cigarettes. She stepped away until it was lost in the background scent of dead leaves. Safest not to get too close. "You haven't got the baby with you today, then?" he said. "No." "You must feel you need some time to yourself occasionally." "Yes," she said, "I do." "Let me walk back to the village with you. I don't like the idea of you being out on your own." She thought again that James hadn't bothered about that. "I can't see there'd be any danger, not with all these police around." He didn't answer, but moved over so he was closest to the road and fell in step with her. Despite the misty drizzle, he wasn't wearing a coat, just a jersey of coarse navy wool, and the damp smell of that overlaid the tobacco. She felt awkward, clumsy. "What made you decide on the pottery when you left the police?" she asked for something to say. He didn't speak for a moment. "It took me a while to decide on anything. I'd had a sort of breakdown. Stress. I knew I wanted to do something creative. When I first left the service, I went to art school for a couple of years. But I couldn't get my head round most of it. Conceptual art. What was that all about? Some of it I like, though. The craft side, ceramics, producing something concrete for people, something useful." He paused. "Not making much sense, am I?" "Yes, you are." "I had a bit of a pension from the police, enough to get me started. Then my mother died and left me the money I needed to buy the forge." "Is that why you left the police? Because the stress was getting to you?" "I suppose." He smiled to make a joke out of it. "Too sensitive for my own good, I dare say. I couldn't forget the victims were real people." They walked on in silence until they reached the village. At the door to the forge they paused. Emma knew she should carry on walking, cross the road, let herself into the captain's house. James might be looking out for her. "I don't suppose there's any chance of a coffee," she said. She could feel the colour rising in her face. "As you said, I don't have the chance to get out much without the baby. I'm not sure I can face the house again just yet." "Of course." She couldn't tell at all what he made of her request. Did he think she was going mad? Put it down to grief? "But perhaps you're too busy," she added. "Perhaps I should go." "No." The door had warped and caught at the bottom against a flagstone. He put his shoulder against it to push it open. "I'll be glad of the distraction." On a bench, just inside the door, there was a row of jugs he'd hand-painted, swirling patterns in intense blues and greens. "They're lovely," she said. "They make you think of water, don't they? You feel you're drowning in the colour." "Really?" He looked genuinely pleased. "When they're glazed, you must have one." The sick excitement came back. They sat in the small room she'd seen on her first visit. He made the coffee, apologised for the chipped mug, the lack of fresh milk. "What were you doing at the cemetery?" she asked suddenly. It was hot.
She felt ill at ease. Now she was here, she couldn't carry off the situation with polite conversation. She wished she could do the joking banter which had come naturally to her colleagues at the college. "Were you there to visit Abigail's grave?" She remembered what he'd said as they'd walked back to the village. Was it because, even though you'd never met her, Abigail Mantell was a real person to you? He seemed startled by the question. "No," he said. "Nothing like that." "I'm sorry. None of my business." "I'd heard the lads were starting a search on Woodhouse Farm, and even after all this time it's hard not to be curious. I suppose I miss the police in a way. The friendship, certainly. I keep in touch with some of the lads, but it's not the same." It seemed sad to her, the thought of him watching his former colleagues working 2 fields away. "Did you ever meet Abigail while she was alive?" She didn't know where the question had come from, regretted it as soon as it was spoken. He looked up sharply from the coffee he was cupping in his hands. "No, of course not. How could I?" "I'm sorry. It's brought it all back. Christopher dying." "I did meet him," Dan said. "That afternoon you found the girl's body. I was talking to him in the other room, while my boss was in the kitchen with you and your mother." If he'd seen the murderer, he'd have said, wouldn't he? He answered all my questions. I didn't have the impression he was keeping anything back. Did he ever say anything to you?" "No." She set down her mug. It was still almost full. "I should go, taking up your time like this." "There's no hurry," he said. "It's a lonely business, this. Tell you the truth, I'm glad of the company." "You should find yourself a woman." She spoke lightly, and was quite proud of the jokey tone. It would make him realize she had no designs on him. "Maybe I've already found one. But things aren't working out quite how I'd hoped." He stared at her, and a ridiculous thought came into her head. He wants me to ask what he means. Is he talking about me? "Look," she said, "I must go now. James will be wondering where I am. I don't want him worried." "Come back," he said, "whenever you want to talk." She didn't know what to make of that, and left without answering. Outside, she stood for a moment trying to recover her composure before going home. On the other side of the road, the bulky figure of Vera Stanhope appeared in the bakery door. She crooked her finger and beckoned for Emma to join her. Like the witch, Emma thought, out of Hansel and Gretel, tempting her into the gingerbread house. And like the children, she felt compelled to obey. "What have you been up to?" Vera asked. "I went for a walk, bumped into Dan. He invited me in for coffee." "Did he now?" There was a pause, loaded with the significance Emma couldn't guess at. Then Vera added lightly, "At your age, you should know better than to go off with strange men." "Dan Greenwood's not strange." There was another pause. "Maybe not. All the same, just take care." The same instruction Joe Ashworth had given at their last meeting. The inspector turned away with a little wave, and Emma was left with the impression that she'd been warned off. Michael Long hadn't seen Vera for days, not to speak to. He'd glimpsed her across the street, and once he'd approached her. But she just gave a friendly wave and continued on her way as if she was too busy to talk. At least he thought that was the impression she'd wanted to give, and he didn't think it was fair. He deserved better than that. Not only was he Jeannie's father, he was the man who'd pointed Vera in the right direction when it came to Keith Mantell. And he was an important witness, the last person to have seen Christopher Winter alive. Michael would never have put it that way, but he felt like a jilted lover. He wanted Vera to take some notice of him again. He stayed at home in case she called. Whenever there was a knock on the door, he hoped it might be her. Then he thought, sod it. He wasn't going to hang around for any woman. He'd do his own research, collect his own information, and he'd show her. He imagined presenting her with a fat file on Mantell, all organised and typed. It would provide her with everything she needed to show the man was a murderer. because that was what Michael wanted to prove to her. Mantell was a monster who'd killed his own daughter and the young winter lad. And Mantell was to blame for Jeannie being locked up all that time, for her desperation and suicide. He got the bus into the town up the coast, where Mantell had first made his money. He knew it had a decent-sized library. The high school was there too, and he shared the bus with kids on their way in. He told himself this was a nuisance, and indeed the noise of shrieking girls and boys locked in continual mock battle irritated him to distraction. He muttered under his breath about feckless parents and bringing back national service. But it had its compensations. The bus was full, and he was squeezed on a bench seat which faced into the aisle. Beside him was a girl of 14 or 15, with a white, powdery face and narrow eyes lined in black. She seemed too dignified for the chaos surrounding her, and was annoyed as he was by the shouting and chucking of missiles. She sat with her legs crossed at the knee and her bag on her lap. "Why don't you just grow up?" she snapped at a lad, with a face scarred with acne when a pencil sharpener missed its target and hit her arm. Then she turned to Michael and rolled her eyes conspiratorially, as if they were the only sane ones there. When they got off in Krill, in the wind-swept square close to the seafront, he was reluctant to let her go. He was tempted to follow her, just for the pleasure of watching her walk. She had a straight back, long legs, a haughty tilt to her head. But he told himself he had work to do. In the square, council workmen were erecting Christmas lights from a truck with a hydraulic lift. The library was a grand building with pillars in the front and wide stone steps leading to a double door. It was shut and wouldn't open until 9:30. His irritation returned. He ranted under his breath about the idleness of the staff. He could have walked with the girl as far as the school after all. Then he told himself it wouldn't do to get into a state. Peg had always warned him he would get into serious bother one day if he didn't learn to calm down. He asked one of the workmen where he could get a coffee, and he was pointed down a narrow street. The place was called Val's Diner, and was full of noise and steam. It reminded him of the cafe on the point. The bacon in his sandwich was just as he liked it, crisp and brittle, and his temper improved. These days, he thought, it took something that small to alter his mood. He wondered if he'd always been like that, and if everyone was the same. He knew the woman who ran the local history library. She was called Leslie, and she was efficient and jolly, with a loud voice which made the readers in the reference section look up and tut in disapproval. He'd first met her just before he'd retired. He'd started to get nostalgic about what he was giving up. Leslie held the archive of the lifeboat station and the pilot office on the point, and he'd come in to look up the history. There'd been one photo, he remembered, of the house where he'd lived all those years with Peg. It had been taken in the 20s, and the point had been quite different then. The dunes had stretched further, and the 2 cottages and the lighthouse had been the only buildings. Outside their cottage, a man with a large grey moustache had been leaning against the wall by the front door, glaring out at the camera. Leslie was sitting at her desk, and looked up when she saw him approaching. He could see from her face that she'd read about Jeannie in the papers, but she didn't say anything. She didn't even show that she recognised him, which he found upsetting, because when he'd been doing his research into the point, he'd thought she liked him. He explained that he was interested in the back issues of the local paper, going back 20, even 30 years. They are available. Oh, yes, she said, and she smiled. Are you after anything specific? Because she was still sitting at her desk. She seemed to be squinting up at him. No, nothing like that, just general interest. Immediately he was sorry that he'd been so sharp, but she hadn't seemed to have noticed.
She sat him in front of the microfiche machine and showed him how to use it, repeating the instructions patiently when he asked her to. "If you need anything, just give me a shout." Her voice carried across the large room, and she could have been talking to any of the customers there. He started at the time of Abigail's murder and worked back. At first he found himself distracted by other stories, not the murder. He moved quickly past that, and when he came across a photo of Jeannie, he shut his eyes. He couldn't bear the thought of her captured in the machine, where anyone could come and stare at her. It was the less dramatic stories which caught his attention. The largest container ship ever to come into the Humber. Cows wandering across the river at low tide and becoming stranded on a sandbank. A festival of tall ships in the estuary. When he looked up at the clock on the wall, it was nearly 11, and he'd found nothing useful. He forced himself to move on more quickly and began to find mentions of Keith Mantell. Flashes in words and photographs. Michael began tracking him back in time. It was like watching a jerky old film played in reverse. The most recent reports, the ones he came to first, were positive, and he had to stop himself from sneering out loud. There was a picture of Keith Mantell standing beside a giant cardboard cheque. Mantell Development's donation to a charity which provided respite care for disabled children. A beaming girl reached out from her wheelchair to hold the other end of the cheque. Keith Mantell with a group of others, appointed as NHS trustees for the local hospital. Keith Mantell in Wellington's, planting a tree in the wildlife garden of a junior school. Michael muttered under his breath about the gullibility of the public. But looking at the smiling, confident face, he thought, if he hadn't known any better, if he hadn't tangled with Mantell in the village, he'd have fallen for it too. He'd have believed in Mantell, the entrepreneur with a social conscience. As he followed Mantell's story back, his memory was wakened. Occasional references triggered a recollection of incidents he'd investigated before, when his only reason for disliking Mantell was that the businessman was an arrogant sod who tried to undermine his position in the village. A brief report about the grand opening of a leisure centre took him back to a conversation with an old friend. They'd been to school together, but Lawrence Adams had been promoted within the family business and suddenly turned gentleman. He'd taken up golf and got himself elected as Tory councillor. A couple of big contracts had been awarded to Mantell, and Michael had been sniffing around to find out why. They'd met, at Lawrence's request, in a small, run-down pub near Hull Prison. It had seemed a strange place for a rendezvous, not Lawrence's usual sort of haunt. "Why here?" Michael had asked. "No one will recognize me here." And Michael had liked that. He'd realized that this was a kindred spirit, someone else to share his paranoia about Mantell. "Mantell can't get at you, can he?" He'd thought Lawrence had too much money to be corruptible. "He can get at anyone. Just keep out of his way." And then he'd rambled about the leisure centre, not making too much sense. So Michael thought he'd been drinking before he'd arrived. "It should never have gone to him. We came to a decision at the planning committee, all sorted, we thought." Then suddenly the preferred contractor withdrew. No reason given, so it went to Mantell in the end. Lawrence had looked up from his beer. "You know how it started, don't you? How he first made his money." That was when Michael had heard the story of the old lady leaving Mantell her house, the story he'd passed on to Vera Stanhope when she'd knocked at his door. And he still wasn't sure how true it was. As they'd left the pub to head for their cars, too drunk to drive legally but reckless, Lawrence had said, "I mean it. Stay away from him. Look what happened to Marty Shaw. He was no friend of mine, but I'd not wish that on anyone. Mantell was behind it, you know."
Michael hadn't heard of Marty Shaw, and had no idea what Lawrence was talking about. But he'd made enquiries, found out that he was the man who'd been washed up on the riverbank. Michael had heard about that. Some poor sod from Krill who'd walked into the river and drowned himself. It had been all they'd talked about in the anchor the day he'd been found. He hadn't realised at the time that there'd been a link with Mantell, or he'd have taken more notice. It hadn't been difficult to pick up the rumours. Michael had had friends everywhere then. He'd been sociable, famous for it. Not like now, when he hid away in his bungalow built for sad old people, drinking alone. Then there'd hardly been a pub on the peninsula where he'd not been known. Everywhere he went, there'd be people he'd gone to school with, or served on the lifeboat committee with, or done a favour for. He sat now, in the quiet library, staring at lines of print through the microfiche machine. They told one story. The memories of those conversations of years before fleshed out the details. Back again in time. Michael found the report of the inquest into Shaw's death. Suicide. He'd left a note, so the verdict was inevitable. They hadn't said what had driven him to it. Poor, stupid bastard, Michael thought now. Then he'd been less charitable. He'd always thought suicide was a coward's way out. The report said the dead man had left behind a wife and a son. Michael couldn't remember if he'd picked up on that at the time. It felt suddenly grubby, this digging around in the past, and he was tempted to give up. Then he looked out through the long window across the square at the men who were still trying to string up the tacky lights, and thought he had nothing better to do. He almost missed the significance of the photograph. It seemed at first like the more recent stories. Keith Mantell as local hero. This showed the opening of a sheltered housing complex for elderly people, the sort of place Michael would end up living if he didn't take more care of himself. The picture was taken in a courtyard, paved with plants in tubs. Behind the party, the brick building looked brutally new and hard-edged. In the centre, the mayor, a plump, middle-aged woman, held a pair of scissors to cut the ribbon strung across the front door. Beside her stood Mantell, but around them were crowded a number of councillors and their families. There must have been a free lunch, Michael thought, to have brought so many people out. He read the names idly, putting off the time when he'd have to leave the comfort of the library. Councillor Martin Shaw. James Shaw. James stood next to his father. It was obvious that they were father and son. The resemblance was striking. Marty Shaw's face seemed familiar, and Michael thought perhaps he'd seen pictures at the time of his death. Then an image flashed into his mind of the man in uniform. A pilot's uniform. Not Marty, of course, but Marty's son. Then the old paranoia took over, and he imagined Keith Mantell and James Bennett working together, a web of conspiracy, which took in Jeannie's suicide, his own enforced retirement from the pilot service, and 2 murders. The psychiatrist was a pompous bastard. As soon as she walked into his office in the big new general hospital, Vera saw this would be a waste of time. He seemed too young to be a consultant, with his dark hair and his clipped black beard, which looked as if it had been painted on. There wasn't a trace of grey. She spent a moment wondering if it had been dyed. He looked up from his desk. Inspector Stanhope. He was a man who liked rank. He'd call the nurses sister or staff nurse, just to put them in their place. My secretary said it was urgent. I'm leading an inquiry into the Abigail Mantell murder case. Yes. One of the detectives working on the investigation was a patient of yours. He said nothing. Daniel Greenwood, she said. Is he still your patient? You know better than that, Inspector. I can't discuss individuals. But he was interested, she could tell. He'd been hooked by the drama of a famous murder case, just like the people who slavered over the same story in the tabloids, then said how disgusting they found the publicity. Murder
had a glamour all of its own. Of course not. She settled comfortably into the leather chair. She might as well take the opportunity to take the weight off her feet. I was after more general advice, the benefit of your expertise. He smiled, pulling his narrow lips back from his teeth. There was a gold crown on an upper molar. She found it hard not to stare. Anything I can do to help the police, which doesn't compromise me professionally, Inspector, of course. I'm interested in... Pausing, and attempted to find the right words. A person with an obsessive personality. Yes. I'm talking a stalker. Someone who is fascinated by a young woman, follows her maybe. Such a man could be dangerous. The psychiatrist smiled again. Under her polyester trousers, Vera felt her flesh crawl. It would be a man? She asked suddenly. No, not necessarily. He stroked his beard very slowly. There have been many recorded cases of women taking an unhealthy, delusional interest in a man, often an ex-lover. Most commonly, they refuse to believe that a relationship is over. Jeannie Long never accepted Mantell didn't love her, Vera thought. She wasn't mad. But if the object of the obsession was a young woman, Vera said, then the stalker is more likely to be a man, the doctor conceded. In what way could the obsessive become dangerous? His fantasy would be that the object of his desire shared his feelings. If the fantasy was shattered, he could resort to violence. He looked at her. We're talking still in general terms here. I must make it clear that I've no evidence of such behaviour in any of my patients. What does that mean? That you suspect Dan Greenwood of stalking and killing Abigail Mantell, but you've no evidence for it? Or that he wouldn't hurt a fly? She contained her impatience. She knew he would only enjoy it if she lost her cool. Is there such a thing as a serial stalker? In what sense? Suppose the scenario you've described were played out. The obsessive killed the young woman and got away with it. Is it possible that he could transfer his attention to another victim? Certainly it would be possible. He paused. She suspected he enjoyed making her wait for the rest of his answer. He could have been excited, aroused by the violence. While that might have been unintended in the first instance, it could become an integral part of the fantasy in the second. So he'd dream of killing her. That would be his intention. As I've said, it's possible, certainly not inevitable. As I'm sure you're aware, very few mentally ill people, not even those who are seriously disturbed, commit acts of violence. Would I know if I met him? Vera demanded. What do you mean? If it was someone I met in the street or socially or at work, would I realise he was mad? She threw in the last word as a provocation. He didn't rise to the bait. In the street, almost certainly not. Would someone be able to function normally, hold down a regular job, and still behave in this way? He considered for a while, and still couldn't come up with a satisfactory answer. I'm not a forensic psychiatrist. This isn't really my area of competence. Give me an opinion. It would take considerable control, the separation of the fantasy life and the everyday. It would be exceptional. But not impossible. No, not impossible. Driving back to Elvert, Vera thought she'd made a fool of herself. She should never have gone to the hospital. It had been a spur-of-the-minute impulse, an excuse to get out of the village. She'd overreacted to Dan Greenwood, keeping a few mementos of his last major case. It wouldn't do to start rumours that Dan was some sort of weirdo. In a place like this, that was the last thing he'd need. She drove through the square and saw that he was working in the forge. She was tempted to stop. Why not just ask him why he'd kept the material on the Mantell case, and how he'd come into possession of the photograph? But she continued on the road towards the coast, until she came to the crescent of small houses where he lived. She pulled her car into the verge on the main road and walked towards his home. The street was quiet. In one house, an elderly woman was watching a game show on the television in her front room. She sat with her swollen legs on a footstool, a Zimmer frame within easy reach.
When Vera walked past, she kept her gaze fixed on the screen. Vera stopped before Dan's place and went up to his neighbour's front door. She rang the bell. There was no reply. She did the same thing at the house beyond. The street was only built on one side. It curved round a small children's play area. Satisfied that no one was looking, she approached Dan's. The door was locked, as she knew it would be. She looked under the mat. No spare key. One of his larger pots, containing a small evergreen shrub, stood next to the doorstep. She shifted it. Nothing. The bedroom window at the front was open, but she didn't have the build or fitness for climbing drain pipes. There wasn't much of a garden, just a square of muddy grass and a low privet hedge to separate it from the houses on each side. No hiding place. Because the crescent was a terrace, the only access to the back gardens was from the fields. She was about to give up. She wasn't in the mood for shinning over farm gates or wading ankle-deep in muck. Then she returned to the shrub in the pot and felt around the wood chippings scattered on top of the soil. One mortise lock key. She wiped it clean on her jumper and opened the door. She slipped off her sandals and put them sole up on the carpet. She closed the door behind her and padded barefoot into Daniel's home. It's a skill to search without leaving a sign of the intruder. It takes time. But Daniel's house was easier to look through than most. He had few possessions and he kept them ordered. Vera started at the top of the house. There was a small bathroom, probably renovated in the 80s, with an avocado suite and black mould in the sealant around the bath. In the mirror-faced wall cabinet, she found a packet of paracetamol and a bottle of antidepressants. These had been prescribed by his GP, not the hospital consultant. Daniel's room contained a double bed, neatly made with sheets and blankets, no duvet. There was a pine bedside table. He was reading a novel by James Lee Burke, a paperback with a black and purple jacket. In the drawer she found a couple of packets of condoms, unopened. Wishful thinking? Or had he found a girlfriend? Some secret woman prepared to take him on? He had admitted to bringing Caroline Fletcher home for a drink after all. Perhaps there was more to that relationship than he'd let slip. His clothes were all folded and neatly hung in a white plastic-fitted wardrobe. The laundry basket in the corner was empty. If he had killed Christopher Winter, there would be no forensic evidence to link him to the scene. The second bedroom was at the back and smaller. The curtains were closed. They were heavily lined, and when Vera first entered she could see nothing. She switched on the light. In the second before the room was lit she felt breathless, frightened for what she would find. But at first it seemed there was nothing out of the ordinary. Under the window stood an ornate dressing table with 3 mirrors, angled, all surrounded in cheap gilt. Then next to the wall, a narrow single bed covered in a floral quilt. On the dressing table there was a photograph of a woman. From the style of hair and clothes it had been taken in the early 50s. She was young and smiling into the camera. Daniel's mother, perhaps. The woman who died and left Daniel enough money to buy the forge and set up his business. On the bed lay a pair of women's panties, black, tiny, a heart in sequins sewn on the front. Not the sort of garment Caroline Fletcher would go for. Too brash and down-market. Vera could see the label inside from where she stood. The garment had come from a chain store which catered to younger buyers. It should be possible to find out when they'd been produced, Vera thought. She hoped they were a recent addition to stock, that they hadn't been part of the range 10 years previously. Downstairs she found nothing of interest. She was meticulous, although she was aware of time passing. Did she want Daniel to find her, so she could confront him and give him a chance to explain? Certainly she took her time, sorting through the CDs in the living room and the drawers in the kitchen, emptying the small freezer compartment in the fridge so she could feel to the back. At last she was satisfied. She opened the front door and looked out. Still the road was quiet and the playground empty. She put on her sandals and stood on the doorstep. She locked the door and replaced the key. A few bark chippings fell from the pot onto the concrete path. She picked them up and threw them into the gutter as she walked to her car.
Michael knew it was no good going to see Vera stand-up yet. His mind was fizzing, the thoughts chasing each other, becoming wilder and more fantastic. But he was sane enough to realize that she'd need more than theories and accusations. At the moment, she'd see him as a balmy old man with a grudge. Why should she listen to him? He left the library in a hurry, hardly taking time to thank Leslie, not waiting to put on his bulky coat, gathering it instead under his arm. In the square, the men had finished putting up the decorations and were testing the lights. There was nothing magical about them, Michael thought. He couldn't see the point of all that effort. A whole morning's work. For what? The bulbs were as big as you'd find in domestic light fittings, but with garish colours, pink, lime green, and a sulphurous yellow. There was a snowman, which had been cut out of grubby polystyrene and hung from a wire strung between two lampposts. Its grin leered at passers-by. Michael found the crooked smile disturbing. It followed him down the street to Val's diner, where he drank a cup of coffee and tried to order his thoughts. He needed to plan what to do next. At the bus stop, there were a couple of women who'd come into town from Elvet to do their shopping. He heard them talking from a distance. Only a month until Christmas. Fancy? They wore little fur-lined suede boots, identical, and there were piles of white carrier bags on the pavement surrounding them, so each was stranded in her own island of plastic. Michael knew them. If he'd allowed himself a moment to think about it, he'd have remembered their names. They'd been friends of Peg's. But he was still racing after the ideas which seemed to be galloping away from him, and nothing else mattered. He stood behind them to form a queue, became suddenly aware that he was being spoken to. "It's nice to see you out, Michael. In town on a bit of business?" It was the shorter one with the white bubbly hair. He looked at her sharply, wondering for a moment if there was anything sinister in her question. It even occurred to him briefly that she might be a spy for Mantell. That was the extent of his anxiety. Then he told himself that he was letting his imagination run away with him. He'd spent too long brooding on his own. Still, it was well to be careful. "No, just here to visit the library." "You couldn't find anything that you liked, then?" "Sorry." "Books. You've not got any books with you." She spoke very slowly, then looked pityingly at her neighbour. "No, I wasn't there to borrow. I wanted to look something up in the reference." "A shame," she said. "It can be very healing, a good story." He was saved the necessity of replying, because the bus arrived, spluttering and spewing out diesel fumes from the exhaust into the cold air. Michael had to pay full fare, because he'd never bothered to get a pensioner's pass, and half the way home he had to put up with the Elvet women telling him how to go about applying for one. The bus dropped them all outside the church, and Michael stood there for a moment to give the women time to move away. He looked across the street at the captain's house. He could see there was a fire in the grate in the front room. Emma Bennett came out and closed the door behind her. She paused for a moment, then walked up the street. She looked very smart in a long black coat, and he wondered where she could be going. She didn't have the baby with her, and he thought James must be inside. It was tempting just to knock at the door and confront him with the questions he had to ask. At least that way there wouldn't still be inside his head. But James had always intimidated him, even when they'd worked together every day. He thought he'd have to find another way. He couldn't face the bungalow, and started walking out of the village towards the sea. When he'd been living on the point with Peg, there'd been nights when he'd walked home from the Anchor. Not because he was scared of getting done for drunk driving. Once in a blue moon you'd see a cop in Elvet then. It wasn't like now. Since this latest murder, every other person you saw was a stranger, and you could tell, even if they weren't in uniform, that they were police. No. He'd walked then for the pleasure of it. A good night and a belly of beer, then the walk down the point with the river on one side and the sea on the other, and knowing that Peg would be waiting for him in the big, soft bed. Just the starry sky and anticipation. That was how it had been, hadn't it?
He hated the thought that his memory might be playing tricks. He'd started out on foot, just because there was a relief in the exercise, though the walk seemed harder and longer than he remembered, with a stiff breeze from the south blowing into his face. But it helped him think more clearly, too, and he saw what he should do. He'd talk to Wendy, the coxswain of the pilot launch. She'd been friendly with James Bennet from the start, before he was so highly qualified, before he'd moved to Elvet, before he'd married. Michael had even wondered if there'd been more between them than friendship, though he hadn't been around to find out. He'd only worked with Wendy for a few weeks, a period of handover before he'd retired. If James Bennet, usually so stiff and reserved, had confided in anyone about his past, it would have been Wendy. It was mid-afternoon before he reached the pilot station, and the light was starting to go. Stan, the second coxswain, was on duty. He was sitting at the desk, his legs in front of him, reading the paper and drinking tea. When Michael walked in, you'd have thought he'd seen a ghost.
"Hey, lad, what are you doing here?"
Michael thought it had been a fair few years since he'd been called a lad.
"Just a bit of a constitutional," he said. "You're busy, I see. Another half-hour and I'll be out to collect a pilot." "Which one?" "A new man called Evans. You'll not know him." "Do you know if Wendy's around?" "Her day off. She'll be in the cottage if she's not out gallivanting." "Does she do a lot of that these days?" "More than she used to. I think there's a new man in her life, but she'll not let on."
Michael went back outside before Stan could ask what he was after. The grey bulk of a tanker was moving up the river, approaching the mouth of the estuary. It had started to spit with rain. It was odd to knock at the door of the cottage after so many years of just letting himself in. There was a light on upstairs, and the sound of music, so he knew she was there. He knocked again, more loudly. At last there were noises inside, water in a drain, someone clattering down the stairs, and she opened the door to him. She was wearing a dressing gown, and her hair was wrapped in a towel. She recognized him at once and was surprised. If it had been someone else, he thought, she'd have been angry about being disturbed. One good thing about being bereaved, people felt they had to be kind to you. "Sorry," she said, "I was in the bath." Her feet were bare, and he couldn't stop staring at them, at the feet and the smooth legs which disappeared into the toweling robe. He imagined her lying in the bath, shaving them. Her toenails were painted silver. Who was there to see them this time of year? It wasn't the weather for sandals. He stared at the painted nails, couldn't stop. "Can I help you, Michael?" she said, trying to keep the impatience from her voice. He realized she'd been waiting for him to explain why he was there.
"Maybe I could come in. You'll be catching your death standing there with the door open."
She nodded, giving in to the inevitable. "Just give me a minute, I'll get some clothes on." She let him into the kitchen and left him there. In Peg's day, he would have taken off his shoes before going in, but now there didn't seem much point. He would never have recognized it. He could tell that underneath the mess, nothing much had changed. They were the same cupboards and benches Peg had chosen from the MFI on the ring road. But everywhere there was clutter. Dirty washings spilling out from a basket, a pyramid of shoes and boots, mucky plates and pots, drying cat food on a purple plastic dish. He didn't know what to make of it. He tried to work up some indignation, told himself Peg would have a fit if she could see it, then thought it didn't really matter. When Wendy came back in, dressed in tracksuit bottoms and top, slippers too big for her, she cleared some clothes from a chair and sat down. "Now then, Michael, what can I do for you?" Not unfriendly, but brisk, making it clear she couldn't give him much of her time. No offer of tea, either, and after the walk he was gasping. Now he wasn't sure how to start. On his way he should have planned how to go about it. He shouldn't have let his mind wander back to the good times.
"It's about James," he said. "James Bennet. How well do you know him?"
"What are folks saying?" She narrowed her eyes, seemed to curl back in her chair like a cat ready to spring.
Nothing like that."
"Only you know what he's like.
One woman working with men. People make up all sorts. No, he said, but I thought he might have talked to you, that's all. What about? His childhood, where he grew up, that sort of thing. Why would you want to know? He felt the room swim around him as he grasped for an explanation which would satisfy her. I thought I might have known him when he was a lad. Oh? Again, the spinning panic. Did he go to the Trinity House School? No, he's not a Trinity House lad. Local, though? I don't think he's ever said. He's not one for chatting. He doesn't give much of himself away. Michael, what is all this about? Like I said, I thought I knew him. Came across an old photo. It was the spitting image. But he wasn't calling himself Bennett in those days. Shaw, that was his name. I wondered if he'd talked about it to you. He realised he was gabbling. She was looking at him as if he was one of those mad old men let out into community care, who rant to themselves as they walk down the street. He wondered, as he had that day talking to Peg in the cemetery, if that was what he'd come to in the end. Perhaps that was what he'd come to already. Why would he change his name? She said reasonably. You must have made a mistake. You can't really tell from an old photo, can you? Why don't you ask him next time you see him if it's troubling you? He must have said something about his family, what he did before he joined the pilotage. You know how you get chatting while you're waiting for a ship. James doesn't chat, she said. He's always pleasant and polite, but he likes his privacy, and so do I. She stood up, and he saw he'd have to go. I'm sorry to have bothered you. You're right. It must have been a mistake. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not myself at the moment. Then she felt sorry for him again. Look, how did you get here? Give me a minute and I'll take you back to the village. No, I'll not trouble you. Stan said he was bringing in a pilot. I'll get a lift back with him. They stood awkwardly. She was blocking his way to the door and moved to let him out. At exactly that moment there was a sound upstairs, a slight creak. One of the floorboards in the bedroom had been loose even in his day. She saw that he'd heard it. Must be the cat, she said. Aye, though he knew it wasn't any cat. It wasn't just the sound from upstairs, which had more weight behind it than the heaviest cat. It was the way she looked as she said it, furtive and excited at the same time, as if she was playing a secret game. After she'd shut the door behind him, he stood in the small garden and looked upstairs where the light had been. But now the curtains were drawn and he couldn't see anything. The single car, parked behind the cottage, he recognised as Wendy's. The launch was out, and he waited beside the office for it to come back to the jetty. He didn't feel he could just let himself into the office any more. The boat nosed back through the gloom, and he felt the stab of nostalgia which he'd expected to feel in the house. Later, he stood with Stan looking out towards the river, while the pilot made a call to the data centre. Who is it that Wendy's taken up with? You live next to our man. You must have seen him go in and out. Never. He must be like the Invisible Man. There'll be rumours. I know what the gossip's like round this place. One thing's obvious. Stan touched the side of his nose with his finger. He's married, isn't he? Why else would she keep him a secret? They sat in church in their usual places, Mary and Robert, Emma with the baby on her knee, and James. At Mary's feet, the dreadful fat handbag which Emma hated and which was always full of rubbish. A splash of sunlight shone through the glass, coloured the dust which swirled in the draught from the door, and stained the surplice of the priest, who walked down the nave to shake the hands of the congregation as they shared the peace. He reached across James to touch Emma's head. Peace be with you, my dear. The sun had shone briefly in just the same way on the morning of their wedding. James remembered sitting on the front pew, next to Jeff, the colleague he'd persuaded to be his best man. It had taken some persuasion, he thought now. Not that Jeff hadn't been pleased to be asked, but he'd been surprised, unable to hide his bewilderment. Of course, I'd love to, but usually it's family, isn't it? Or some mate you've been to school with. Someone you've known for years, at least.
James had said there wasn't anyone. No one he'd rather have than Jeff. So, he'd been sitting at the front of the church, surprisingly calm, knowing absolutely that this was the right thing to do. The music had started. Not the wedding march. They'd decided against that. The arrival of the Queen of Sheba. He'd known Emma was on her way, but he'd not looked round, not immediately. He'd waited a few beats before turning. And just at that moment, the sun had come out, bleeding the colour from the stained glass onto the ivory satin of her dress. She'd caught his eye, and smiled nervously. And it had come to him, like the melodramatic ending of a romantic novel, that everything had worked out for the best. His father's death, the shame and the scandal, everything that followed, had all led to this moment, to his taking this beautiful young woman to be his wife. The intensity of the sensation had quickly passed. The procession, Emma on her father's arm, 2 small bridesmaids in a state of imploding excitement, had moved on towards the altar, and he had to focus on getting the ritual right. But he was left with an optimism which had remained unshaken, until the recent drama. Now, sitting in the church, as the sun shone through the window, and the elderly priest took his hand, the sense of well-being returned. There was, after all, nothing to be concerned about. The unpleasantness of the last few weeks would pass, and things would go back to normal. He would continue to bring boats safely up the river, then return home to his wife and child. Nothing would disturb the equilibrium of their lives. He had thought Mary and Robert would be unwilling to face the scrum around the coffee pots and plates of biscuits in the church hall, and they did pause for a moment in the porch. "Would you rather go straight home?" Robert asked his wife. James had always thought of him as a strong and reliable man, the sort of man to hold his family together. And even immediately after Christopher's death, it had seemed he was still playing that role. Today, though, he appeared indecisive, vague. He wanted Mary to tell him what they should do. "No," she said. James saw that Springhead was the last place she wanted to be. "We'll have a coffee first, shall we?" Inside the hall she seemed embarrassed to be a customer, and was all for rushing into the kitchen to find an apron and begin the washing up. "Sit down," James said. "I'll bring your drink over." He stood in the queue and looked at them, holding each other's hands across the Formica table, not speaking. They looked old. Around them the parishioners circled like birds of prey over a carcass, eager to make contact, to give their condolences, to get news. Emma had stayed in the church after the rest of the congregation had left. She'd whispered to James at the end of the service that she needed time to herself. He respected that. She was very young to have suffered so much. Now she walked into the hall, oblivious to the sympathetic glances, her face pale and still, without expression. He had never been able to tell what she was thinking, and since Christopher's death she had become more distant from him. He disliked violent displays of emotion. There had been too much shouting and raving, too many tears when he was young. But now he wondered if he should have encouraged her to weep, if, when she had asked if they might talk, he should have made it easier for her to confide in him. He set the cups of coffee in front of his parents-in-law. 2 women had plucked up sufficient courage to approach them, and Robert seemed to have recovered his spirits under their attention. James went to Emma, who was standing by the window looking out over the churchyard, twisting a strand of hair around her finger. "I'd like to invite Robert and Mary to lunch," he said. "Would you mind?" "No." She seemed surprised to be asked, as if usually he would have made the invitation without consulting her. And perhaps that was true, he thought. Throughout their marriage she'd been so passive that he'd always taken her consent for granted. Had he been more like a father than a lover to her? In the captain's house he insisted on preparing lunch. He sat Mary and Robert in the living room and threw some logs onto the embers of the fire. The logs were dry and the bark caught immediately, curling back from the wood and sending sparks up the chimney. The couple stared into the grate, mesmerised, only moving when he handed them a glass of sherry each. Still they weren't talking.
Emma was upstairs settling Matthew into his cot for a sleep. A little later, he heard her come down. He thought she would join her parents, but instead she came into the kitchen. She came up behind him and kissed his neck. "Thank you for being so kind to them." She slipped away before he could respond, and he heard her voice, no more than a murmur, in the other room. "This is who I am," he told himself. "A kind man who cares for his family. Perhaps even a good man. There is no deception here." At the table, Robert became more himself again, brightening as he had earlier, surrounded by people in the hall. He said grace, and complimented James on his cooking. He drank more than he usually did, and James was reminded of Christopher's last meal in the house. He had never thought father and son had much in common, but now he could detect a resemblance, a dramatic quality, the possibility of excess. "Why don't you both stay here for the night?" Emma asked. Mary didn't like driving Robert's car, and James saw she thought her father was already over the limit. "You can go back early tomorrow." "No," Robert said. "I need to get home. I'd like to go into work tomorrow." "Is that wise?" James had never questioned Robert's judgment before and felt rather brave. "I'm sure they'd understand that you need more time. You could have until Christmas at least. It's hardly worth going back for a few weeks. I'd prefer to be at work. I brood too much at home." But Robert reached out for the bottle of wine and topped up his glass. "Besides," Mary said suddenly, "if I don't go home today, I'll never face it." She saw that she'd shocked them. "I know it's foolish, but that's the way I feel. I'll never be able to walk through the door." "Why don't I drive you back later this evening?" James said. "Then you can stay for a while, relax, have another drink. I'll pick Robert up first thing in the morning, so he can collect his car." Emma smiled at him and brushed her fingertips over the back of his hand. Later there was an old film on the television. The room was hot. Robert and Mary both fell asleep. Mary had her mouth slightly open and snored occasionally. Matthew lay on his stomach on the rug, surrounded by toys. "I think the doctor gave them tranquilizers," Emma said. "They seem spaced out, don't they? Dad especially, but a bit more relaxed at least." When they woke, she made tea for them, and James toasted crumpets in front of the fire. He crouched and held his arm outstretched because the embers were still so hot. "Comfort food," Emma said. She watched with satisfaction as Mary finished a mouthful, then licked the butter from her fingers. James thought Emma had worn the same expression when she'd persuaded Matthew to take baby rice from a spoon for the first time. "We should go." Robert stood up. The tray was still on the floor, the toasting fork lying on the hearth. "Are you ready, my dear?" Outside, on the other side of the road, someone was waiting under the bus shelter. "He'll be there a long time," James said, hoping to lighten the mood. "There are no buses on a Sunday. Do you think I should tell him?" The man turned and stared at them, though he couldn't have made out the words. His face was lit by the orange glow of a streetlight. "It's Michael Long," Robert said. James had recognized him at the same instant. "Perhaps it would be better to leave him alone." James went in to Springhead with them. He'd always liked the house, despite its discomfort and inconvenience. It was where Emma had grown up, and there were reminders of her everywhere. School photos, books with her name in, her Wellingtons just inside the door. Now, as he stood awkwardly in the kitchen, while Robert and Mary fussed with the lights, he wondered how they could bear the gloomy paint, the threadbare carpets, the piles of slightly damp books. He was irritated that they never organised the improvements which were needed. "Will you stay here?" he asked. "You won't move?" "Of course not." Mary spoke as if he'd suggested something unthinkable. "Where would we go?" "I'm not sure. You could get somewhere smaller. In the village, perhaps. Close to the shops and to Emma." He tailed off as he saw her reaction. "Impossible," she said. "It's just that earlier you seemed reluctant to come back." "It's painful. But this place is all we have of Christopher now." She didn't speak to him again, and he thought he'd offended her. Then, as he was getting into his car in the yard, She came running out to him, still in her slippers, a coat thrown over her shoulders. "Thank you for this afternoon. For lunch. For looking after us so well." He wondered if the medication had worn off because she seemed desperate, rather manic. "No problem, you know, you're always welcome." "I'd like to do something for you. For you and Emma. She was looking so pale today, didn't you think?" "It's been a dreadful time for you all." "Let me have Matthew for an evening, so you can spend some time on your own together. Go out for a drink, perhaps. I'd like to, if you trust me."
"Of course we trust you. Have him whenever you like."
"Tomorrow, then. Bring him here." She rushed back to the house, and James wondered if Robert had even realised she'd gone. When James drew up outside the captain's house, Michael Long was still standing at the bus stop, his hands in his pockets, muffled in his coat. He watched James climb out of the car, held his glance, a sort of challenge. It was too far for James to shout, and he started to walk over the road towards him. The church clock began to strike the hour. Michael stood his ground for a moment. Then he turned and hurried away towards his bungalow. Inside, Matthew was in bed, and Emma was loading the dishwasher. "Were they all right?" she asked.
"I think so. They're so self-contained, aren't they? It's hard to tell."
"I thought that's what you admired in them."
"Perhaps it's not always a good thing."
"Can we go to bed?" she said. He felt nervous, as if it was the first time, afraid of doing something wrong, something which would upset her, spoil the mood.
"Of course."
He was in the bedroom before her, went to close the curtains. Michael Long was back at his post under the bus shelter. He was looking up at the window. Vera Stanhope liked Dan Greenwood, had done since the first time she'd met him at one of those dreadful training days her boss had forced her to attend. All keen young officers behaving like corporate managers, fighting amongst themselves to be most enthusiastic, most positive. No negative talk allowed there. Dan Greenwood had looked at her helplessly across the conference room, with its beach-effect tables and chairs, as if he'd been thrown into the middle of a game, and he didn't understand the rules. As if she was the only one there on his side. She had thought, looking at him, that he shouldn't be caged inside a building at all. Looking at him, scruffy and feral, you'd have thought he should be a gamekeeper, someone used to being outdoors. Perhaps he'd thought that was what the police would be like, keeping things ordered, tidying up vermin.
"Don't worry, pet," she'd said to him over coffee.
"They don't mean any of it. All that positive talk. Back at the station they'll be griping the same as you and me, sloping home early and coming in late."
"What's the point, then?"
he'd said. And she thought that he really didn't understand. He had no ambition and no desire to impress. She'd thought then that he was incapable of deception. That was before she'd seen the file on Abigail Mantell which he kept in his desk, and pored over, like some pervert slobbering over downloaded porn. Pride had stopped her acting immediately. She couldn't bring herself to believe that she could be that wrong about anyone. Then she'd stood in the village and watched him walking with Emma Bennett up the lane from the river, attentive and careful. And she'd seen the way Emma had looked at him. This was another bonny young lass. Not as young as Abigail had been when she died, but there were some days when Emma still looked like a teenager. And she'd known Abigail, found the body. Perhaps there was a thrill in that for Dan. You could never tell how some people's minds worked. Not even the psychiatrist could manage that. Or perhaps he wanted to get close to Emma, to find out how much she remembered. If he'd had any sort of relationship with the dead girl, he'd want to know if she talked about it before she was killed. Pride was a terrible thing, Vera thought. It had always let her down. So she swallowed her pride and went to see Caroline Fletcher. She did it properly, too, calling in advance to check if it was convenient. There was no fuss this time when she stood on the doorstep of the desirable executive home. No show. Caroline had changed from her business suit into jeans and a baggy jumper, which reached almost to her knees. The boyfriend was nowhere to be seen, And Vera didn't ask after him. He'd be playing squash, she thought, or staying late at the office. Something normal. In the living room there was a bottle of white wine standing in a cooler on the floor by the armchair, one glass taken out of it. Caroline had been holding the glass when she opened the door. "Would you like some?" she said, seeming ready to build bridges herself. Vera preferred red, but it would have been churlish to refuse. "What's this about?" The woman's voice was cautious but not unfriendly. "Dan Greenwood," Vera said. "What about him?" "What did you make of him?" Caroline looked at her without answering, and Vera was forced to elaborate. "You worked closely with him. Did you ever have any concerns? I mean, did the breakdown come out of the blue?" "I'm not a doctor." "As a colleague? A friend?" "I wasn't expecting it," Caroline said. "He seemed to be holding it together. Perhaps, though, it was inevitable. He let things get to him, took them to heart." She paused. "I don't think he's stupid, but he wasn't really up to the job. The politics, the games you have to play, the rules you have to keep to or bend. He says what he means, and he can't understand when other people don't do the same. He talked about resigning at the same time as me. I shouldn't have discouraged it." "You'd resigned before he went on sick leave?" "Yes. Getting Jeannie Long to court was the last thing I did." She paused. "Everyone said I was going out on a high." "How soon after the court case was Dan's illness?" "I'm not sure. It's hard to judge time when you look back from this distance. It all becomes a bit of a blur. Not long, though. A couple of months, 6 at the most. You could check. Personnel might still have it on file. Someone there would probably remember better than me." "I don't really want to make it official. Not yet." Vera sipped the wine, which was still cold and very dry. Caroline looked at her over her glass. "What's all this about?" she said again, more forcefully, meaning, "Cut the crap, lady. I've played these games too in my time." "Are you sleeping with him?" Vera asked, matter of fact. "No!" Caroline gave a hoot of laughter so spontaneous and joyful Vera knew it was genuine. "Where did you get that idea?" "We all get daft notions in our heads from time to time." "You didn't come out here just to ask me that." For a moment, Vera didn't respond. In this investigation, she'd started off thinking she couldn't trust this woman as far as she could throw her. It came hard now to pass on information she hadn't even shared with Joe Ashworth. "Dan Greenwood has a file on the Mantell case. He keeps it in his desk at the Pottery. Takes it out and reads it every now and again. It could mean anything. Guilt, because he didn't stand up to you over the Jeannie Long arrest. Nostalgia, for a time when he was part of a team and he had friends. He seems a bit of a loner now. Or it could be more sinister. Some sort of trophy, maybe. It could mean he killed her." Caroline listened carefully. She didn't dismiss the idea out of hand. She knew what it had cost Vera to be there. "What's in the file?" Vera shrugged. "I didn't have much of a chance to look. Duplicates of the case papers and the investigation log. A duplicate of the post-mortem report. Post-mortem photographs. A glossy picture of the girl before she died, looking dressed up and glamorous." "We might have asked Keith for a photo for publicity," Caroline said quickly. "An appeal through the media, asking for witnesses to come forward. It doesn't mean Dan knew her before she died." "I thought you didn't bother much with that sort of publicity. You took Jeannie Long into custody pretty quickly." "It doesn't mean we didn't make other plans at the beginning." "Do you remember asking Keith for a photo?" "No. But I wouldn't after all this time." "Strange, anyway. Dan holding on to it for 10 years. "Yes," Caroline said. "Perhaps." She poured herself another glass and waved the bottle towards Vera, who shook her head. She'd wait until she got back to the hotel, then have a proper drink. They sat again in silence. "What happened to the clothes Abigail was wearing when she died?"
Vera asked. God knows. After all this time, why do you want to know?
No reason. Caroline looked at her suspiciously, but didn't push it. Dan was a bit of a loner even then. I mean, friendly enough. A part of the team. No one ever minded being partnered up with him, but not really one of the lads. Do you know what I mean? Vera nodded. He wouldn't get pissed with them. He wouldn't swear about the bosses or get sentimental and pour out his heart. Has he ever been married? I didn't check that either.
God, no.
Caroline considered, then added, I don't know why that should seem so unthinkable. I suppose he didn't seem the type. And he never mentioned anyone. Gay?
No.
Then after more thought, at least I don't think so. He fancied you, didn't he? Probably, but you get used to that. A woman in a team of men who feel their job's screwed up all the other relationships in their lives. After a while, it's not flattering anymore. I'd be flattered, Vera thought. Trust me. You never felt threatened by his attentions?
Not once.
Is there any way he could have got to know Abigail socially?
I can't think of one.
Perhaps you invited him to one of Keith's parties.
None of my colleagues knew about Keith. We were very discreet.
Dan guessed. During the investigation?
Did he? He never said. Caroline seemed amused rather than surprised.
Where was Dan living when Abigail was murdered?
In Krill. He had a flat in one of those big terraced houses on the seafront. I picked him up from there a couple of times.
Did you ever go in?
Once or twice. Sometimes he wasn't ready if I was early to collect him for a job. Once he asked me in for a beer at the end of a shift.
What was it like in there?
Bloody cold, she said. It had old sash windows that let in all the drafts.
She looked sharply at Vera. There weren't any photos of naked schoolgirls on the walls, if that's what you mean. Did you see inside his bedroom?
No, I've told you, we weren't on those terms.
Well then, Vera thought. She said, Abigail was at school in Krill, wasn't she?
Yes, and the bus took her straight there and brought her straight back in the evening.
Except when she bunked off.
What are you saying?
Caroline demanded.
That Dan Greenwood picked her up on the street and had sex with her?
I'm investigating possibilities.
Vera stretched out and put her empty glass on the table. There was a moment of silence. Then she said,
Is he that sort? Into young girls?
Most of the men I've ever known have been that sort. They see a schoolgirl walking down the street, 15 or 16 years old, face plastered in makeup, uniform, short skirt. They look. It doesn't mean they do anything.
Did Dan Greenwood look?
I don't know. Caroline was losing patience. I'm just saying.
What sort of family does he come from?
What?
Humour me.
Caroline looked at her, as if she should be locked up, but answered anyway. He's an only child. I think his parents were getting on when they had him. His father was already dead when he joined the team. He was close to his mum, but I think she's died since. Money from the sale of her house gave him the cash to start the pottery. Is that enough for you?
Aye,
Vera said.
It'll do.
He was a good policeman. Sometimes I thought he took it all too seriously. You could imagine him going home and thinking about work all evening and dreaming it at night. A bit intense, I suppose, and that worried me. He saw everything in black and white. But he worked on other cases involving young girls, and I never had any concerns about how he handled them. There was no talk among the team, no complaints from the public. Vera hoisted herself to her feet. She should have been pleased. Caroline had told her what she wanted to hear. But still she felt bad-tempered, edgy. At the door, Caroline started talking again. It was as if she had continued thinking about Dan, and like Vera, felt there were still things to say. I'm not very good at summing people up, she said. I mean, it's so hard to tell. You look at someone and they do something a bit odd, but they could be shy or weird or dangerous. How do you know?
The most dangerous man I ever met. Looked as if he wouldn't hurt anyone. I'd have put Dan Greenwood down as harmless, Vera muttered. So what does that mean? I could imagine him killing someone, Caroline said, if he thought it was the right thing to do, the lesser of two evils. But I'd say the same about most of the men I worked with. She shut the door then. Vera stood for a moment on the step, looking down the sloping front garden into the street. In the house opposite, the curtains were still not drawn, and two children were lying on their stomachs in front of the television. In the distance, a car alarm was ringing. Standing there, considering Caroline's words, she had another sudden goshawk moment, a brief glimpse of the whole picture. She walked on slowly to her car. She and Joe Ashworth had dinner that night in the hotel. They'd only managed it a couple of times before. Usually the restaurant was already closed when they got in, and they made do with takeaways in the car or bags of chips. Tonight they only just made it in time. Everyone else was already onto puddings or coffee, and the room emptied as they ate. There was no one to overhear. The waitresses were in end-of-shift mood and stood by the desk, chatting and giggling. The sweet trolley had been reduced to 3 sad profiteroles, some browning fruit salad, and half a trifle. Vera told him about finding the Mantell file in Dan Greenwood's desk. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it to myself. Did you want to get a warrant? Have a proper look round. She sat for so long in silence that he was about to repeat the question. No, she said at last. No need. I had a bit of a poke about myself. She explained about her search of the house in the Crescent. Felt like a guilty kid. Ashworth looked at her as if she should know better. How do you want to handle it? We'll keep it to ourselves for the time being. No need to tell the Yorkies. We don't want the rumours flying if there's nothing to it. There's nothing to link him to the Winter case. But we'll keep an eye on him. I'll go and have a chat tomorrow, see if I pick up on anything. What do you want me to do? I've got something special for you. A bit of a fishing trip. An away day. You'll love it. Emma drove Matthew to Spring Head. Arriving at the house, she sat for a moment in the car, reluctant to take him inside. She wasn't sure now that she wanted to let him out of her sight. Would her parents be able to cope with him? Inside, though, Mary was looking out for them. She must have heard the car, and the kitchen curtain was pulled aside. Emma saw her silhouetted against the yellow light, and imagined her peering into the darkness. She gathered Matthew into her arms and prepared to be cheerful. Inside, her parents were drinking tea, pretending not to be waiting. "Have they expressed some milk, so I don't have to hurry back?" Emma said in a jolly voice she hardly recognised as her own. She handed the baby to Robert. She wanted to say, "He's only a loan, not a replacement for Christopher, not yours to keep." But that would have been foolish. Back at the captain's house, she and James sat awkwardly at the kitchen table. She thought there was a peculiar restraint between them, a shyness. They were like a couple in a Victorian novel who had escaped the chaperone. Though Matthew could hardly count as a chaperone. Now they were alone, they weren't quite sure how to proceed. "What would you like to do?" James asked. "I could cook for you. We could go out for a quiet meal." "I'm not sure I want quiet," she said. "There's been too much of that recently. Noise would be good. Music, talk. Would you really hate it if we just went for a drink in the Anchor?" "People who want to ask about Christopher," he said. "You know what they're like. You won't mind?" "No. I think I'd like it. It seems healthier somehow than pretending it didn't happen. There might be people who knew him there, friends from school." "It could be a sort of wake." "Yes," she said gratefully. "Exactly that." She went upstairs to run a bath. The oil she used had sandalwood in it and patchouli. He'd teased her when she first used it, called her a hippie. But she'd never been the sort to camp out at Glastonbury,
and hadn't known what he was on about until he explained. On his way to the bedroom to change, he stopped on the landing and looked in on her. She'd propped open the door to let out the steam. The bathtub was old, made of a hard, stained enamel. It was very deep. She'd lit candles on the windowsill, and their scent mixed with the bath oil. She'd already washed her hair and tied it in a thin silk scarf in a knot on the top of her head. She lay back in the water, allowing her legs to float and her eyes to shut. Then she opened her eyes and saw him there, staring at her. "Come in," she said. He seemed poised to make an announcement. There was a long silence. She thought he was composing a sentence in his head and wondered what he could have to say. Suddenly he seemed to lose his nerve. "I'll leave you in peace," he said. "Let you relax." But the moment was spoilt for her, and she climbed from the tub. She made special preparations to go out, although they were only going across the road to the pub and she wasn't dressing up. She'd already put jeans and the striped jersey she'd bought on her last trip to town on the chair. She came into the bedroom, wrapped in a big bath towel, and sat in front of the dressing table. She used straighteners on her hair after drying it, her eyes fixed on the mirror. The towel slipped when she raised her arms above her head, and she had to fasten it again. Then she took time to apply her makeup. Throughout, she was aware of James sitting on the bed and watching her. She waited for him to come behind her and touch her. But he sat, quite still, watching. She felt breathless, light-headed. "Let's stay here," she was tempted to say. "Let's not bother to go out. I'm making all this effort for you." But the same shyness prevented her, and anyway she thought she would enjoy the anticipation, being in the same room as him, surrounded by people, aware of his eyes on her, knowing that soon they would come back here. She caught his eye in the mirror and smiled. "Well?" she asked. "Will I do?" "You're fishing for compliments." Now he did stand behind her. He reached out and stroked her neck. She caught her breath, but didn't give herself away. "No, really, I've never been sure I'm doing it right, and I'm out of practice." "You look lovely," he said. "Really." "It's war paint, of course. I'm quite nervous about facing people. I need something to hide behind." "Hide behind me," he said. She caught his eye again, and they laughed together at the soppiness. She felt herself relax. By the time they arrived at the Anchor, all the regulars were there. James opened the door to let Emma in first. She paused when inside to see if there was anyone she recognized. A group of kids had gathered around the pool table. She thought she'd seen them waiting for the school bus. Certainly they didn't seem old enough to be drinking. But in these country towns, what else was there for kids to do? Of course, she'd never had the option of the pub. She remembered long, boring evenings at Spring Head. Until she'd gone away to college, her only entertainment had been the church youth club, under the watchful eye of her father. Their entrance had been noticed. Some of the lifeboat men were playing darts, and they stopped for a moment to nod towards James. Veronica, behind the bar, smiled at Emma, trying to hide her surprise. Veronica was familiar to them both. She came to church, not as a regular worshipper, but on special occasions. Easter Sunday, midnight mass on Christmas Eve. She always donated a couple of bottles for the summer fair. Her son had been to school with Christopher. They'd been in the same class. Emma struggled now to remember his name. "How's Ray?" It had come to her suddenly. "He's fine." "What's he doing these days?" Emma wondered how she was performing. She wasn't used to this sort of conversation anymore. "He's joined the fire brigade. Leeds. Of course, he was never as clever as your Christopher, but we're very proud of him." She paused. "I'm so sorry about what happened, love. We all are." "I know," Emma said. "I know." "Have the police got anyone for it yet?" Barry had appeared suddenly from the back. He stood with his hands flat on the bar, and he stared at Emma. The question shot out, without politeness or preamble. "They haven't said?"
"It's a disgrace,"
Barry said, and Emma couldn't tell whether he considered the murder a disgrace, or the police's inability to find a suspect, or the lack of communication. One of the darts players who'd come to the bar for another round muttered his agreement.
"Have these on me,"
James said.
"In memory, you know, of Chris."
Half an hour later, and there was as much noise as Emma could have wished. The kids had put something on the jukebox, and in the other bar they were watching football on the wide screen, and occasionally the cheers and groans were loud enough to swamp the music. She sat by the window, chatting to one of the lifeboat men's girlfriends. Someone else had been to school with her. She heard the woman talking about a new bloke, a whirlwind romance, a proposal. But all the time she was aware of James, standing at the bar, looking at her. "What does he want from me?" she thought. "What does he want to say?" The door opened, and Michael Long walked in. He let the door swing to behind him, but there was so much noise that no one took much notice. He walked with a swagger to the bar. Emma couldn't hear the conversation, but guessed James was offering to buy the man a drink. She thought he had already been drinking. He looked dishevelled and unsteady.
"You've got a nerve."
She could just make out the words and sense the hostility. It was palpable, like a smell. She watched, horrified. The chatter beside her continued. James obviously hadn't heard and must have asked Michael to repeat himself. Michael opened his mouth wide and roared, so everyone could hear him, even above the racket.
"I said, you've got a bloody nerve."
The conversation faded. On the jukebox, the record came to an end and no one replaced it. From the other bar there was a round of sarcastic applause as a penalty was missed. Michael seemed pleased to be the centre of attention. He turned to them all with a theatrical gesture.
"You wouldn't be drinking with him if you knew what I know."
Veronica leaned across the bar. "You're not well, love. Maybe you should get yourself home." Michael appeared not to hear her.
"Do you know who you're drinking with, do you? You all think you know him, don't you? Family man, pilot, churchgoer. Well, his whole life's a lie. Even the name's made up."
Michael began to speak more quietly, almost as if he and James were alone together in a small room. But Emma could hear him. The bar was silent. Everyone was watching and listening. He didn't need to shout.
"It shouldn't have happened like this. I was going to get more evidence than go to that inspector. But I couldn't stand it seeing you in here laughing and talking, everyone feeling sorry for you."
"The inspector already knows," James said. "I told her." For a moment Michael couldn't take that in. He stared, open-mouthed, a fleck of saliva on his lower lip, trying to convince himself that James was lying.
"Why hasn't she arrested you, then?"
"I've done nothing wrong. It's not illegal to change your name."
"But you were a friend of Mantell's. I've seen photos, the two of you smiling together."
"My father was Mantell's friend," James said. "He was nothing to do with me." Michael shook his head, as if it would take violence to clear his thoughts.
"You killed the girl and got my Jeannie locked up."
His voice was desperate.
"You must be involved. Why would you live a lie like this if you didn't have anything to hide?"
"I've reason enough to hate Keith Mantell," James said, "but I didn't kill his daughter." Veronica had come out from the bar, and now she came up to Michael and put her arm around his shoulder. "You're not yourself, love. Not surprising, all the things you've been through. Come into the back with me. I'll make you a hot drink, and we'll get the doctor to have a look at you." Michael allowed himself to be led away. Behind the bar, Barry's eyes were darting from one person to another, glittering with pleasure. Emma was frozen. Her reactions had slowed. Shut down. She watched James approach her, but she couldn't move.
"Come home," he said quietly. "We can't talk here."
This is what happens, she thought, when you let down your guard. How can I make a happy ending out of this?
"Come home," he said again.
She felt the staring faces and prying eyes. She stood up and followed him out. But once they'd crossed the road, she stopped on the pavement and faced up to him. Branches from the tree beside their house blew across the streetlight and threw moving shadows onto her upturned face. Was any of that true?
"Some of it. I changed my name when I was 21, legally. There were reasons. I can tell you if you want to know."
What about your family? Are they really all dead?
"Not all of them."
So you lied to me from the beginning?
"No. By the time I met you, this is who I was."
Did you kill my brother?
"No!" he cried. "Why would I?"
Why would you lie to me? She couldn't face it. She needed the comfort of a familiar story. She turned suddenly and ran back across the street towards the forge. Emma runs across the square, and keeping to the shadows in case the drinkers and the anchor are still watching, she reaches the forge. She pushes open one of the big doors which form an arch like the door of a church, and she stands inside. The roof is high, and she can see through the curved rafters to the tiles. She feels the heat of the kiln, and sees the dusty shelves holding unglazed pots. At first it seems that the pottery is empty. Everything is quiet. She shuts the big door behind her, still making no noise. It stands a little ajar, but a person walking past on the square outside would see nothing but a strip of light. She walks slowly forward. She knows that Dan is here. She can sense it. Soon he will come out. He will take her into his arms. He will come with her to Spring Head, so she can be with her baby. She can't face all this alone. Dan? The word is strained like a whimper, but still it echoes around the high space. Are you there, Dan? From the little storeroom there comes a scrabbling, hardly human. It makes Emma think of rats nosing through rubbish. Dan? She says again, and then he does appear, as she has always imagined, crumpled and untidy and eager to see her. She stands very close to him and can smell the clay on his hands. She waits for him to touch her. As she looks up, she sees someone else framed in the storeroom door. Not the inspector this time. Someone altogether unexpected. After seeing Ashworth off on his fishing trip, Vera went to the pottery. The doors were closed and padlocked. It was still early, so she drove to the little house on the crescent where Dan lived, but when she knocked on the door, no one answered. A young woman with a toddler in a buggy came out of the house next door. Just as well she'd been out the day before, Vera thought. "Mr. Greenwood won't be in at all today," the woman said. "A trade fair, Harrogate. He left very early, and is not back until this evening. Then he'll have to go to the pottery to unload." "Oh," Vera said. "Right." She was surprised that Dan had given away so much. She'd always thought of him as being very private. The woman was attractive in a pale, washed-out way. Perhaps they were more than neighbours. Perhaps she wore black sequined pants, though Vera couldn't really picture it. "Is it business?" the young woman said. "I can always take a message." "No message. I'm an old friend. I'll call again." She spent the rest of the day at headquarters in Krill. She breezed into Holness's office. "Can I borrow one of your people for an hour or two? A bit of research." He looked up from a desk piled with paper. Worse than hers, she saw with satisfaction. "Is it urgent?" He was probing for information on the Mantell inquiry. Well, he'd get nothing from her. "It'll not take long. A few phone calls, a bit of sniffing around." "I'll need more than that before I release someone," he said. "Bugger off, then. I'll do it myself." She flashed him a grin, and he didn't know how to react. She walked into the incident room, responding to the stare of the officer at the nearest computer with a wave.
"Don't mind me, pet. You'll not know I'm here."
She found herself a spare desk and a phone, and began a lot of fruitless conversations with the manufacturers of ladies' underwear. At the same time, she was eavesdropping on the winter inquiry. The way she saw things, they hadn't much to go on. They were still trying to trace the details of Christopher's mobile, but he hadn't bothered registering it, and they hadn't found anyone in Aberdeen who had the number. He'd never given the number to Emma or to his parents, which Vera thought was odd. After an hour, she got bored and went back to pester Holness. She leaned on his doorframe and looked into his office.
"Did anything come of the search of that farm by the cemetery?"
"The lad was there," Holness said. "There was a fingerprint on the door of the stable."
"Did you find anything to suggest he met someone?"
"A couple of other prints, both left by one other person. No one known to us. Might be useful if we ever get as far as pulling in a suspect."
"And he wasn't seen all day?"
"We think he must have hidden out in the farm until it got dark. Otherwise, he'd have been noticed. Elbit's that sort of place. Nosy." Halfway through the afternoon she cracked and phoned Ashworth. She'd been thinking about him since he'd left in the morning. It was clear he couldn't talk without being overheard. He sounded pleased with himself, though, and she wished she'd taken on the job. Delegation was supposed to be about shipping out the crap, but she'd never seemed to have got the hang of it. Usually she was left with that stuff herself. She went back to the hotel, had a long bath, and tried to contain her impatience. Her phone rang at about 8:30, and she snatched it from the bedside cupboard, thinking it would be Joe Ashworth at last with some news. It was Paul Holness, and disappointment made her lose concentration for a moment. She missed what he was saying because she was wondering what could have happened to Joe.
"Sorry," she said. "It's a terrible line. Would you mind repeating that?"
"We've just had a phone call from Veronica Lee, the landlady at the Anchor. It seems Michael Long's made some sort of scene there. Is in a bit of a state, she says. Wants to speak to you. We could send one of our lads if you like, but I thought you might want to go. Jeanie's dad, isn't he? Nothing really to do with us."
"Yes," she said. "Probably best if I do it.
He knows me."
She thought she was a sad old bat because a phone call like that could suddenly make her come alive. She parked in the square and noticed that there was a light on in the old forge. She hesitated briefly, tempted to go there first to talk to Dan. But that could wait, she thought. He wouldn't be leaving the village again tonight. She'd best see what had rattled Michael's cage first. There was no sign of drama in the Anchor when she went in. Half a dozen kids were gathered round the pool table. A few middle-aged couples sat at the tables in the window. 2 large-bellied men were playing darts. They stared at her, then looked away. By now everyone in the village knew who she was. "Veronica about?"
The barman was thin and spotty and scarcely looked more than a boy himself. "She's out the back. She said to go on in." The short side of the bar was hinged. He lifted it for her to go through. She felt a sudden thrill to be there, standing behind the bar between the taps and the optics. It was like going backstage at a theatre. She imagined herself retired, running a small pub in a village in the hills, but knew it would never happen. She'd offend the customers and drink all the profits. She'd thought the door behind the bar would lead through to the landlady's living quarters, but she emerged into a kitchen where, earlier in the evening, bar meals had been cooked. The sink was full of dirty pans. Michael sat at the table looking dazed. A half-drunk cup of tea, with a film already forming on the top, stood in front of him. Veronica was looking at him anxiously. A man with pebbly eyes stood leaning against the counter, looking down at them. He was eating a cheese roll and his mouth was half full. "You'd best go back, Barry," Veronica said. "Someone needs to keep an eye on the bar." "Sam will manage." "No," she said, "he won't. I'll not be long myself. Michael doesn't need an audience." Barry seemed inclined to argue again, but she shot him a look, and he slouched off, still clutching the cheese roll.
What's all this about, then? Vera said. She realised she was speaking as if Michael was an invalid or a naughty child, and tried again. They said you wanted to talk to me. He looked up and seemed to recognise her for the first time. I found out about that pilot. He used to know Mantell, changed his name. I imagined all sorts. You know the way your mind can work. He was in here tonight with that young wife of his. The words tumbled over themselves. He looked at her fearfully, anticipating her disapproval. She saw that he'd fallen apart since she'd last seen him. Jeannie's death had finally caught up with him. "Did you tell her what you'd found out?" she asked. "Don't worry. It wouldn't be the end of the world." "He told the whole bar," Veronica said. "Made a bit of a scene. I should have realised what sort of strain he was under. I thought he was coping. I've called the doctor." Vera took a seat beside Michael. "You should have come to me. I'd have explained." "But what?" she thought. "What could I have told him?" "It was Mantell, wasn't it?" Michael said, desperately. "He was behind it all." Again she didn't know what to answer. "It won't be long now," she said. "This time tomorrow we should have someone in custody. It'll not bring Jeannie back." He finished the sentence for her. "But I'll know—" For a moment he seemed to be more himself. Veronica reached across the table and took his hand. Out in the square, Vera stood to collect her thoughts. A dog or a fox had been at a bin and scraps of rubbish blew across the street. They wouldn't like that, the respectable people of Velvet. They liked their muck firmly shut away. She walked to the captain's house and banged on the door. James opened it almost immediately. At first, she misinterpreted his anxiety. "Sorry," she said. "I should have thought before making that noise. I'd forgotten there was a baby in the house." "No. Matthew's not here. Robert and Mary are looking after him. I thought you were Emma." "Where is she?" "There was a scene in the pub. She ran off." He hesitated. "You were right, of course I should have told her myself." "Where's she gone? To her parents?" "No. The car's still here." "And you just let her go off by herself? In the dark, a week after her brother was murdered." "She's quite safe," he said. "I saw where she went. She ran over to the forge. Dan will look after her." "Why did she go to Dan?" "I suppose she needed someone to talk to. He's my friend. Perhaps she thought he'd understand. Make her understand. Perhaps she thought I'd discussed it with him." "Are they close, the two of them?" "No!" he cried. "Not like that." "I'd go over," she said. "See what's going on." "I'll come with you." "Best not. Give her a chance to think about it. Mind, I work for the police, not marriage guidance. I'll not try to persuade her either way. If she's there, alive and safe." Back on the pavement she saw at once that there was now no light in the forge. She thought there had been when she'd left the pub, but she'd not heard a car leaving when she'd been talking to James. Standing just inside the hall, the door still open, she'd have heard. Might even have heard the big doors being shut to, the snap of the padlock. She remembered what Dan's young neighbour had said about his unloading after the trade fair. Perhaps there'd been a van parked in the yard in the back. Perhaps they'd left in that. But where would he take her? All this she was thinking as she hurried across to the pottery. And then came the fanciful thought that she was like a piece of rubbish, blown backwards and forwards across the square. The doors were bolted inside, but not padlocked. She banged on them with the flat of her hand, rattling them until her palms were stinging. But there was no reply, and she moved on down the street looking for a way into the yard at the back. Access was through a tunnel, which cut through a terrace of houses. It led to an alley where domestic cars were parked. At the end of the alley was a set of wooden gates, now propped open, and the yard at the back of the pottery. There were no street lights in the alley, but it was lit from the windows at the back of the houses. This was considered private space, and many hadn't bothered to shut curtains. She had brief glimpses of ordinary lives. A mother hanging nappies on a radiator, an elderly man washing up. In another room, a young couple sat after a late supper, The kitchen table transformed for romance, with a paper tablecloth, a candle, and a bottle of wine. The yard behind the pottery was empty. If Dan had been there with a van, he'd already gone. He must have Emma with him, unless he'd left her inside. Vera had a picture of her in the dusty storeroom. Tired, perhaps, scared, but she couldn't bring herself to believe it. Was she dead already? Strangled like her brother and her best friend? Vera shook her head, trying to clear away the nightmare. She wiped dust and cobwebs from the narrow window pane with her sleeve and peered in, but it was dark inside and impossible to see. There was a small back door. She tried that, but it was locked. The paint was peeling from it, but the wood was sound, and she wasn't sure she'd have the strength to break in. She leaned her shoulder against it and shoved. Nothing moved. She thumped on the door, then put her ear to it and listened. There was no sound. She gave up. James was watching from his window. As she approached the house, the curtain fell back into place, but she'd seen his white face pressed against the glass, and the door open before she knocked. She's not there, is she? I can tell the place is all locked up. Has she got a mobile phone? She watched panic flash across his face. Like Christopher, you mean? You think there's some connection? No, she said, not like Christopher. You could call her, find out where she's gone. He gave an embarrassed laugh, lifted the phone in the hall and dialed. Vera realized they were both holding their breath, that she was straining to hear Emma's voice. From the kitchen came an electronic tune, something lively which she recognized, something from an old film, The Entertainer. Slowly, James replaced the receiver. That's her mobile, he said. She must have left it here. Probably thought she wouldn't need it in the pub. She knew I had mine with me. He paused, made an effort to hold himself together. She'll be all right with Dan, though. He used to be a policeman. Yes, Vera said. I know. She left him in the house. Someone had to be there, she said. Emma couldn't come home and find the place empty. Besides, Dan might talk some sense into her. She would probably phone. She sat in the car, knowing that James would be watching and expecting immediate action. People were coming out of the pub, though it wasn't quite closing time. Every time the door opened, there was a blast of music like cold air. She didn't know where to go or what to do. There was the baby to think of, too. It wasn't like her to be indecisive, and the lack of direction made her anxious, the first stage of panic. Her phone rang, and she punched the button, glad to be distracted for the moment at least. It was Ashworth. You were right, he said, but then you always are. No, she thought, not any more. My judgment's worth nothing these days. I thought I was sure about Dan Greenwood. Once. Where are you? She asked. On my way to the house. That's what you want, is it? Is it? Yes. I'll see you there, shall I? Yes, she said again, more quickly, glad that the decision had been made for her. Are you all right? Of course, she said. Of course. Ashworth was sitting in his car at the end of the drive to Spring Head. Vera pulled into a gateway leading into a small patch of woodland and walked down the road to join him. There was a smell of wet leaves and cows. She felt better, though anxiety about Emma had settled at the pit of her stomach, a dull ache. She couldn't cope with breaking more bad news, and she couldn't cope with being wrong about what had happened here. She climbed into the passenger seat. Joe was listening to the radio, Classic FM. He was doing an evening class in music appreciation. She reached over and switched it off. Well, she said. I did as you suggested. Talk to the neighbours. It wasn't very useful at first. Most of them had moved in since the winters left. It's one of those classy areas where everyone's too busy to wonder what's going on behind closed doors. Big houses, lots of garden. Then I tracked down one elderly woman who remembered them. A lovely family, she said. Such a shame when they moved. He put on an old lady's voice, high-pitched, with a BBC accent. Vera thought he'd be good in the local panto. He could play the dame. Joe went on. She was a widow even then, and she used to babysit for the winters when the kids were small, until they stopped asking. She'd been upset by that, wondered if she'd done something wrong, if the children had taken against her for some reason. It troubled her so much that she went to see Mary. Of course, I was worrying quite unnecessarily. One of Robert's colleagues had a daughter who needed the money. It was only natural that they should ask her instead. Ah, Vera said, a sigh of relief and satisfaction. The colleague's name was Maggie Sullivan. There'd only been 4 of them working together, 3 architects and someone to run the office. 2 of them, an architect and the office manager, had been close to retirement, a bit old to have teenage daughters. So it wasn't hard to work out. She was the most likely. She's still working in York. When I explained what I was there for, she was only too pleased to see me. She felt guilty because she hadn't gone to the police when it happened. And what exactly did happen? Robert Winter became obsessed with the daughter. He followed her around, waited for her outside school, made a real nuisance of himself. Ashworth paused. How did you know? I didn't. Not really. But there had to be something to make them change their lives so dramatically. And there was something about him, something that made my flesh crawl, and the psychiatrist said someone sufficiently controlled could get away with it. To make him turn to God? Aye, I suppose. She nodded towards the house. What's happening in there? I don't know. It's been quiet while I've been here. You've not seen Emma Bennett go in? No, but I've only just arrived. She's had a row with her husband and gone missing. Vera explained about Michael Long and the scene in the Anchor. Probably nothing, but I've got a nasty feeling about it. It can't be significant, can it? He turned to her easily. He thought he knew now exactly who'd killed Abigail and Christopher. She didn't answer immediately. Now it came to it, she wasn't sure anymore. Maybe not. How do you want to play it? He said. We could wait until morning, get a warrant. The boy's mobile has still not been found. If that's in there, we've got a result. Vera thought she couldn't stand to wait until morning. She hated this case. She hated all the pretending, the unfinished grieving, the foul, flat country. She wanted to be home. Besides, there was Emma and the bairn to consider. Why don't we go in? Now? No big deal. A few informal questions, and we've got an excuse. We're looking for Emma. What if we scare him away? I don't think that's likely, do you? Ashworth considered for a moment. No, he said. Someone like that. He wants to be caught. Vera didn't think Joe had got that quite right, but she was still hoping to persuade him to bend a few rules, so she didn't say anything. Ashworth reached for the key to turn on the engine, but she stopped him. We'll walk in. Don't want to give any warning. And she needed time to work it all out. Not so much that. To psych herself up. To believe again that she was up to the job. To forget that moment of panic outside the captain's house. They walked up the straight, flat drive to the house, and their eyes got used to the dark. So, after a while, they didn't need Joe Ashworth's torch. It was a clear night. It might freeze later, like the night Christopher was killed. Would Robert and Mary be looking out at the stars, remembering? There was enough light from the traffic passing on the road and the moon. To their right, the coast was marked by the red lamp on the pilot mast, and ahead of them were 2 orange squares, one above the other. One downstairs, and one upstairs window in the ugly square house, another sort of beacon. The curtains at the kitchen window weren't drawn, and Vera stood pressed against the walls so she couldn't be seen from inside looking in. Robert and Mary were sitting at the kitchen table. Mary stood up, took a pan of milk from the Aga and poured it into mugs. Only 2 mugs, Vera saw. Something of the panic returned. Where was Emma? From another room there came a noise, a howl. Then Emma walked in, and Vera felt her pulse slow. She was carrying a screaming baby on her hip, and her eyes were red from crying.
Mary offered to take Matthew from her, but she held on to him. She paced up and down, rubbing his back, until the cries subsided. Then she took her place at the table. Immediately, Robert started to talk to her. All this talk, Vera thought. Everyone's sitting round telling stories to justify themselves or shift the guilt. She wondered what could have happened. Had Emma been to the pottery at all? Perhaps Dan had given her a lift. Another story. Vera thought. More explanations. Emma had come to Spring Head to collect the baby, of course, not to talk to her parents. She never confided in them. She continued to stand there in the yard looking in. Outside was the huge winter sky, which made you dizzy just to think of it. Inside, a small family drama, a soap opera, and she was in the middle. Even if they'd been able to make out her shadow in the darkness, she thought they wouldn't have noticed. They were engrossed in conversation, and she could hear everything which was going on. Springhead House had never run to double glazing. Mary was talking now. "I don't understand," she said. "Why would James do such a thing?" "I don't understand either. He lied to me. What else is there to know? If Mr. Long hadn't dug up his past, he probably never would have told me." "Shouldn't you ask him?" "Perhaps he lied because he killed Abigail." "I don't want to hear that." "That's ridiculous," Mary said. "James changed his name. It doesn't make him a different person. He didn't lie about anything important. And you married him. You had his child. It's not something you can just walk out of. You can't run away." She was clutching the big patchwork bag on her knee, as if she had a baby of her own. "Why not? Isn't that what he did? He didn't like who he was, so he ran away." "You should phone him," Robert said. "He'll be worried." "Good." Emma could have been 15 again, defiant, determined to get her own way. Vera thought she must have had exactly that expression before she set off to meet Abigail in the old chapel, venting her fury in her battle against the wind. "I hope he's desperate with worry." Vera walked away from the window and knocked on the kitchen door. Not too loud. The state of their nerves should give them all heart attacks. But they'd probably think it was James. She imagined them staring at each other, trying to decide who should answer. Eventually, Emma opened the door. That would be what the parents had wanted, Vera thought. They always knew what was best for her, and they always got their way. The young woman stood in the doorway, still holding the baby, glaring out at them. "I can't believe James got you involved with this," Emma said. "It's not police business. Nothing to do with you." "I was worried," Vera said mildly. "It'd do no harm to let him know you're safe. Are you going to let us in?" "What do you want from us at this time of night?" "A few questions, as you're all up anyway." The fight seemed to leave Emma suddenly, and she became passive again, wan, girlish. She stood aside to let them past. Why does she do it? Vera thought. Why does she turn into a child every time there's trouble? That little girl look. The big sad eyes. Is it conscious? Does she think it'll keep her out of bother? Make Dan Greenwood love her? "How did you get here?" Vera asked. Emma, in this mode, made her want to lash out, and the question came out brutally. "I got a lift." "Where is he now?" "Who?" But already Emma was blushing. It started at her neck and ears, and moved up her face. "Dan Greenwood. You went to see him. He gave you a lift here. Don't mess me about. If I ask you questions, it's because I need information." "I don't know where he is now." Emma seemed on the verge of tears. Vera could sense Ashworth behind her, winding himself up to be chivalrous. Any minute now he'd be offering the lass's hanky. He was always taken in by a pretty face and a sob story. She moved through to the kitchen, where the Winters were sitting just as they'd been when she'd watched them through the window. "I hope you'll forgive the intrusion," she said. Nobody spoke. They stared at her. "I've just told Emma. There are a few more questions." And then, she thought, with a bit of luck, she'd be away from this place and these people. They were getting under her skin. She could almost believe that they were the cause of the allergy on her legs, the itching and scratching. It was the people, or the stagnant water in the ditches, or the rotting weeds in the set-aside fields. Then she told herself not to be so daft, and get on with the job. "An investigation like this," she said, "will have to dig deep. People have secrets." "Are you talking about James?" Robert interrupted. "Emma has already explained about that. There was no need for you to come all the way out here." "No," Vera said, "not James." She stopped, turned to Emma. "But why don't you phone him? Put the poor man out of his misery." "What other secrets can there be?" Emma said. Vera didn't answer directly. "Phone James. Listen to what he has to say." "Why do you want me out of the way?" Emma said. "I'm not a child. You can talk in front of me." Vera looked at her sadly. "Sergeant Ashworth has been doing most of the legwork. He spent the day in York." Robert Winter was sitting opposite her. She was watching for a reaction, but none came. Perhaps he'd been expecting this. Perhaps he'd been waiting for it from the time news of Jeannie Long's innocence was released. Beside her, Mary, who had been restless all evening, was becoming even more agitated. "We don't need to discuss this now, do we? It's late. As you can tell, Inspector, we have our own family problems. Emma's very upset. Mr. Winter." "What do you want to know?" His voice was professionally courteous, with just a hint of a threat. "I hope you're not here with allegations you can't substantiate. We're victims. You should treat us with respect and compassion." "I spoke to your former business partner, Mrs. Sullivan." Joe Ashworth was still standing by the door. They all looked up at him. At one time it would have made him awkward to be the centre of attention. Vera was proud of his new confidence, liked to think she had something to do with it. "Maggie and I parted in rather unfriendly circumstances," Robert said. "She felt she'd lost out financially. I don't think you should depend on her version of events. She told me you developed an obsession with her teenage daughter. Ridiculous. She said that she was the one to dissolve the partnership. She felt she was forced to break professional links with you because she was so concerned about your relationship with Zoe." "Look," Robert said. He put a smile into his voice, sounded like a politician at his most sincere. "Maggie Sullivan's husband left them when Zoe was still a baby. I was a father figure. I admit I took an interest in the girl, but I thought I was helping. I'm sure that was how it started. She was almost a part of the family, wasn't she? She spent a lot of time in your home, and she helped with your children." "She was an only child," Robert said. "She loved them. Then you started phoning her when you knew her mother wasn't in the house. You took to waiting for her outside school, following her home. You wrote her love letters. Mrs. Sullivan described you as a stalker. She threatened to go to the police, but disliked the idea of her daughter becoming involved in a court case." "You make it sound so squalid," Robert said. "It wasn't like that." "What was it like?" Vera asked, as if she was just curious, as if it was a bit of gossip over the tea table. "I suppose I was going through a crisis in my life. Everything seemed pointless. I was very depressed. Helping Zoe gave me some sense of worth. I believed I could make a difference, bring some love into her life. It's easy to be cynical about something like that, but it was how I felt. It was at that point that I discovered the importance of faith. It was all meant, you see. The misunderstanding with Zoe and Maggie, the problems at work, they all helped to bring me to Christ." His voice was calm and reasonable. He could have been presenting evidence about an offender in the magistrate's court. There was a silence. For a moment even Vera could think of nothing to say. She considered laughter to be the only response to such a distortion of the truth. But she'd seen Emma's face, which was pinched and white, and knew that this was no laughing matter. Robert stared round at them. "You do understand, don't you?" Nobody replied. There was a brief, intense silence, and then the phone rang. No one moved, But it continued to ring. Mary got to her feet, walked into the hall and answered it. They could hear her words quite clearly.
"She's here, James. She was just going to ring you. Yes, she's fine. Perhaps you could collect her. Not immediately. Give her half an hour."
She came back into the kitchen and took her place without a word. Vera looked at them, waited for someone to speak.
"You lied,"
Emma said to her father. She seemed more in control. Her voice was as calm as his had been.
"You're no better than James."
"You were very young. It was complicated."
"I remember Zoe. They're good memories. A barbecue in the garden. Her helping me with piano practice. She was musical, wasn't she? She played the flute. It's one of my clearest childhood memories, sitting in the garden in York, listening to her practice. I wonder what she's doing now. Do you know?" She looked around at her parents, but they both ignored her. "I wondered why she stopped looking after us. Chris missed her more than I did. She understood his projects. They were very close."
"What did you make of it, Mary?" Vera's voice was very quiet. They could have been alone in the room.
"Of Robert's fondness for Zoe? It was a difficult time. He blamed me for the friendship. If I'd been a different sort of wife, it would never have happened, he said. If I'd been younger, more attractive, more attentive."
"You didn't believe that?"
"I didn't know what to believe. When she first started coming to the house, I'd watch them together and see that she made him happier than I ever could."
She looked at Robert, but he said nothing to contradict her.
"Then, when he became a Christian, I was relieved. I thought things would change. He'd been very low. Sometimes he talked about suicide. I tried to persuade him to see a doctor, but he wouldn't go. I felt responsible, for him and for poor Zoe. I thought I could hold the family together and make it work. Pride, I suppose. I didn't want to admit that we weren't as close as we appeared."
"It wasn't your fault," Emma said. "None of it." Mary didn't answer.
"I believed the move to Elvet would be a fresh start for us all. A wonderful new beginning, and no real harm had been done after all. We still had a chance to put things back to how they'd been. But that was never really possible. We were different. We'd all been affected by what had happened in York. Even the children, although they were really too young to notice what was going on, and we tried to protect them. I suppose it was inevitable."
"Did anything change?" Vera asked.
"Yes, of course, at the beginning. Robert loved his work. He felt fulfilled and valued. We had the structure of our life in the church. I began to relax. I thought everything would turn out well."
"Then what happened?" She didn't reply, and Emma answered for her.
"He fell for Abigail. For the red hair and the short skirts."
Again her voice was calm, matter of fact.
"I can remember when he first met her. That time on the point, when the sun was shining and we were all eating ice creams. Then at youth club. He told me that he'd never met Abigail, but it wasn't true. I should have remembered the club. That was one of the first things he did when he arrived in Elvet. He set up the club. He can't have really changed, can he? If he'd really changed, that'd be the last thing he'd do. Put himself in a position where he'd meet young girls. I'd forgotten all about that until recently. Forgotten that Abigail was ever there. She wasn't a regular, but she did come occasionally, showing off, making the rest of us look pathetic, dressed up in her smart clothes. The first time she came was for a disco, wasn't it? I'd asked her, and I was so excited when she agreed to come. It was the last meeting before the summer holidays. Dad was sitting on the stage watching the dancing. I remember. He couldn't take his eyes off her. I was so stupid. I thought it was because she was a good dancer. Then Keith got held up and couldn't take her home, and Dad gave her a lift back. Chris and I came back to Spring Head with Mum." She looked at her father for the first time. "Is that when it started?"
"Mantell was never a real father," Robert said. "She needed someone to talk to."
"Like Zoe?" Vera asked. "Did you pick Abigail up from school too? Meet her when she bunked off lessons?"
"I never encouraged that. I tried to persuade her to go back,
I acted like her social worker, that's all.
My God, Emma said. You had sex with her?
No. She wanted to. The opportunity was there. I admit I was tempted, but we never had sex. He looked at Mary. You must believe me.
Vera had a sudden picture of Bill Clinton.
I never had sexual relations with that woman. But perhaps Robert was telling more than the literal truth. Is that when the blackmail started? She asked. When you refused to sleep with her? We know she was a very mixed-up young lady. Yes, he said. She threatened to tell the whole village that we'd been lovers. We could announce it at the youth club. Deceit's a sin. We should stand on the stage holding hands and tell the world. And she'd burst out laughing, as if she'd been drinking or she was mad, and I never knew whether or not she was serious. I tried to stay away from her, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. I thought I was the only one who could save her.
And you killed her?
Emma said in a whisper.
You strangled her and left her out by the ditch for me to find.
There was a moment of silence, of horror.
Did you kill Christopher? Because he'd found out?
They were all staring at Robert, waiting for an answer. He said nothing, and Emma continued talking.
I think I've always known. I think I even knew at the time, not about Zoe, not the details at least, but even then I knew something was wrong. I couldn't believe the miraculous conversion. There was one night when I couldn't sleep, and I came downstairs. You were in the garden talking about it. There was a smell of honeysuckle. You were planning how you could leave York. I must have heard something. And Abigail must have wanted me to know. What a game it would have been for her. There was the way she talked about my father, all teasing and secretive. How many hints had she dropped, and I never picked up on them, or I didn't want to. She'd have told me eventually, of course. She'd have loved it. Made out that it was for my own good, that she felt I had a right to know the sort of man my father was. And I'd already guessed. I just couldn't admit it to myself. I didn't want to believe it.
Vera, watching, heard the self-dramatization, though she couldn't wait to get away from them all. "Did you kill her?" Robert asked.
Emma looked at him as if he was a fool. Me? Of course not. Do you really think I could do that?
He didn't answer.
"Get out,"
she said. Robert stood up and seemed about to say more. She looked away from him. "I'll phone James," he said. "Tell him to come now." It was as if he hadn't spoken. He looked around, expecting a response. Even Mary seemed unaware of his presence. He left the room. Ashworth slipped out after him. Vera cleared her throat. She'd heard enough. It was time for her to take centre stage. It was usually a position she loved, but somehow tonight she couldn't get into the mood. "Robert didn't kill Abigail," Vera said. "At first I thought he did, but it wouldn't have been possible. Not physically. You all described that Sunday to Caroline Fletcher. Her records aren't brilliant, but she made a note of that. Emma, you and your father were together in here, washing up." She paused. "How did Christopher get out of helping?" "He probably claimed he had homework to do. Some project. He could usually dream up something urgent for school after Sunday lunch. Something to get him out of domestic duties." Emma watched Vera warily across the table. Vera stared back. "Christopher would have been upstairs then?" "Yes." "And your mother would have been in the living room, reading the paper. That was the Sunday routine. She cooked the lunch, and then she was allowed some peace. Nobody would have disturbed her." "She deserved some time to herself. We all appreciated that." "Oh, we all deserve some peace. Even me. Even an old cop who spends her life meddling in other people's business." Vera looked at the women, thought suddenly that she'd made a terrible mistake, that she'd got the whole case wrong. Then her confidence returned as suddenly as it had deserted her. "This is it," she thought. "Let's get it over. Then I can go home." But there was no peace for you that day, was there, Mary? You waited until Robert and Emma were washing up, and then you left the house by the door into the garden. You'd arranged to meet Abigail. How did you manage that, Mary? Did you send her a note pretending to be Robert? I didn't think that you'd come, Mary said. What happened to the note? It was never found. She had it with her when we met. She was waving it at me, taunting. I snatched it from her hand. I don't think for a moment you intended to kill the girl. You thought you could reason with her. You'd explain that Robert was a good man with a lot to lose. You only meant to protect him. You were more like a mother than a wife, weren't you? It doesn't seem fair that you had to live like that, holding the family together, keeping up appearances in the parish. You'd never all have survived another move. For the first time that evening, Mary was quite still. She could have been carved from wax. She stared ahead of her and she didn't answer. But Abigail was never reasonable. She was disturbed and wilful. She liked to create trouble. She would have been delighted to see you, someone else to be her audience. Did she gloat about her power over Robert? It would all have been a game to her. Did she laugh? Yes, Mary said. She laughed, and she wouldn't stop. At first, Vera thought Mary would refuse to answer, that she'd made a terrible mistake, coming here so late, provoking a confrontation. The silence seemed to last for hours. Then Mary spoke, her words as considered as always. She wanted her story told in her own way. It was so loud, louder than the rooks and the sound of the wind. Even there, miles from anywhere, I was afraid someone would hear. You wanted her to be quiet? Yes, Mary said. I wanted the noise to go away. The door opened, and Ashworth came quietly into the room. Mary didn't notice. Perhaps we should talk about this later, Vera said. Somewhere else, when there's a lawyer to look after your interests. Let me tell you now. Her voice was urgent. I should warn you that you'll be charged and that you don't have to say anything. I know all about that. Mary interrupted impatiently. But I want you to know, before anyone else puts words into my mouth. Let her speak, Emma said. I have to know. Go on. Abigail was laughing. Suddenly it felt so undignified standing there shouting at the girl. I reached out to make her stop, so I wouldn't have to yell. I caught both ends of her scarf and pulled them. To make her listen at first, just to make her take me seriously. Then she was quiet and limp, and I could hear the rooks again in the wind. I left her and went home. I took off my wet shoes and my jacket and put them in the cupboard under the stairs. I went into the kitchen. No one had missed me. I didn't really believe she was dead. I thought I'd given her a fright. She was young and fit, and she'd run back to the chapel. You can't really believe that, Vera said. Of course, you followed Emma out. I wasn't sure. I didn't want Emma to find Abigail and be alone. I suppose I thought I might have killed her. You never told Robert. He didn't realise I knew he was seeing her. He thought it was a big secret. Weren't you angry that he was making a fool of himself over her? Emma asked. Jealous? He couldn't help himself, Mary said. And he had so much to give. So much good work still to do. There was another silence. Vera knew she should move on. It was one of the rules she'd passed on to Ashworth. Don't let them get to you. Whatever they've done, you can't take it personally. You'd go crazy. But she allowed herself one unnecessary question. How could you let Jeannie go to prison? I couldn't think about it. I had Robert to look after and the children. They wouldn't have survived without me. She was young, strong. I thought she'd be out in a few years. Vera said nothing. She thought of the prison on the top of the cliff. Jeannie Long protesting her innocence, facing the parole board and refusing to play the game which would have got her released. If you had children, Mary said, you'd understand. Did Christopher see you out in the field that afternoon? No, no one saw me. Why did he have to die? He didn't have to die, of course not. Do you think I wanted to kill him? I don't understand. You'll have to explain. That summer, he was obsessed by Abigail Mantell too. It was as if she'd cast a spell over the whole family, over Emma and Robert and Christopher. I was the only one who could see through her. That first day when we'd ridden our bikes to the point and we were eating ice creams, and she turned up with her father in that fast car. I could tell then that she resented us. We had a closeness that she missed. Her father was out with different women tied up with work. She wanted to be like us, but she couldn't, and so she had to spoil things. She was a child, Vera thought, screwed up and miserable. But she let Mary go on. Christopher saw Robert and Abigail together. He didn't say anything then. Perhaps it didn't mean much at the time. He'd had the afternoon off school, a dentist's appointment. He saw them together in Krill. Then he watched her. I think there were other occasions. Did he ask you about it? No, of course not. He was a secretive boy, and children seldom confide in their parents. How do you know, then, that he saw Abigail and your husband together? He told me, when he came here last week. The day that he died? Yes. The day that you killed him. There was a long pause. Yes. Did he phone you that morning? Robert had left for work. I started later in the library, and I was on my way out when the phone went. It was Christopher calling on his mobile. He sounded dreadfully upset, almost incoherent. He was in that derelict farm near the parish cemetery. He was accusing Robert of killing Abigail. He said he should have realised, said something at the time. I didn't know what to do. I thought we were safe. Robert was working hard. He'd put the nonsense of Abigail Mantell behind him, and nothing of the sort had happened since. We had a new family, Emma and James and the baby. More people for you to be responsible for. Yes, Mary said gratefully. You see, you do understand. Did you go to see Christopher at the farm? No, I needed time to consider what I should do for the best. I told him I'd ring him later, that we could meet. I hoped he'd get bored with waiting. He was very easily bored. I didn't think he'd make a scene in public. I hoped he'd just go back to Aberdeen and forget. Later, when I'd had time to put together a proper explanation, I'd go to visit him and make him see. I understood then why he'd been so reluctant to visit us, to be a part of the family. I thought if I had time I could make it right, that we could be close again. Easy going, Vera said, relaxed, like other families. Yes, Mary said, exactly. So the second set of fingerprints at the farm hadn't belonged to the murderer. Another false lead. Vera thought there was probably little forensic evidence connecting Mary to Christopher. But now they had a confession. And she wouldn't go back on that, whatever her lawyers would tell her. The role of martyr suited her. Was killing him one of the options you considered? Of course not. She was horrified. He was my only son. What did you do with his mobile phone? It's upstairs, in my drawer in the bedroom. Vera knew she should be triumphant. But looking at the dumpy woman with the untidy ponytail, she only felt sick. No doubt Mary would end up in Spinney Fen too. She would be a model prisoner. She'd volunteer for the groups to tackle offender behaviour. Robert and Emma would visit. Robert wouldn't be able to work there anymore, but the probation service was supposed to be compassionate. They'd find him something else. Why did you arrange to meet him in the lane outside the Mantell house? I didn't. He must have made his way here, hoping to make a scene, perhaps. Some sort of confrontation. James and Emma must have mentioned the fireworks. When he came here and the house was empty, he crossed the fields to the chapel, taking the path Abigail had used 10 years before. When I went to fetch my coat, he was waiting by the car. It was a terrible shock. It was as I told you. I switched on the headlights and there he was. He was very cold. He'd been waiting for a long time. He looked like a tramp. I hardly recognised him. He said his father had killed Abigail. I told him that was ridiculous, that it wasn't true. He got out his mobile and said he was going to phone the police. I had to stop him. Of course, I didn't mean to kill him.
Didn't you? Thought Vera, no longer convinced. Was it really another accident, like Abigail? It's much easier to love a dead son than a live, inconvenient one.
He was your son, she said,
forgetting again the rule about staying detached.
Yet afterwards, you kept to your story. When we talked to you the next day, you were very calm. It was the greatest sacrifice a woman can make,
Mary said.
I did it to protect Robert. To keep the rest of the family together. I couldn't let the sacrifice be in vain.
Bollocks! You panicked, and you did it to protect yourself.
What did you hit him with? There was a torch in the car. Long, very heavy. He turned away to make the phone call. I hit him. He fell into the ditch. He fell awkwardly. All you could see was that horrible anorak. I moved him so that he looked more peaceful. He wasn't breathing, I checked. There was nothing anyone could do to save him. And he wasn't happy any more. He wasn't happy as he'd been when he was a boy living with us.
What did you do with the torch?
She seemed surprised by the question. It had blood on it. I wiped it on his anorak. That was dirty anyway. Then I put it back into my bag.
And I let you carry it away, Vera thought.
I knew we'd have to search your car, but we didn't search you. I thought you were too distressed to bear it. How long will I have to live that one down?
She was already wondering if there was some way that could be left out of the final report. She realised then that Emma was crying. She wasn't making any noise, but tears were rolling down her cheeks. Vera caught up with Dan Greenwood in Wendy's cottage on the Point. She thought she deserved some light relief before she left for the north. It was the next morning. She hadn't been to bed. The night had been a blur, a nightmare. She remembered Robert standing by the kitchen door at Spring Head as they'd led his wife away into the freezing night.
"One day, Mary, I hope I'll be able to forgive you."
What had all that been about? A grand theatrical gesture which meant fuck all. She'd have liked to charge him too, but Ashworth had persuaded her that they had no grounds. Winter had never had sex with Zoe Sullivan. The mother had been quite clear about that. Probably not with Abigail either. 2 murders, and nothing but a sad, middle-aged man's fantasies as a reason for them. A sad, middle-aged man and a mad, middle-aged woman. He'd be back at church on Sunday, and no doubt the old ladies would rally round, offering him homemade soup and sympathy. Wendy opened the door. She was in her dressing gown.
"I want to see Greenwood,"
Vera said.
Wendy hesitated. "Don't piss me around. I know he's here. Emma Bennett saw you together last night in the pottery."
"Poor Emma?" Wendy said. "I think she had a bit of a crush."
"Don't tell Danny Boyd that. You don't want to flatter him. He's not in any bother. I'm just here to say goodbye."
She raised her voice.
"Come on down, Dan, decent or not."
She followed Wendy into the cottage. She wondered if she was wearing knickers under the dressing gown. Black knickers with a sequined heart. Of all the places in Elvet, this was the house where Vera felt most at home. She loved the untidiness, the view over the water. Danny emerged down the stairs. He was still pulling a jersey over his head.
"How long's this been going on?"
she demanded.
"I don't know. Couple of months."
Wendy was grinning, couldn't help herself. She perched on the arm of the chair where Danny was sitting, could hardly stop herself from touching him.
"Why did you keep it quiet?" "Wouldn't you? A place like this."
"Aye, maybe." She stood by the window, looked out.
"It's all over," she said. "There's someone in custody."
"Who?" Danny asked.
Mary Winter, the mother of the lass who found the body.
My God.
He sat quite still for a moment, trying to take it in.
Why did she kill them?
God knows, Vera said. She says she thought she was acting for the best, but I'm not sure I believe her. Simple jealousy, perhaps, because the lass was young and bonny, and the husband fancied her. That's for the lawyers to fight over. But it'll make no difference to the verdict. It's over.
A bit late for Jeannie Long.
Not for you, though. Time to set it behind you. A tanker was easing slowly up the river. I found that file in your desk.
I wondered if you'd seen it.
For a while I wondered if you'd killed her.
No, he said. That was a different kind of obsession. I thought one day I might be able to put it right. Find the real murderer. Not that I did anything about it, just took the file out every now and again to rub salt in the wound.
What will you do with it now?
Burn it.
Good luck, Vera said, with everything.
Thanks.
Right then, I'm off.
Home?
Aye, she said, north of the Tyne. Civilization. She smiled broadly. No offence. She had to drive through the village to pick Ashworth up from the hotel. She was forced to slow down at the captain's house to let a couple of kids run across the road, and saw that Emma Bennett had returned home to Jane's. She was sitting in the bedroom window, looking out over the square, apparently lost in thought. Like the heroine of some Victorian melodrama, Vera thought. It was about time she got her life. You have been listening to Telling Tales by Anne Cleeves, read by Julia Franklin. Thank you for listening to this recording from Soundings. If you've enjoyed this production, please write to us at Isis House, Kings Drive, Whitley Bay, Tyne and Wear, NE26 2JT, and you'll be sent a full list of our recordings.